Hello, good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to Day 3's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Now, Durham will start the day on 53.42. They'll be out there in the middle. That's after Notts put on a mammoth 662 for 5 declared. Now, obviously, there was a lot of action in Day 2, so set yourselves in because it's time for the Day 2 highlights.
Mullaney, Montgomery and James lead Notts to titanic total. Yet another 100 from Hasib Hamid and a maiden first-class century from 22-year-old Matt Montgomery put Notts on course for the Division 2 title on the first day at Trent Bridge, after 276 for 2 at the start of Day 2. It was an encouraging restart for Durham though. Clark, out early in the day, caught by Dixon off the bowling of Matty Potts. But James stuck with Montgomery, the all-rounder, with a pretty easy ride, as his colleague went from strength to strength, dishing out the punishment to the Durham bowlers, and soon Notts were up to 300. After 92 balls as a partnership, James took their value to 50 with a single off Gibson. But Montgomery was stealing the show, and with a single off Bushnell guided down to third man, he went to his 150 from 304 balls, Notts in total control. James was piling them on too. With another boundary flicked down the leg side, the fourth wicket pair was worth 100, and the number 5 went to his 50, scored off 86 balls, reached when he flicked Drissel away for his 8th 4. 3 balls before lunch, Notts moved to 400, heading into the break on 402 for 3, another great session for the title chasers. It wasn't long until the pair had put on 150 for the fourth wicket, James taking them there with a single off Drissel. They'd reached 438 when Montgomery's wonderful knock was brought to an end, bowled by Potts for an excellent 178. Mullaney joined James in the middle and he set his stall out early. Matty Potts carted for 6 soon after Notts had brought up the 450. He did it again to Travaskis. 500 now in sight for the hosts. And after sharing 54 balls with James, Mullaney moved them to a 50 partnership, the skipper with 36 from 34. Mullaney bludgeoned Travaskis down the ground for 4 more to move Notts to 500 runs. And with a single to the very next ball, Lyndon James became the third Notts batter to breach 3 figures. His ton scored off 158 deliveries. Mullaney had a landmark total of his own. 50 came from just 49 when he carted Travaskis for his third 6 of the innings. And he'd do it again, a 4th maximum added, and soon enough, the 5th wicket was worth 100. When they made their way in for tea, Mullaney had moved to 76, and with the score now 562 for 4, he was surely starting to think about the declaration. That would have to wait. The 5th wicket pair straight back into their work after the break, and up to a 150-run partnership. Dot balls are few and far between, James and Mullaney running well, and latching onto anything they could to find the ropes, the skipper with another boundary to bring the 600 up. He hadn't once taken his foot off the accelerator, and with another single, this time off Drissel, the captain picked up a deserved 100 from just 91 balls, his side disappearing out of sight. His partner was raising the bat for a 3rd time soon. With 4 swept off Travaskis, James went to 150. That over would go for 21, 12 more added off the last 2 balls with back-to-back Mullaney maximums. They refused to relent, already worth 200 when Mullaney powered Baddinson for another 6. When Ben Rain finally brought the quite stunning partnership to an end, Mullaney's innings finishing on 136 from 111 balls. He took Lyndon James with him, the all-rounder's 164, a new career best, Notts declaring on 662 for 5. They virtually made the game safe after just 1 innings. Of the 6 batters used by the hosts, only Slater and Clark had missed out on hundreds. Their bowling figures made for difficult reading for the visitors. Potts, the most productive, with 3 for 83. Stuart Broad was straight back in the attack after his return from England duty, and straight back in the wickets too. Travaskis, LBW for 6. Dixon and Borthwick looked to rebuild, but would only get as far as 35 when the opener was taken off a top edge by Broad at mid-on off the bowling of Patterson-White. Drissel would stick with his captain, the pair moving the score up to 53 before the close, as Broad's delivery flew off the edge and down to third man for 4. Tomorrow will be a long day for the visitors. They're trailing by 609 with 8 wickets in hand, and Nottinghamshire are signing off the season in style. While they haven't mathematically sealed promotion, it would take a minor miracle for them to be denied that, and from the evidence thus far, the title too.
Okay, so they were the highlights from day 2 there. And somebody that played a pivotal role on getting Notts to that 662 for 5 was Lyndon James. Career best figures, and we'll look at those figures in a little bit more detail very, very shortly. But let's hear from the man himself. Matt Freeman from Trent Bridge Media Team spoke to him yesterday. Let's have a listen to what Lyndon had to say.
Well, Lyndon, well battered, professional high score for you. Can you remember making one higher at all?
What high score?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think when I was at school, when I was about under 14s, I got my highest scores 200, I think. So, obviously, highest score ever in a Notts shirt. So, very happy.
How satisfying has it been to get 3 figures with regularity this season and to really solidify that role as a number 5?
Yeah, it's been pretty pleasing, to be honest. I mean, last year, I've said it before, I was pretty disappointed to not get there. I left a couple out there last year, and over the winters, part of me was eager to get back out there and try and get to 3 figures, and then try and do it as much as I could. And so pleasing to do it in the last game of the season as well.
What was your approach to batting out there today? Seemed like runs came more slowly early on before the accelerator was pushed more firmly down as the day went on.
Yeah, I think in September in England, batting at 10:30 in the morning can be challenging, no matter the wicket, to be honest. And their ball was still relatively new, and Matt Potts has bowled brilliantly this summer in a Durham shirt and an England shirt. So, it's basically trying to get through that new ball and then try and cash in later on, which obviously, happy we did.
And the team as a whole, what's the approach been to this game? We all kind of know the equation, I guess, in terms of points required. How much has that factored into what you've been doing?
I mean, just try and focus on what we've done so well over the last 2 years, to be honest, and play our brand of cricket, which, always on the front foot if you can be, and I feel like we've done that again. Obviously, probably a pretty different wicket to how it has been at Trent Bridge this year. And obviously nice as batters, cash in 4 lads getting hundreds. But we know that if we put a side under pressure, we can take wickets. So obviously, we'll be looking to do that tomorrow.
What did you make of Matthew Montgomery's knock? You're out there with him for a long time, and I suppose in a way that you maybe have done in the past few years, a man who's taken his chance when given that opportunity.
Oh, he played brilliantly, and not just to get 100s, to get 170. They call about daddy hundreds, but he played brilliantly. He was very calm, easily yesterday. A lot riding on this game. He could have come in when we were 40 odd for 1 and not got many, but he played beautifully, got himself in, and the real pleasing thing is he got himself back in this morning as well when it was challenging. So very pleased for him.
How much of an advantage is it now as a bowling unit to be out there on that pitch but with that kind of score behind you?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't really, I wouldn't say you're not bothered about runs, but at the end of the day, our job's to take wickets now. We've got runs on the board, which everyone says in cricket's a massive thing, and at the end of the day, we've just got to try and create an intensity that, which we have done the last couple of years, and put teams under pressure and try and take wickets, which hopefully we can do over the next couple of days.
Okay, that were the thoughts of Lyndon James there last night, and a couple of the bowlers are currently out there just warming up. I can see Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson just to my left. Yesterday was a very special day for many, many people connected with Nottinghamshire. If we start off with Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon just mentioned him there in his interview last night. Just a real special innings from Monty yesterday. 178 runs out there for 400 minutes. He was at the crease for a very, very long time, but a real sort of assured performance from Monty at such a young age. 22 years old, Matthew Montgomery, very, very special, and played a massive part in getting Notts to that total. We've just heard from Lyndon James last night as well. A very, very special day for him. A career best figures for Lyndon James there. 164 not out. He was there till the bitter end with Stephen Mullaney. Again, 301 minutes at the crease, 19 fours for Lyndon. A very, very special day, and his mum and dad were here, as they always are, and saw him get that career best figure there of 164 not out. Now, we always talk when we are batting about partnerships. They play a crucial role in getting a high score to post and set the opposition a target to chase down. And, well, the first innings was no different there. The bell's just gone, so we are 5 minutes away from play. But if we take a quick look at the partnerships, you will see that really 3 major partnerships in that Notts innings there. 224 for Lyndon and Stephen Mullaney, but also Lyndon, a big partnership with Matthew Montgomery, and it really started with Haas and Monty on day 1, 180 there as well. If we just take a quick look at the sessions and how the runs were scored, you'll notice very, very quickly that in afternoon sessions, that's really where Notts kind of kicked on. On day 1, 137 runs scored in that afternoon session, and if you look at day 2, 160 runs Obviously, in every session yesterday, over 100 runs scored from Notts' point of view, as they really did pile on the runs to set that target. Now, as I mentioned, it was a very special day for Nottinghamshire yesterday, and if we take a look at 4 people in particular, you will see Hasib Hamid, Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James and Steve Mullaney. Those 4 players scored hundreds yesterday, and that is only the second time that 4 Notts batters have scored 100 in the same first-class innings. Now, the last time that happened was way back in 1928, and that was against Warwickshire. It was also a very special day for many other reasons as well. We've talked about it already, but that partnership between Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, 224, that was the highest 5th wicket partnership versus Durham. So a very, very special day for them. And just one word on the captain. He fell short by 7 runs of getting 1,000 runs this season in the county championship. So it's been a real great season for Mull with the bat, just falling 7 shy there. But that score of 662 for 5, that is the highest score posted by Notts against Durham. The previous was 629, and that was way back in 1993. Feels a bit weird saying way back in 1993, but I suppose we are in 2022, so it is quite a way back. And then finally, just one more stat for you, because we've been a bit stat happy this morning. But 662 for 5 was the joint 7th highest score in Nottinghamshire's history. So really it was a very, very special day and a very, very special innings from Nottinghamshire. Now we are only a couple of minutes away. Notts have 4 points in the bag already from that batting innings. They need 3 more bonus points to secure promotion to Division 1. They're 2 wickets down. They need 7 more to get 9 wickets and to get those 3 bowling bonus points, which will secure promotion back to Division 1. Now the Nottinghamshire boys are just in a huddle. The Durham batters are out there and the umpires are making their way out now. So it's time for me to hand over to the commentary team of Martin Emerson and Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge for day 3 of this LV County Insurance, or LV Insurance County Championship Division 2 games. Good start. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson with you here at Trent Bridge. Once again, a crisp morning, but it is dry, thankfully. We've got patches of blue sky, but predominantly overhead cloud cover. And we've got Nottinghamshire and Durham making their way to the medal, with the visitors 53 for 2 overnight in their first innings, replying to Nottinghamshire's 662 for 5 declared. Scott Borthwick and I guess we have to call him the night watchman, George Drissel. Oh, we've just got a little bit of feedback. We'll kill that instantly. Stuart Broad's going to continue an unfinished over. And he's let me finish the introduction all on my own. I was waiting for you to interrupt, but you haven't today, Mr. Emerson. In fact, he's not even got his headphones on. We've caught him out.
Did you say something?
Sloppy today, sloppy. You can't talk without your headphones and your microphone.
I was just trying to work out how many overs we've lost in the match, because there were 11 and a half.
I can't fathom it.
On the first day.
Yeah.
Then they tried to claim 8 back yesterday, but there were 8.5 missing at the end of last night. Now they're claiming 6 back today, so that's... I
don't get why they're only claiming 6 back.
Yeah, so 11, 8, that's 3. So I reckon that's 5 overs lost in the game.
Well, I'll finish this half an over and then you can have your full allocation in a moment. It's going to be Stuart Broad to the night watchman, George Drissel. 3 slips, attacking field as you'd expect for Broad bowling outside the off stump, and it goes through to Tom Moores.
News from the Durham dressing room last night when I went over there. David Beddingham had his arm in a sling, and he said he dislocated his left shoulder when trying to stop that ball at short mid-wicket, and so he is out of the rest of the match. So Durham, a major player down there. Scott Borthwick is batting. He wasn't able to bowl because he's cracked a finger, which was the dropped catch on day one and its second slip off Ben Slater from Matty Potter's bowling. So they're walking wounded now.
Slater, that would have been the very first morning then.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Slater, yeah. 53 for 2, brought in to Drissel, gets solidly behind it and defends. I mean, calling him the night watchman, it just may be. Well, he's got to be the night watchman, isn't he? He wouldn't have come in ahead of Nick Maddinson or Chris Benjamin or perhaps one or two of the others.
It's his 10th match and he's got 103 runs. His highest score's 19, so I think he's the night watchman.
Yeah. But again, as we said with Liam Travaskis coming out first, it's nice to see the youngsters just sticking their hands up and wanting to get involved and get out there. Has he done the night watchman role before, as far as you know?
No idea. Hasn't played much for Durham.
Of course, not for Durham. 53 for 2, Stuart Broad bowls. We've had 16.4 overs.
Get after that.
This one's worked through mid-on yet. Not skipper Stephen Mullaney after it with a sliding stop. And they're going to get a couple of runs. 55 for 2.
I was going to say something then, totally forgot what it was now, just in an instant. Yeah, so Durham have got their work cut out here, haven't they, to try and bat for 2 days now with a depleted team.
Well, they have. It'll be very interesting to see how the dynamics of the day of the game go with Broad in again and nicely defended by Drissel, because it is the end of that unfinished over, because Notts know now with regards to what they did with the batting effort and the points gained by Glamorgan and Middlesex, they know that if they get maximum bowling points, so that is 7 more wickets inside the next 93 overs, they will have guaranteed themselves at least a top 2 place, and we're assuming that is going to be enough for promotion. I don't think it's ever actually been laid out crystal clear that 1 and 2 are going up. I think everybody just sort of assumed that that's what would happen. But
well, wasn't there a suggestion that nothing would be happening next year, and then suddenly that high performance report comes out saying we should ransack cricket, basically?
Well, if they can get maximum bowling bonus points, they'll be guaranteed at least second, and that's if they don't win this. And Middlesex did win their game, obviously. They'd be looking to go on and win this. Here's Patterson, here's Martin.
Round the wickets to Borthwick, that's a leave. Angles back towards the leg side after it's past the stumps. The mighty Bois says they should chase down the first innings total in no time, I would think. Mikey Mike.
It'd be fun to watch, wouldn't it?
Mikey Mike says, I'm kneeling on my Lincoln Green prayer mat, praying for rain, and for the first time in my life I may also tune into the morning service on BBC Radio 4, and I'm on to my 98th Hail Mary. I don't think there's any rain around today. It looks like it's a nice day today. Bad light might be the issue again later, but Patterson in. Borthwick lets that one skip through to the keeper. 3 slips in place. So it's not a bad day at all. I've just been out on the balcony there, just doing a little video earlier on, and the sun was shining. There was an element of warmth in the air.
There wouldn't be criticism over Durham for what's happened over the last couple of days, and potentially what might happen over the next day or two, particularly, would they be, Martin? There are extenuating circumstances, players missing to change the side at the last minute. They've picked up, as we say, a couple of injuries during the course of this game.
Patterson in, comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. Playing a miss from Borthwick. It's gone right through to the keeper. The man who put something in something, it's a long title which I can't says it looks like a decent chance of a full day. And with luck and the rub of the green could be quite a day. Somebody did tweet last night that Durham, it was along those lines, that Durham can't really be criticised in this match. It has been a poor season for them. Far too many draws. That's left alone again. I'm just trying to find the tweet.
What would the realistic expectation have been back in
April? The realistic expectation, and I put my head on the line and my neck on the line and said that I thought they would have a really good punt for a top 2 finish. And I was basing that on how well they'd played last year, certainly in the first group in the county championship. It was only Essex beat them. They hammered Warwickshire, who went on to win the title. And they were really handicapped by 2 things. Firstly, the point system, which was ridiculous, and how many points they could take into the second phase of the championship. because they went into the same group with Essex. And St Patterson bowls, this is defended, so you took half the points you earned against the team.
That's last year, but irrespective of
this is what I'm basing it on. So, and then it fell. They just fell away second half of the season. It started in that last group of 4 games when Surrey didn't turn up and cited COVID reasons for not playing Durham. So then you're never going to recover from that. But I think from what I saw in the first 10 games, take out Essex. I mean, there was 19 or 20 LBWs in the Essex home game, which was an English record, but generally I thought they played really well. In comes Patterson, that's defended. So this year I thought they'd be up there. I thought they would be battling it out with Notts. I wasn't sure Middlesex would be, but I thought Durham would have a really good go at promotion. And from the off, they just never got going, really. They drew with Glamorgan the first game because the weather intervened for 2 days. Couldn't bowl Leicestershire out. And that was the problem, just couldn't bowl teams out. Then Notts came and beat them. I think it was 5 matches before they got a win. And then until they beat Leicestershire 2 weeks ago, that was their only win. 8 draws in the first 11 matches, 76% of their games.
Keegan Peterson didn't necessarily deliver the volume of runs you would have hoped.
He got 1 half century and then he left the match early as well.
Stuart Broad, 55 for 2. Drissel with a couple of runs this morning. He's moved on to 9. Deflects this away on the leg side. Was your assumption based on a full season of Alex Lees, or did you think he'd be away with England?
No, that was one of the things. I think Durham imagined Alex Lees and maybe Bryden Corse might be away, but I don't think they factored in Matty Potts would be disappearing.
Of course, yeah.
And a lot of the members last year were saying they needed to bring in a strike bowler.
55 for 2. Chris Rushworth missed the last couple of games, hasn't he? Otherwise, a consistent season again for him, as Drissel will play this through mid-on and get a single, because Stephen Mullaney was more towards mid-wicket than a straightish position. Again, that spot on the field where you're trying to cover 2 positions, aren't you? The clip to mid-wicket and the drive down the ground. You've just got to go with your hunch, and on that occasion Drissel was able to take a single. 56 for 2. What other overseas? You had a New Zealand opener for 1 game and got 100.
Rachin Ravindra got double 100. Yeah, he came over with New Zealand and then was left out of the test team, so he went on holiday to Dublin to see some mates, and when Durham called him and he played 1 match. He might be worth bringing back next year.
But you only had 1 at the start of the season. That's Keegan Peterson.
Yeah.
56 for 2. So Broad's going to go round the wicket to Scott Borthwick. Both Borthwick and Drissel are on 12. Broad bowls now, and Scott Borthwick's going to get a boundary here. He's forced this off the back foot away towards the Smith Cooper stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Asiba loses his cap as he goes herring after it, but if he can't stop it, nobody can. And that's the first boundary of the day. Borthwick on to 16. 60 for 2 Durham. We've still got 100 overs to be bowled after this one if we get them all in, but it's just going to be a day of, probably, they always talk about patience, not so going to just try and winkle out wickets, get 3 in each spell. They'd be absolutely delighted. As I say, that would guarantee them promotion, because we wouldn't have had the 110 overs by then. There's Broad bowling to Borthwick, played a lovely shot there, and deflects this one down to long leg for a single. 61 for 2. And obviously plans already have been laid for next season, but Sean Dixon outgoing, Ollie Robinson wicket-keeper batter incoming, Ned Eckersley's finished,
Matt Salisbury's gone.
Where's Salisbury gone? I didn't see.
Well, he's going to Leicester. I still don't think that's been officially announced yet, but he left a year early, I think, because he wants first team cricket and wasn't getting it at Durham on a regular basis.
He actually impressed. Started last season when he played here, or was it the Bob Willis game? The years melt into each other as this one goes through to the keeper, but he did. It was the first time I think I'd seen him, and he did quietly impress in that match. 61 for 2. Might have been the start of last year, that game where Beddingham and Eckersley got all the runs.
I mean, there may yet be 1 or 2 announcements to come in the next week or so, but be hoping for more arrivals rather than further departures.
Final ball of this over. Stuart Broad 7th is in now, and Bowles and Drissell's just had a little bit of a loose waft at it outside the off stump. Just wonder how long it'll be before Stephen Mullaney does just have a little bit of a switcheroo, because Stuart Broad does prefer bowling from the pavilion end. It's only the fact that, in fact, you can see Fletcher already warming up, so I think there'll be a switcheroo sometime soon, Martin, because Brodie doesn't generally like to hang around at this end for too long, but because he finished an over, so he might as well have another one. But I would think they'll try and get him down to the other end.
Ooh, the ball's been thrown around the outfield there, and it was heading straight for Luke Fletcher's head, and he didn't see it, and he just had to duck it the last second. It just missed him.
Middlesex have lost a wicket at New Road early stages there. They're 155 for 3. Of course, they'll be looking for maximum batting points, trying to put some pressure on Notts.
Patterson from the pavilion end. There was a lot of bat in that. He's appealing for LBW, but he knows. He's put his hands on his head and he knows there was bat in that. That tweet from last night, I can't find it now. What I did come across last night, and it may even be enough to make the basis of a discussion point on the breakfast show at some point this week. I was in an Indian restaurant in town last night, and they were playing Richard Clayderman. Never heard him since about the 80s.
Oh, I saw you tweet a picture of Richard Clayderman.
Yeah. Can you remember that advert? He was playing the
No.
piano with his big smile. In comes the bowler. It's defended by
In fact, yes, yeah.
Borthwick, and runs.
But was that not just, get the latest Richard Clayderman
Yeah, but
LP?
from Woolworths or somewhere, wasn't
yeah.
it? But it was a close-up of him playing this grand piano, and then halfway through it, this big grin. Yeah, one of my colleagues, Gilly, said they've been clearing her mother-in-law's house because unfortunately she passed away a few weeks ago, and they found some Richard Clayderman CDs and an album, so he might end up trending again. Patterson in, turned by Borthwick to short mid-wicket. That went like the clappers. Mullaney stops it. What are you looking at?
I was just distracted by that crane.
Yeah. Did you go up there last night and see how your penthouse apartment's coming on? Probably wouldn't let you in with your tracksuit on, mate.
I would imagine that's very much a hard hat area, because there's a piece of metal that's about 70 feet up in the air.
I think that if that lands on you from that height, the hat won't make any difference whatsoever.
Crikey.
Graham Bridge contacted me last night. Former Durham spinner. In comes Patterson. That's defended by Borthwick, because I tweeted that Liam Travaskis, 34 overs yesterday and the day before, none for 173, the most runs conceded by a Durham player in a first-class match without taking a wicket. The most runs is 180 by Graham Bridge at Northants, I think 2007.
But cruel to mention it.
But he said, and he took 3 wickets though. He said that it was a flat track at Northants and there wasn't much reaching the slips on that occasion. Patterson bowls. Ball played up to mid-off. To be fair to the bowlers, I mean, this has not been a good bowling track. Neil Killeen said last night he was full of praise for the way Matty Potts and Ben Rain bowled, but nobody else got a wicket. Gibson none for 100, Bushnell none for 76, Travaskis none for 173, Drissell none for 107, 1 over from Maddinson, none for 13. So with a full complement of batsmen, I was thinking yesterday before Beddingham injured himself. That's an edge down onto the floor and through the slip cord and down towards third man for 2 from Borthwick. That it wasn't inconceivable that Durham could bat for 2 days on this track and finish with a high-scoring, boring draw. It may yet still happen, I don't know, but I would say that injury slightly favours, certainly favours Notts now.
It's not helped, has it? I'm not at all surprised this, as I alluded to. Broad out of the attack, Luke Fletcher can bowl at his favoured end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18 yesterday for the big man. He's going to replace Stuart Broad, and I think maybe they'll give Dane Patterson another over or 2 and then give Broad another dart from the pavilion end, so there's not going to be any let up for the batsman.
It was Bill Rodham who tweeted last night. He said, if Notts roll Durham twice, which I suspect is now likely, I don't think you can criticise.
Fletcher, an interesting field. I'll mention it in a moment. Martin's got something to say as well as this one goes through to the keeper. Just quickly, we've got Ben Slater has been at square short leg for Broad. Is sort of a forward short leg, the old-fashioned forward short leg, and Lyndon James almost behind him at silly mid-wicket or catching mid-wicket.
Giselle has played one or two, not high in the air, but they've come off the bat at sort of waist height, haven't they? So
can get a delivery or two with steepling bounce, Fletcher, that you've just sort of got to fend off a little bit. That's what they were hoping for, but this one's gone down the leg side off the pad. Did you have something from, did you say from Bill?
Yeah, so he tweeted last night, that was the tweet I was trying to find. If Durham do roll twice, which I think is now likely, I don't think you can criticise the side for that. And he says it's not their fault how toothless the attack has been outside Potts and Rain. And then he asks, is Bellingham injured? And I said, yeah, see my previous tweet. So.
I mean, I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's any sort of prize money or anything at stake whether you finish 4th, 5th or 6th in Division 2, is there? I don't necessarily think there's there's a nice hefty bonus to be gained by batting for 2 days, but of course there's your personal pride, your personal resolve to do as well as you can, as this is turned on the leg side straight to Liam Patterson-White, who got a wicket last night. It was just strange. I found that
can't believe what Dixon did there.
Well, I found it a little confusing that the umpires said, clearly must have said to Stephen Mullaney, you can't stay out in this light with your quicks bowling, so they brought Patterson-White and Montgomery on, and then Patterson-White got a wicket, and then they checked their light meters because there was an improvement in the
briefly,
weather.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, they said, right, you can bring the quicks back on. They brought them back on, and they said, right, it's too dark, off you go. I do think Notts were
I said on air,
a little bit.
I said it was a gamble to put the quicks back on.
Fletcher bowls. Fletcher is forced away for 4 runs through the offside.
Bit of topspin there. Neil Killeen did say last night that this is a fast-scoring ground.
Oh, it is.
So the scores are massive. 662. But he said it is a big scoring ground. It's laser quick, the outfield. But no, that last night I said it was, even though the umpires had decided the light had improved, and I could see why Notts would want to put their quicks back on, but it was broken clouds, so it was any second the sun was going to go back in, and then they would be going off.
Yeah, but we don't know what the dialogue was. If the dialogue was, well, it's up to you, right? Then, yeah, I take your point. But if they said, yeah, we checked the lights, okay, you can bring your quicks back, as Fletcher comes in, bowls cut away again for 4 more. Just too much width offered by Luke Fletcher, and Scott Borthwick, injured hand or not, says I'll have a little bit of that, and it's gone away for back-to-back boundaries. 72 for 2. Just waiting for I thought so. I was just waiting for it to pop up on the live stream. I thought I saw a signal for no ball, so that actual delivery cost 6.
Yeah, keep serving those up, Fletch. That'll do the job for Durham.
So he's gone for
10 in 2.
10, yeah.
Lydia says it must have been fun to watch that yesterday, yawn. And then she says it's been as dull as ditch water, and I'm going to wait until the fixture list comes up before deciding whether to renew my dad's and my membership.
74 for 2. The next ball is just keeping Borthwick nice and honest this time. It was a delivery angling in towards middle stump, might have kept a whisker low, would have hit him on the shin had Borthwick not just jabbed his bat down and kept it out.
She said dull as ditch water, and I said, is it not dishwater? And she said either.
I think it is. Well, ditch water, dishwater. 74 for 2. There's Fletcher round the wicket. Bowls again. That's a super delivery. That's more what Luke Fletcher promises to give you, but an over that
stump.
Went for 11 in total. A leg by, 2 for the no ball, and a couple of boundaries as well. 74 for 2 is Durham. I said one before the start of play today, before we were on air, and as I said it, I thought, well, I think that's the right saying, but having said it, I don't know what it means.
What?
said one to you, didn't I?
What?
Well, I don't know, an hour or so ago. I can't remember, so you won't be able to.
Well, you said something to me that you don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And now you can't remember what it was.
Exactly.
It's obviously gone in one ear and out the other with me then.
Well, well, exactly. I know you don't listen to me anyway, but as I said it, I thought, now is that the right saying? And then I also thought, and if it is the right saying, I don't know. Because there's plenty that we've had over the years. Manna from heaven. You look that up, what that means, and things like that.
Patterson bowling to Drizzell. This is played up to Fletcher at mid-on. Yeah, well, sometimes when I say stuff to you and you ignore it, I have pointed out in the past that I can get ignored like that at home. I don't have to come all the way down here. If you want to tweet at Marty Cricket on Twitter or weircricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, is the email address, and you can tweet at Brace Cricket. Patterson bowls. Oh, playing a miss there from Drizzell. Through to the keeper.
There's so much I don't know because I'm just not interested. But
I tried to teach you about the equinox yesterday.
No, you're all right. I had Zoe Ball on a week or two back, and I don't know, they've been up in Leeds doing some DIY SOS thing or whatever, and there was an appeal put out for fabricators. Now, I thought a fabricator was a person who told lies. Apparently it's not.
Well, there'll be fabricators working on that block of flats soon. Patterson in bowls. It's defended. They stitch everything together, don't they? So if you've got fabricators, they put the curtain walling up around the properties and put roofs in place.
I don't know. It's a strange old language because a fabricator is somebody who tells lies. Surely is that Marcus North just having a flop? He's just got up.
Yeah, looks like him. Yeah.
The harbour cover. Get him on.
Oh, he's nearly tripped over the pipe there. He's going to sit there.
Yeah, he's
just
improved his view a little bit. Get him on. Come on and have a game, Marcus.
Well, I asked to do an interview with him last week about the high performance review, and I was told he would, and then the next day I was told he wouldn't, as this is defended, and he has apparently helped write it or had input into it. So Durham are one of 3 clubs out of 18 who aren't member owned, and I know Tim Bostock, the chief executive, was certainly behind the whole idea for the conference system.
Who were the other 2? Do you know?
Is it Northants?
I don't know.
So it's not. Is it Surrey?
I don't know.
Northants and Hampshire, I think it is.
I don't know. Yeah, that would make sense.
Patterson bowls, that one spits up and it's fended away by Drizzell. Pulls his bottom hand off the bat as it wraps him on the fingers. Bernard says, why can't umpires take readings at the start of play? Well, what's the point if it's bright sunshine, Bernard? At the start and end of each session, and then the close of play if it's not curtailed by bad weather. At one time, we used to have lights in grounds, and as they gradually climbed up towards 3, you could see what was coming, and then they turned them off. They gave the umpires light meters instead.
That was at the scorer's discretion, wasn't it? Yeah. Just to flick a light on or not.
I don't know. I don't think so. The Durham one had a meter in it.
Unbelievable.
Patterson in bowls. This has gone off towards the covers, no run. That sun's quite warm at the minute, blazing through the window. Into the over. Was that a maiden?
It's much better, and it's been much better from Dane Patterson this morning. He started yesterday on the wrong foot. Literally, his first ball was a no ball, and
then he was told off for running down the track.
Yeah, and then 1 or 2 wayward ones put away, but he's been right on the money this morning, more like the Dane Patterson we've seen over the last 2 years. Going to be Fletcher to continue. We did have, as I said earlier, a little bit of Liam Patterson-White and Matthew Montgomery bowling last night, as Notts wanted to stay out there, and they got a wicket. Sean Dixon just couldn't resist, sent one straight up in the air. Fletcher bowls left alone by Borthwick. So we think probably Nick Maddinson would come in next at 5, maybe Chris Benjamin at 6, Ben Rain at 7, and then there's Potts. Who are we missing? Potts and Gibson, because George Driscoll's already out there as night watchman, and David Beddingham unlikely to bat. Fletcher to Borthwick.
Well, he's not. He won't be batting. I'm told he's out of the game. That's it. I think he was going for further assessment today. So apparently he's injured the other shoulder before, the right one, but not the left one.
I think one of the quotes I saw, and it would almost certainly, if you interviewed him, it would almost have emanated from your interview. But did it not say it had been popped straight back in?
Well, it's yeah, but I mean, he had a sling on. I said, is there any chance of him chewing a few ibuprofen and getting out there? And I was told no.
Okay, there we are then. From the horse's mouth. Next one through to the keeper. Mark says, good morning, gents. Listening in from sunny Stamford. My pet theory is that members of counties should get in free to all red ball cricket around the country, spread the profits a bit, and back to 3-day matches and one division, I say. Variety for fans.
There'd be an awful lot of dead rubber cricket if there was just one division again. So many teams with nothing to play for week after week after week.
74 for 2. There's Fletcher. Balls to Borthwick. Again, solidly defends. Yeah, I think I do, on balance, prefer the 2-division system. But it's a different world back then, 3-day cricket, and you might be 15th, 16th, 17th in the table or whatever, but certainly wouldn't be dull cricket if you were heading off down to Southampton to face Andy Roberts, or to Taunton to face Joel Garner, or whoever it may be at the time. Every side had stars.
Wickets, stick a rhubarb.
Down to Canterbury, and just hope that Derek Underwood's not going to rip through you. 74 for 2. Fletcher. Ball's cut away.
Oh, he's out.
Fielded by Hamid. Taken, in fact, by Hamid to his right. Really good sharp catch. Thought it had gone on the bounce, but Martin, and indeed everybody else, had followed it from bat straight into the hands of Hamid, and it went very, very quickly indeed. And Borthwick has gone for 27, and Luke Fletcher has a wicket, but he will be saying thank you, I'm sure, to Asib Hamid, because that could have been cut away for 4 more. Borthwick batted for an hour and a quarter, faced 48 balls, hit 5 fours, but he's out for 27, and Notts have got the first of those 3 bowling points they need, having rendered Durham to 73 for 4.
Well, just cut it straight to backward point. Asib didn't have to move there, it was right at him. Hence the partnership at 39, but more importantly, Durham a gazillions behind. They trail by 588. Nick Maddinson coming in. His last match for Durham. I'm not sure we'll be seeing him again next year. So 588 behind.
So Maddinson's made his way out there, left-handed Australian, has played international cricket. 74 for 3, played against Notts at... Where did you come to? Is it Grantham? Oh, well, but it was Grantham, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Durham game. Didn't make too many on that occasion. Got 1 ball left in this over to face from Luke Fletcher. It's a decent over from Fletcher. I think you'd have to say probably up to that point, because that was cuttable. Bowls to Maddinson, and the Australians away with at least a couple of runs, working it square on the leg side. Is cut off by Dane Patterson. Prevents it going for 4. But it is 2 to the Australian. 76 for 3, and Fletcher's figures have improved a touch. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 now in the end column for 30. So the wickets being shared around. Stuart Broad with the first, and Liam Patterson-White with the second wicket, and Durham resuming 53 for 2 this morning have lost their third wicket with a score on 74, and it's Luke Fletcher getting his first. Still going to be Dane Patterson. Be bowling to George Drissel. Neither last night nor this morning has looked particularly untroubled, or particularly troubled.
Have you, I've got to go next door now, have you worked out the follow-on target, by the way? Because I've never...
Well, if it's 660, it's got to be 513, I think. 513 would be the guess.
What was it?
662, so yeah, it'd be 513. 76 for 3. Durham, this one was down the leg side. Yeah, we just snuck past 11 o'clock here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Newcastle. Glad to have you with us on what's scheduled to be the penultimate day of the season, as Patterson bowls past the outside edge. Would be pretty dismal few hours for Durham supporters if it's the final day of the season. Durham would need to be bowled out twice. Of course, not, we feel, only need 9 wickets in each innings, with Beddingham scheduled not to be able to bat. Next delivery is into Drissel. Dave Bird says, amid the carnage, said he was very impressed yesterday by the figures of Matty Potts. He did bowl well, really did, Dave. He bowled well up at Chesterley Street. The start of the season, no real surprise when a week or two later he was called into the England squad. And so far so good this morning, because they have picked up a wicket, that of the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick. He'd played Luke Fletcher away for a couple of really lovely boundaries in the previous over, and then he went to cut Fletcher away again in the one that's just finished, and he found a Seba Mead with a good sharp catch at backward point. He'd gone for 27. Nottinghamshire in essence need to get maximum bowling points today, and that will guarantee promotion. Durham are a man light. David Beddingham, we understand, due to a shoulder injury sustained yesterday, won't bat, so Notts need 6 more wickets today, and that will guarantee promotion. Durham are 80 for 3. There was a boundary pulled away whilst I was just doing that update. Patterson dropping it short, and Drissel helped it away onto the leg side. He's gone to 16. Patterson in again, blocks this one. Up to, well, it would have gone up to mid-off to Stuart Broad, who I'm sure would have said mine, or I've got it or something, but the bowler Patterson in his follow-through just continued to veer away left and picked it up himself anyway. 80 for 3 Durham. Liam Travaskis made 6, Sean Dixon 20, Scott Borthwick 27. The 3 to be dismissed so far. Does appear, yes, there's play in all 9 county championship games. And this one past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Just 1 or 2 dates for your diary, folks. Principally the Nottinghamshire supporters or people in the area. Nottinghamshire Cricket Lovers Society dates have been announced, and the programme has been announced for this winter, the close season. They're held at Trent Bridge, 1 a month on Thursday evening, starting at 7 o'clock. The first one is on Thursday, the 20th of October, where the Notts spinner Liam Patterson-White will be the guest speaker. That'll be a lovely evening. He's a lovely young man, Liam Patterson-White, and you'll be able to come on down and talk to Liam and hear all about his this one from Fletcher. This one goes through to the keeper. His first couple of years really in the Nottinghamshire first team, and no doubt his winter plans and his ambitions for the future. Thursday the 20th of October, Liam Patterson-White, 7 o'clock. It's in the long room at Trent Bridge. You can come on down. You can pay on the evening just for the one evening, or it's £15 for the whole winter, the 7 programmes that will be held. I've got the other speakers for you. with Fletcher in. Maddinson keeps it out. After that, 3rd of November, Stephen Chalk will be talking about the life of the founder of the Cricket Lovers Society. That's Bomber Wells, Brian Bomber Wells. Of course, he played for Gloucestershire for a long time before coming to Trent Bridge. Stephen Chalk, esteemed cricket author, broadcaster as well. Good man. That's Thursday the 3rd of November. Stephen Chalk will be here, principally talking about Brian Bomber Wells, his life and his career. Next one, would have drifted down the leg side, I think. Strikes Maddinson on the thigh pad, remains 80 for 3. After then, the 1st of December, it's going to be a double champions evening, and the Cricket Lovers Society are hoping that as many members of the 1987 Nottinghamshire squad will be in attendance to recall that historic double winning season of 1987, when they won not only the county championship but the NatWest Trophy, defeating Northants at Lords. That one's on Thursday the 1st of December, as Fletcher bowls again to Maddinson, solidly behind it in defence. 5th of January, had him up here yesterday, joined us for a brief chat. The outgoing Nottinghamshire president, Basharat Hassan. What a servant to Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club he's been. Thursday the 5th of January, an evening with Bashar Hassan in the long room at Trent Bridge. Starts at 7 o'clock. You're all very welcome to come along for that one, or as I say, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society would welcome you to any of their events through the winter. Just 3 more to mark your card as Fletcher bowls, edged down into the ground safely by Maddinson, fielded at second slip by Montgomery. Thursday the 2nd of February, it's going to be a Derbyshire evening. We understand David Griffin, who's a heritage officer and statistician and photographer, former committee man, is going to come along, and he can't be confirmed as yet, but he's hoping to bring a couple of the Derbyshire first team squad along. So that's Thursday the 2nd of February. Don't be put off by the fact that it's titled a Derbyshire evening, because Griff will is the very embodiment of county cricket and all that domestic county cricket entails, and of course he's been around for forever. He will have lots of Nottinghamshire stories, I'm sure, to share with you, and they're hoping that 1 or 2 of the Derbyshire clan can come with him, maybe even Anuj Dal, who of course played for Notts. 80 for 3. Zach Chappell, of course, is heading from Trent Bridge to Derbyshire in the winter. But that's on Thursday the 2nd of February. Again, as with all these events, in the long room. Starts at 7 o'clock. You can come along on the night. 23rd of February, Dennis Amiss, former Warwickshire England top order batsman. He's had a long career as an administrator with Warwickshire. He'll have some terrific stories as well. Heard him speaking in the past. Dennis Amiss. That's Thursday the 23rd of February. And there's a pre-season one scheduled for the 16th of March, and I'll bring Martin in 1 second. Dane Patterson's going to bowl this delivery, and it's clipped and he's out. He's got a wicket. Oh, that's soft from Drissel. He's just chipped it up to Mullaney at mid-wicket, and Dane Patterson now has a wicket, his 71st of the season in all formats for Notts, and 4 wickets have gone down in this innings to 4 different bowlers. Sharp catch by Stephen Mullaney at mid-wicket. It is 80 for 4. Drissel did a good job, but he will feel he's left a few runs out there because he hasn't really been troubled. Batted for 53 minutes, 36 balls, 3 fours, but has now gone chipping Patterson to mid-wicket, and he has gone at the start of the 26th over. There was just one more date to mark in your diary, the pre-season date, Thursday the 16th of March. Again, a Thursday evening, 7 o'clock in the long room at Trent Bridge. The Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society, a member of the Trent Bridge coaching team, and no doubt I'll try and get 1 or 2 players down to preview the new season. So there we are, Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. All starts Thursday the 20th of October with Liam Patterson-White down there having a bit of a chat. Come along, make him welcome, and you can either pay for the entire programme through the winter or just pay on the evening for that first one. Yeah, very, very good, and best wishes to everybody that's going to attend through the winter, and everybody that's no doubt gone to a little bit of trouble putting it all together. New man is Jonathan Bushnell, who I read out the Durham scorecard, and I can only get to 10 names, and there he is at the top, squeezed in, Jonathan Bushnell, because of course Michael Jones not available in this game, and I'd scribbled him out right at the top there. So Jonathan Bushnell's in at 6, 80 for 4. Sorry, Martin, you've been off the air for forever and ever and ever, but another fairly tame dismissal after Drissel.
Well, I
good.
said there was a number of shots that had come off Drissel's bat, which had been about waist height, so they put players in there for that very thing, and there we have it. This is unfortunately turning into one of those horror shows, which maybe need to be quickly resigned to the memory banks unless somebody can get bat on ball and get a partnership going here. Bushnell facing Patterson. That's gone down the leg side. It's taken awkward really by Moores around about the knee. So Durham 80 for 4. When the fourth wicket went down for Notts, there were 438 on the board. Defended by Bushnell off stump. He does open for the second team, and he's had some big totals for them. .582 the deficit now.
Yes, this will be an examination of his skills, no doubt. That presumably then, I can see a man in with a sling, presumably is David Bedingham.
Yeah.
Walking around the boundary edge.
Walking around with Sean Dixon. In comes the bowler. That's gone down the leg side.
So he's got his left arm in a sling, David Bedingham. Just having a little wander around the boundary edge in his blue Durham tracksuit.
Patterson in bowls. Bushnell leaves that one alone. Damien's asking who's injured now. Keep up at the back, Damien. David Bedingham. Brian says, as I said to my friend, if this was a game of chess, Durham would resign. Can you resign in chess? I don't think you can you?
You must be able to concede.
Concede, yeah.
And just flick the king. like a Subbuteo player, just flick the king off the board.
Patterson in. This is played off towards long leg for one by Bushnell. No, they shouldn't just wither and die. They've got to fight here. And there's valuable time in the middle to be had. Bushnell is 21 years old. This is his 4th first-class match. He's got 150 runs and an average of 50. And he got a debut match against Worcestershire in Chester Street this year, making 66. He's also had a 16 not out and a 24 not out and a draw with Middlesex and 35 at Derby. So he's had some runs in the second team. He made 187 for the seconds against Lancashire and Crosby in July. So today's the day for him to get some runs for Durham as well.
Do you know what? I'm going to have a punt here on what you've said. My charity 5p is going to go on Jonathan Bushnell to be top scorer in the innings. There we are.
Yeah, well. So at the minute he needs to get 28.
28. No, he'll have a good day. Still Chris Benjamin to come and Ben Rain. Because,
well, Benjamin's had 100.
Yeah.
He had an 80. Was it an 80 last week?
There's Fletcher into Bushnell. Put the kiss of death on him, but he's clipped this one away through square leg. He's going to get at least 2. Hamid again, as well, goes without saying, loses his cap as he fields.
Derek says, good morning, we are ready to winter well. Going sea fishing around the northeast with Captain Ben O today.
Oh, photos. Does he do photos?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be nice.
Have
you done that?
What?
Sea fishing?
Once at Aberystwyth when I was about 13, and we went out for 8 hours, and as soon as the boat stopped, I started being sick.
Yeah.
Caught about 15 mackerel in about 10 minutes, and then that was it. I spent most of the time on the skipper's bed being ill.
There's Fletcher bowling to Bushnell. They've got a couple of runs there. Defends this one.
That was until the boat started to sink. That haunted my mind. I forgot about the seasickness at that point, and there was water coming in through the engine area, and we were with a group of Welsh farmers in this little village up in Powys, and there was this guy called Aubrey, and he was like a man mountain.
Aubrey?
And there was a hand pump, and he sat on this hand pump pumping all this water out, and he kept us going till we managed to get back home.
Fletcher. In again to Bushnell. Pushes this. Oh, it's a no ball. Couple more to Durham. 85 for 4. Boyce was Aubrey, wasn't he? Aubrey Boyce in Fools and Horses.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, you went to see the musical, didn't you?
Yeah. It's very good.
They were catching all kinds that day on the boat. There was dogfish, which was like a mini shark, skate, loads of different stuff. Waters of Aberystwyth. There's also dangerous weaver fish, those poisonous things.
Fletcher bowls into the thigh pad. It's been deflected down to long leg for a single. It's going to be a leg by. 86 for 4. As a kid, we went. God knows what possessed them, because neither of them are remotely interested in water or boats or fishing or whatever, my mum and dad, but we went on the Norfolk Broads and I fell in. We'd only been about 11 or 12. Fell off the side of the boat into the water, so that dented my enthusiasm. And the only other time I think I've been sea fishing was when I was probably in my 30s in Italy, and my mate, come on, we're gonna have a Italian fella. So he didn't say it like that. It's defended. He says, we're gonna have a family barbecue on the beach. You're all invited, come on down. And I didn't realise that my part of it was to pedal his pedalo out about a mile out whilst he was baiting up all these rods, flop them over the side, and literally in about 10 minutes he'd caught about 25 big fish. And, I'll gut them and prepare them or whatever. You pedalo us back to shore, and we'll get the fire on. So I didn't actually take any part in it. Did all the pedaling. 86 for 4,
That's
which isn't
job
fun.
Cutting the fish, man. 'Cause you've got to descale them as well, and you cut them down the middle and pull all the bits out.
Like I certainly wasn't going to do that. I certainly wasn't best equipped to do any pedaloing. But
as a kid, we went off the pier a few times fishing off Roker Pier. But there was a couple of lads I was talking to on the ramp out the back of ours a few weeks ago, and they have these kayaks which are actually designed for sea fishing, and they've got fridges built into them underneath the seat and storage areas and holders for your rod, so they kayak out between the piers and go offshore.
Fletcher to Nick Maddinson, who I think was trying to open the face to force it away, and the ball followed him, came back into him, and he ended up cutting it into his boot. 86 for 4. Maddinson has 2, Bushnell has 3 this morning. Durham have lost a couple of wickets. Both to relatively sharp catches. Scott Borthwick caught at backward point by a Seba Mead off Fletcher for 27, and then George Drissel, the night watchman, who was 9 not out overnight, he'd taken his score to 16, and he clipped Dane Patterson crisply straight to Mullane.
Dave.
Where? Who?
Yeah.
The Durders.
Yeah, police are on their way. There you are. They've worked out where you are. Some of the mess the fishermen leave around the seafront as well is horrendous. Catgut all over the place, cans of beer just strewn across the path. I complained to the council a few years ago because on winter nights they kept smashing up the wooden seats and setting them on fire to keep themselves warm. This is a plain amiss from Bushnell off Patterson, and I said to the council, why bother putting the seats back in place if they're just going to get smashed up? So then what they did was they replaced them with metal seats. You can see where they have fires on a night time and they melt bits of tarmac and stuff like that. It's not all fishermen, but it's some, and they give the rest a bad name, unfortunately, as these things happen. The majority are no doubt responsible. There's a lot of fish around the mouth of the River Wear recently. Notts 86, Durham 86 for 4 here against Notts. Bushnell flicks that one. It's gone past the grasping left hand of Moores and down for 4 to fine leg. It was low, it was wide and low. But I was walking around the seafront the other day, in fact, with Joe Rushworth and his dog, and the girls, and there were about 6 dolphins swimming back and forth past us inside the harbour next to the yacht club. So they chased the salmon and the sea trout in, and there's lots and lots of mackerel in the summer. Crabbing off the pier is quite popular as well. 90 for 4. Bushnell on 7 from 11 balls. Patterson in again, and he's took the bat inside the line there.
Rich was just asking me again for the dates for those Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society meetings. I've just sent him the dates, but if anybody else is just wondering, it starts Thursday the 20th of October, 7 o'clock in the long room at Trent Bridge with Liam Patterson-White. Then 3rd of November, Stephen Chalk. 1st of December, a double champions issue, members of the 1987 Nottinghamshire squad. 5th of January, Basher. 2nd of February, Derbyshire. 23rd of February, Dennis Amiss. And 16th of March, a pre-season edition with somebody or people from the Trent Bridge coaching team and players.
Patterson, it's a short one. Bushnell ducks out of it at the last second, taken by the keeper in front of first slip. The Durham Cricket Society have their first meeting of the winter on the 6th of October, which is a Thursday, and I'm surprised it's that night because that's Durham's end of season dinner. But then again, I presume there might not be that many members of the Durham Cricket Society who go to the end of season dinner. So Wayne Larkins is the guest, the former Durham batsman. Was there at the inception at first class cricket in 1992. In comes Patterson, that's left alone outside the off stump, and it's in the Lumley Lounge at the Riverside. Obviously played for England Northants as well, and so that is Thursday the 6th of October at 7:30, and it's free if you want to go along. I'm not sure if I've done a talk with the Cricket Society at Durham. I think I've done some umpires and things like that, but can't remember them. I think Stu Rayner went and did a talk when he wrote his book about the War of the White Roses, which got shortlisted for a Cricket Writers' Annual Prize. Patterson, that's left alone by Bushnell. He also wrote a book about Durham's rise and fall after the ECB relegated them. It was something like 3 trophies and a funeral, the title. If you go on the Cricket Society website, there's lots of events around the country. Vic Marks is going to be at Edgbaston, 25th of October. George de Bell, the cricket writer who's now writing for The Cricketer, who was with Cricinfo for years, he's going to be talking at the Union Jack Club in London on Monday the 3rd of October, so that'll be a good listen. Here's one for you, Dave. Some lad called Ash Thorpe. Chesley Street, Thursday the 3rd of November.
He's having a blather, is he? As Fletcher round the wicket to Maddinson, opens his shoulders and forces this through the offside. A real free flow of the arms from Maddinson, and he's away with his first boundary. Takes his score from 2 to 6, 94 for 4. Leaked a few, Fletcher. Gone for 38 runs already, but got a wicket.
So Ash Thorpe, the former Durham player who does commentaries with us and is now coaching at the Parkview Academy at the club. He will be talking on Thursday the 3rd of November at 7:30.
.94 for 4, Luke Fletcher. Bowls to Maddinson, that's a very elegant push up to Mullane at mid-off, there's no run.
Who's Brian O'Sullivan? Do you know that name? Thursday the 1st of December. Author of the biography of Norman O'Neill, Australia and New South Wales.
There you are then. You've answered your own question. Fletcher round the wicket. Bowls, Maddinson drops it on the leg side. A couple of fielders there, Ben Slater and Asiba Mead, the 2 openers, once again reunited, stood just a yard or 2 apart. Catching position, the wall they sometimes call it.
You mentioned Stephen Chalk, the cricket author.
Yes.
Is he with Fred Rumsey that night or not?
No.
Because he is doing a one with Fred Rumsey at Edgbaston on the 6th of December. Now that'll be good fun because Fred's very good crack.
Fletcher bowls to Maddinson, happy to defend.
Fred used to have I don't know if he still does, but he used to have a tour operators company, and they used to do cricket tours, and we went on one to Barbados and Antigua with him in 2004. And brilliant trip that, really good fun. So there's a few things there to keep people ticking over during the winter while they're trying to winter well.
Fletcher bowls, Maddinson shoulders arms this time, goes through to the keeper. Normally do birthdays, I haven't particularly got any Notts and Durham links, and I forgot yesterday to mention 2008 was, or yesterday in 2008 Durham celebrated the title win.
Yeah.
Should I mention that? And yesterday, 40 years ago, 1982, Eddie Hemmings took all 10 wickets in an innings, playing for a World 11 against the West Indies 11 at Sabina Park. This one's driven down the ground. Shot, says Martin Emerson. It was 4 runs. It was I called him Baz there. I don't like that. It was
Baz?
Brendan McCullum's birthday yesterday. He was 41.
And what happened on that day in 2008 when Durham celebrated their title win, David? What happened here? Can you remember?
No.
Well, Durham needed to go down to Canterbury and get maximum points and hope, against most of the hope, that Notts would lose against Hampshire. And I think Hampshire had already may have been relegated by then, and Hampshire came here and won. Durham won their game at Canterbury on the Saturday morning, and by that point Notts were in a spot of bother, so Durham set off on the team bus back up the motorway, and while they were travelling underneath the River Thames in the Dartford Tunnel, the last Nottinghamshire wicket fell. So as Durham departed Kent, Nottinghamshire was still going. As they arrived in Essex, they were the champions. In comes the bowler. This is left alone by Bushnell. Patterson bowling from the pavilion end. So they stopped, I think, at a pub on the outskirts of Peterborough and had a very merry day. And by the time they arrived at Chester Street late that night, with the camera crews and stuff waiting to greet them, there were a few of them who were what you might call tired and emotional, including the Colonel, from memory. But me and my wife, and at the time we only had Abigail, our first child. We drove up to stay with some friends in Eltham in South London near... Let's play back to the bowler by Bushnell. Yeah, so Eltham, you can get the train from Eltham down to Blackheath and then walk Blackheath Common across down to Greenwich, where the Cutty Sark is. So we went with them and we had an afternoon on the River Thames and celebrated Durham's triumph on the River Thames. And then the following year they won the title again, and they actually beat Notts to win it in 2009. Won it with about a week or two to go that season, and they went through that season unbeaten. 98 for 4, Patterson to Bushnell, that's left. That match against Notts that year when they won it in 2009, I was commentating on the entire game on my own, and there was a one-day match bolted onto the end of it, so I did 5 days with a really sore throat and a fever, and then crashed out in bed after that. And it keeps coming up on my timeline from that period on Facebook, and I ended up in bed for 10 days with swine flu. Halfway through this over, Patterson to Bushnell. Bushnell leaves that one as well. Mervin's emailed with another email called Atonement. Have you seen the film?
No.
It was a lot of it was filmed on Redcar Beach. The scenes, I think, was it Dunkirk they were trying to mirror? Good morning, Martin and Mr. Bracegirdle. I wonder if this will be the day of atonement for Maddinson. Thanks, Mervyn Hardy. I'm reading that out while knowing Bushnell's on strike, so Mervyn's curse can't strike again immediately. Patterson bowls, and it's another leave.
Yeah, they could get promotion today. I think it's possibly far-fetched to say they might win the County Championship Division 2 title today. They'd have to take an awful lot of wickets. They'd have to bowl Durham out twice in order to do that. But we know now that 5 more wickets would secure promotion. Durham are 98 for 4. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. Luke Fletcher dismissing Scott Borthwick. Decent catch at backward point by Seba Mead. And then the night watchman George Drissel chipped Dane Patterson to Stephen Mullaney. Durham are a man like David Beddingham. He used to play his club cricket not too far away from us here at Trent Bridge. He used to play for the Plumtree Club. He won't bat. He's dislocated a shoulder diving in the field yesterday. So Notts only need 9 wickets in this innings. And if they get those 9 wickets, yes, as you say, they'll have enough points guaranteed to secure promotion back to Division 1. End of the over. 100 comes up as a couple of runs garnered there. Bushnell on 10, Maddinson on 10, 101 for 4.
561 behind.
Yeah, David Beddingham's just sat down on the grass, down immediately down below us. Going to be Liam Patterson-White back into the attack. For the first time today. Yesterday, about 2 overs, 1 for 4.
I did send a text to Marcus to see if he wanted to come and join you on air, but my phone's just buzzed.
101 for 4. Is that because he doesn't want to join you on here?
Eh? Well,
interesting this to go to Liam Patterson-White this early on. Lots of -2 on the over 8, so they'll need to tidy that up a little bit, but presumably plenty of time to do that. The spinner is in, bowls to Bushnell, and he defends. There's no run. Wickets going down in the 23rd over and the 26th over this morning of the innings. We're now in the 31st. Patterson-White have a couple of pacers, bowls to Bushnell, and he defends once more. Patterson-White with slip and a short leg, bowls. Bushnell pushes it through the offside, and there's a single. I've not got a Nottinghamshire birthday today. I've got a very sad tale of a Nottinghamshire player who actually died on this day back in 1884. He was an England international, very famous Nottinghamshire player, Fred Morley. Quite a sad old tale. If you're up for it, I might give you a little burst. 102 for 4. He bowls to Maddinson, who's clipped this away for 4 through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from Nick Maddinson to go to 14. On this day in 1884, the passing of Fred Morley is one of cricket's saddest tales. The former Nottinghamshire left-arm quick sustained injuries whilst en route to tour Australia with England. The team ship was involved in a collision in Colombo, Ceylon as it was then, on the outbound journey. Morley sustained damage to his ribs from which he was unable to recover. Patterson-White bowls and Maddinson comes at him and hits him over the top, down the ground. Nice clean pick up. Did it carry? It did, all the way for 6. So he's obviously not intent on being tied down. Nick Maddinson might not be here for a long time, but he's here for a good time, and he's gone quickly from 10 to 20.
Have you seen that on a poster somewhere?
For 4. So poor old Fred, he damaged his ribs, he couldn't recover, came back to England, alienated from his family due to his deteriorating health and inability to bring in income. He lived in seclusion for the rest of his life, dying of congestion and dropsy, aged just 33. Poor old Fred. The next ball is defended deep in his crease. So
anyway, we hope you're having a great morning, folks.
I don't know what dropsy is, or congestion indeed, but he died of congestion and dropsy.
Lung condition, isn't it?
Alienated from his family because he could no longer bring in an income. Poor old Fred. Played for Nottinghamshire in England. Died on this day in 1884. 112 for 4. That was not the introduction to the day that...
I've Googled it, and it's come up with dropsy in fish. What on earth?
He died of congestion and dropsy. Stuart Broad's going to get a bowl.
It's an old-fashioned term for edema.
Right.
Which is a condition characterised by an excess of watery fluid collecting in the cavities or tissues of the body. So your body's not draining properly.
Well, he broke his ribs when the ship was in collision with another in Colombo Harbour.
Stuart Broad back into the attack. He was just warming up the previous over.
Poor old Fred.
Yeah, Stephen Chalky, you were mentioning earlier, he joined us on air. He might have joined us on air here. No, it was Worcester. He came to a game at Worcester, but it was about 4 or 5 years ago. He wrote the history of the first 125 years of the county championship, and he did say at the time, if you think the ECB are continuously messing around with the format now, it's basically been messed around with since its inception. Back in the day, there was only really 2 or 3 teams played. It was Notts against Surrey generally, and in comes Broad. That's left alone.
I've got a better one for on this day, thanks to Mrs. Moores, Karen Moores, Peter's good lady. Says, Dave, I've got one for you for on this day, because in 1988, Peter and myself were getting married just about this time. Many congratulations,
so
Karen.
The season had finished then, had it?
Well, it must have done. It must have done. If we see the gaffer later
on.
Well,
we need a picture. We need a picture of the wedding dress. It's quite high frills around the neckline.
Congratulations,
in those days,
Karen. I hope he spoils you this
Padded
evening.
shoulders. In comes Broad. This is flicked down towards fine leg for 1.
Or when the season's over, certainly not too far away. I'm sure he'll spoil her rotten. Many congratulations.
So hang on, that's 1988. What's that? 34 years?
Oh.
So what's your 34th wedding anniversary?
She must. I don't know. Cracky. Must have been a child, Karen. 34 years ago. 113 for 4 the score.
Well, I just started at South Tyneside College doing 6th form BTEC Business Studies and Business Spanish, of which I can't remember a word now.
Okay.
Yeah. Broad round the wicket to the left-handed Maddinson from the pavilion end. Maddinson plays it short along the floor to mid-wicket. No run there. It's picked up by Patterson White, it is, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
1988. What was going on in 1988 then?
Well, I'd served Queen and Country for 13 years by then. I spent the summer of 1988 in Germany for the European Championships. I was talking about that yesterday. Followed England around to Stuttgart, and where else did we go? Dusseldorf and Frankfurt.
Yeah. In comes the bowler. Is that when Ireland beat them?
Yeah, that was in Stuttgart. Yeah,
I remember watching that in my dad's flat in Clevedon. What else happened in '88?
Then they got hammered at Dusseldorf with a Marco van Basten hat trick, and then went to Frankfurt and were beaten by the Russians. It was always a thoroughly happy time.
Was that Van Basten one where he did that over the shoulder volley back over the keeper?
That was in the final against Russia.
Yeah,
that was the final of 1988.
I remember being on a boating holiday with my mates on the canals around Birmingham, and in comes Broad and bowls. This is defended, and I think one of the only things we could get on the television channel was Channel 4. And talking of Equinox, there used to be a science series on Channel 4 called Equinox, and in this particular episode they had this stuntman, and they're doing all kinds of things to this stuntman to see how he'd react, like getting him to drive through electrical fields, force fields and all kinds of things.
Got a sub-fielder on, Calvin Harrison down at long leg, so I don't know if Dane Patterson or Luke Fletcher's off the field. Can't see Fletch.
Brought in. Maddinson drives through the covers for 4 to the foot of the Fox Road stand. Is this a picture of the wedding outfit now coming?
I wouldn't have thought so.
End of the over, 117 for 4. Durham trail by 5-4-5.
Karen says she needs a medal for surviving 40 years in cricket. You do indeed.
Yeah.
117.
I wonder what it is for your 34th wedding anniversary.
They don't do one for absolutely every single year,
They do, don't they?
Do they?
I think so.
32
the modern
overs
gift to celebrate your 34th wedding anniversary is opal. There you are, good.
Oh, there you are, Karen.
Needs to go and find you a Vauxhall opal.
Nice necklace. Liam Patterson White bowling to Jonathan Bushnell, who defends Stays on 12 not out. Bright sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Thank you for joining us for closing stages of the 2022 season. Liam Patterson-White closing in on 50 wickets for the campaign.
Oh, hang on a minute. Somebody else claims it's amber. It's all these different manufacturers of gems are all claiming it's their gem on the 34th.
117 for 4. Next ball is hit down the ground and it's been spilled by Patterson-White. Bushnell charged at him, hit it on the full, and Liam Patterson-White went very, very quickly, couldn't hang on. Crikey, that was hit hard. Got both hands to it, very nearly deflected it onto the stumps. I think Nick Maddinson had kept his bat there, but crikey, that went hard. Next one is defended by Bushnell.
What was Bushnell thinking of there, though?
He was thinking of whacking it straight down the ground for 4 or 6, but he didn't get the elevation. Please, it's not done any damage. Doesn't seem to be ringing the fingers. Obviously got both hands to it. Otherwise that one might have hurt. Bowls one with a little bit of, just a little bit of gentle away movement, and Bushnell blocks it.
Is it Karen, did you say?
Good Mrs. Moores.
Mrs. Moores.
Next delivery is defended.
There'll be other websites, Mrs. Moores, but myweddinganniversary.com is where you need to look. They're suggesting opal. Meanwhile, the leading jewellery chain is suggesting opal as well. Somebody else suggesting amber.
He'll be all over it, Pete. He'll have sorted that out. No problem at all. There'll be flowers being delivered as we speak, I'm sure.
Whoa. Belgian chocolates. Don't want to leave them out in the sun, though. What about...
I'm not a fan of those. It's a Belgian chocolate. They're like clams, aren't they? You only often see them at Christmas. No, I'm not a great fan of those. Anyhow, let's...
what are those other things that come in shells? Oysters. 6 oysters, Tabasco sauce and diced pickled onion. You'll have to take you to Whitstable or West Mersey for your oysters. Brought in. Played up by Maddinson to mid-on.
There's still a little bit to be decided in Division 1 as well as in Division 2. And apparently all the talk is who's going down, Yorkshire or Warwickshire. Warwickshire need to win. So as a consequence, they declared early yesterday at 272 for 4. They've got Hampshire 42 for 2. There's got to be an awful lot of cricket. Well, that game's got to move forward very quickly for that game to produce a positive result, certainly in Warwickshire's favour, you'd imagine. And Yorkshire know they now need 241 to defeat Gloucestershire.
Broad around the wicket to Maddinson. That's played to mid-wicket. No run there. Picked up by Patterson-White. This partnership's worth 37 from 50 balls.
You'd imagine that'd be over today, one way or another, at Headingley. Yorkshire set to score 2-4-1. They're between innings now, Gloucestershire having just been bowled out. So Warwickshire could, if Yorkshire don't make that 2-4-1, if they're bowled out, then Warwickshire could really throw the dice tomorrow, give it everything, and perhaps send Yorkshire down. But if Yorkshire win today, chasing 2-4-1, then Bob's your uncle.
In comes the bowler, and that's gone down the leg side.
The Division 2 scores that Nottinghamshire supporters would have been focusing on. Sussex 154 for 4 at Hove. Glamorgan, remember, made 533, and Middlesex are 199 for 3. So they're only 26 behind Worcestershire's all-out score of 225.
Brought in. Maddinson forward to this one, pushes the ball out into the offside, no run there. Simon Calder, the travel writer, who seems to be the only travel writer in the world whenever it comes to appearing on the news. Eurostar has cut the number of seats by 30% and is pushing up fares.
He's always at Heathrow or Gatwick or well, one of the airports, isn't he? Just for effect. Here I am at an airport.
Yeah. In comes Broad. That's played past square leg for 1 run to Maddinson. Patterson White fields it.
Real old shame about, we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? The Doncaster airport closing. Awful lot of people that are going to be affected and potentially out of work.
What's happened there then? Because Teesside Airport got into trouble a few years ago, but it was losing routes and there was very few services out of there.
Probably just losing so much money, it's not sustainable, not viable for it to continue in the present form, so they're closing it.
Must have taken a massive hit in COVID times. I remember just before lockdown came and the chief executive of Edinburgh Airport was on the news. There's broad balls to Bushnell. He flicks that away along the floor to mid-wicket for 1. Hamid fields it in front of the Fox Road stand. And he said, we're closing the airport. And initially I was thinking, well, lockdown will be coming, but it won't last long. And he said that he didn't expect to see another plane land at Edinburgh for at least 3 months. And I was like, really? And then that's more or less what happened, wasn't it? When we came here in the lockdown season of 2020 for that Bob Willis Trophy, it was the final match. And we were watching planes circling us and coming into East Midlands Airport, and they were all transport flights. What do you call them? Haulage flights.
Yeah. There's Patterson White continuing, bowling to Jonathan Bushnell, who cuts this into the offside for a single. He'll move to 14, 120 for 4. Of course, those Bob Willis Trophy games, it was August, wasn't it? By then it was just about starting to
was anybody in the ground for those matches?
No, there weren't. No, just us two, and we were kept as far apart from each other as we could be, which was great.
Yeah, I was in Kegworth. Couldn't see any of the cricket from there, but
Patterson White over the wicket to the left-handed Maddinson. Played very nicely indeed. Moves on to 26 now. Where is he? He's 1 behind Scott Borthwick, who made 27. Bushnell 14. Still
didn't
to
they?
Come. Benjamin Rain, Potts and Gibson.
They played the Bob Willis Trophy first, then the T20 afterwards.
They played 4 of the 5 Bob Willis Trophy games, then played the Blast. Next ball dropped on the leg side, and there's no run, fielded by Lyndon James. Played the final championship game, or the final Bob Willis Trophy game. Then they played the Blast finals day. Then they had the Bob Willis Trophy.
Was that when it rained? Were you there when it rained, or was that last year?
Yeah, that was the finals day with nobody there when it rained. We were rained off, no play at all on the Saturday, and curtailed, shortened games on the Sunday. 121 for 4. Liam Patterson White bowling to Bushnell. Worked. I was just going to say, Ben Slater could not be any closer, could he?
It's hit him, didn't it?
It's been worked away. It wasn't a chance, but it hit Slater, who's so close there. He's could almost touch the heels of Jonathan Bushnell. Close in at short leg. 121 for 4. Durham, they began the day on 53 for 2 after 16.2 overs. So we've had 18.4 overs, I think, or 17.4.
Sussex have lost wickets. They're 157 for 6 against Glamorgan, who made 533 for 9 and declared at Hove.
Yes, I think Glamorgan will win that one. There's going to be a little bit of pressure on Middlesex. They're doing nicely themselves.
Broad in, edged and along the floor, stopped at first slip. It bounced before it reached first slip, and it was Joe Clark who got a hand on it. Thought it was going to race away for 4, actually. Clark's hurt his hand.
I think it was a genuine nick, an involuntary nick.
Yeah. David says, when you mentioned stuntmen, it reminded me of a toy I had when I was a youngster. Oh, Evel Knievel, yeah, everybody had that. Wound him up on a plastic base, and then he would fire off and do wheelies with stars and stripes. Normally crash into the skirting board, wouldn't it? An action man on a motorbike. It was, I think, wasn't there an Evel Knievel thing where you could fire him and he would go and do loop-the-loop on this plastic loopy thing?
I don't know.
Well, it worked on the telly, but I doubt it worked in real life. Brought into Maddinson. Maddinson defends off stump. Mervin's been back on, but his email's bat size. How long will it take the ECB to decide what is going to happen to Durham concerning the bat size? It's been measured with a bat gauge. Is it too big or not? Why can't they make a decision? I'll email them. Yeah, I was going to email them today and I forgot all about that actually.
He's absolutely right, Bernard, isn't he?
Yeah.
You'd think that could be something that could be sorted out. Mervyn, beg your pardon. That could be something that could be sorted out there and then. You know, the umpires have said this, this, and this. Hand it over to the match referee, get it in the report, send it in, and okay, they've committed an offence. 3 points, 1 point, dock 'em a point, whatever it is.
Keeper takes this one.
It's not the most heinous crime, is it? Wasn't as if...
Well, Nick Maddinson said he'd used the bat before in a game against Sussex, and on that occasion the umpire had taken it off and put it through the bat gauge and it fit. And then on this occasion down at Derby it didn't. So we were wondering, it was a very humid week, it was very wet, but quite a lot of thunderstorms around. We wouldn't have the bat swelled in the damp.
There's no attempt to gain an advantage, is there?
In comes Broad, that's defended, and it was the hump on the back where it's V-shaped, and that was where the gauge wouldn't fit across.
Of course, we don't know. They might, Durham might have received some communication. Do you wish to, A, B, or C, take your punishment, or or attend for a?
The match referee was Mike Smith, and they had to go and have a meeting with him and state their. They said, look, this bat's been used before. It was fine then. Maybe the V isn't perfectly in line, and it just veers off shape a little bit.
Is the match referee for this one actually, Mike Smith?
Brought in again. Maddinson plays at this short point, no run.
Former Gloucestershire seamer who played one test match for England back in the day. 121 for 4. Tom Moore's the keeper. In deep conversation with Joe Clark. Matthew Montgomery is at second slip, staring intently towards Nick Maddinson. Lyndon James at point, Seba Mead in the covers, Luke Fletcher at mid-off. Sun glinting off the stickers on the back of Maddinson's bat as he just deflects this onto the leg side. Dane Patterson will field. Another run to the Australian, who becomes joint top scorer in the innings now with 27. 122 for 4 Durham. In response to that huge total that Notts put on the board over the first 2 days. And quite astonishing, really, that a lot of cricket has been played since 1928, and Nottinghamshire have never before had 4 centurions in an innings since then, and we were here to see it. Do you feel privileged, Martin, to be here to see it? Something that's not happened since 1928.
Oh, thrilled, yeah.
Thank you.
You weren't even there for that one, were you?
No, I was shopping that week.
Yeah. Whoa, where's that gone? I've lost sight of it. Where is it? Oof, it's hit something. I never saw that from the moment I left the bat there.
I can see where it's landed.
It's gone in the Fox
I can see the gentleman that's thrown it back, but ambitiously somebody shouted catch. Big 6 over mid-wicket by Nick Maddinson, his second maximum. He's gone to 33. Ball being shown to the umpire just to check that there wasn't any damage. No, fine, get on with it. So Liam Patterson-White, I think, is going to go round the wicket, but he can't go round the wicket because Jonathan Bushnell stood there. Now he goes back over the wicket. Stuart Broad, I think, says, no, come back over the wicket. Balls again, and Maddinson goes again, and he's got hold of it again, and this over started 6-6.
Gone over the roof.
Ben Stokes like, that's a big one. Yeah, there's nobody particularly rushing to throw that one back. I don't know where it landed.
Well, it went onto the roof, and it somehow dropped back down.
Have they got it back?
You know, this the walkway halfway up the stand, it's ended up dropping down onto there.
134 for 4, 6-6 to start the over.
Got to be careful here that he isn't overly ambitious and gets himself caught out edging.
So Liam Patterson-White says to Stewart, yeah, I know it was your idea for me to go over, but I'm going to go round. Bowls again to Maddinson. Oh, he's blocked it. Boo!
Hamid's going to stand in the stand. He's going to field it deep mid-wicket in row 10.
Stephen Mullaney's loosening up at slip. There's LPW in again to bowl to Nick with no K. And he gets a single. Moves to 40, 135 for 4. He is.
You don't often see Nick without a K, do you? I can't really think of any others, can you?
No, I was going to say he is Nicholas, presumably, and Nicholas doesn't have a K in it, does it? But whenever I see his name spelled, he's always just NIC. Sounds like a concert venue, but it's not. 135 for 4. Bushnell on strike on 14. Looks in the mood, doesn't he, Nick Maddinson? Gone to 40 from 40. With 3 big blows over the ropes. Nick's delivery is just defended. And that's the end of Liam Patterson-White's 6th over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Odd sort of figures. He's obviously been asked to have a little bit of a breather because everybody's just come over and patted him on the back as if to say, there, don't worry about it, you'll be back soon.
There's a singer on SoundCloud called Nick without a K. Listen to tracks.
That's his name, Nick without a K.
Yeah.
You're saying it hasn't got a K, or he calls himself Nick without a K?
Well, I've searched Nick without a K and it's come up with Nick without a K on SoundCloud.
Oh.
Listen to the tracks.
Oh.
Albums, playlists and whatnot. Yeah, it must be Nicholas, mustn't it, short for... Nick Kyrgios, the tennis player, is that with a C or a K?
Oh, I don't know. There's lots of...
You've done tennis
There's
commentaries,
lots of
haven't
Y's and G's and things.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I have enough on with Kyrgios without the Nick part of it.
Umpires are looking at this ball which has been smashed into the stand more times than enough. It's probably gone triangular now. Are they going to change the ball? Or are they happy with it? No, get on with it, they say. What are you doing, Dave?
I'm just trying to read this without
the sunshine.
the reflection of the sun on it. Yeah, thanks to Mike, who's... I'll have a look later, Mike. He sent me a link to the Guardian cricket piece. It just says, very much enjoying listening. Thank you, Mike. I'll have a look later.
Is that Jonathan Leo's piece?
I don't know. I've not clicked on it.
It's gone down the leg side. It's if it is, I read it yesterday and it's been tweeted numerous times by varying other cricket writers. It is a very good piece.
About the county schedule, no doubt.
Yeah, and basically this theory that England have to win at all costs. Nick Potas, says Davy Fennick.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, now then. What's his nickname?
Don't know.
Skeg?
Skeg? Do you know what a skeg is? Brought in, bowls, edged and gone. First slip taken the catch, Joe Clark. That's the end of Maddinson. And after all of the gung-ho antics from him with the 6s into the stand, that was a really tame dismissal. And Durham 5 down, effectively 6 down, 133 for 6 really. They trail by 527.
Nothing Stuart Broad likes more than dismissing an Australian. Nick Maddinson with a C. The board says it was caught and bowl Broad. It wasn't caught and bowl Broad. It was caught by Joe Clark at first slip for 40. Batted for exactly an hour. Faced 42 balls, 4 4s and 3 6s. Now it's changed. There we are. Caught Clark. 135 for 5.
Partnership was 55. Durham's best, but needed a lot more.
As Martin says, it was a relatively tame dismissal. Just pushed at it fairly gently and almost guided it, catching practice like, into the hands of Joe Clark. It is Stuart Broad's 896th first class wicket as this game moves on. I wonder if there'll be 4 more in it for Stuart Broad and that 900. Here's a fella that you don't often see him coming in as low as number 7 in the order. There is a reason, of course, because there's been a night watchman for Durham, but Chris Benjamin on his way out to the middle. He's a very fine and prodigious hitter in white ball cricket, not had all that many opportunities in red ball cricket, and hence Warwickshire let him go out on loan to Durham. Comes in, touches gloves with Jonathan Bushnell, finds himself 135 for 5 and potentially 4 balls to face in this Stuart Broad over. So the right-handed Benjamin to face his first ball. 2 slips in there.
Broad in, Benjamin plays and misses. Gone to the keeper. It's 12 o'clock, we'll have to go next door.
Martin off to update the listeners in the northeast. Lunch today scheduled for 12:35. No, don't ask, folks, don't ask. They're just making up some of the overs that we've lost yesterday, when we were in turn making up some overs that we'd lost on the first day. But just 5 minutes tagged onto each session today as Broad bowls a ball that Benjamin leaves alone. Everybody giving the impression that it was fairly close. Didn't look it from here. Update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Broad bowls. Benjamin again happy to have a little bit of a look at Stuart Broad if he can. So Notts require 4 more wickets to curtail this Durham first innings. And in so doing, they'll have enough bonus points to guarantee promotion. Broad bowls, hit by Benjamin, a little bit of force, a couple of bounces up to Fletcher at mid-on. Yeah, so far so good for Nottinghamshire this morning. Durham were 2 wickets down overnight. If Notts can bowl them out essentially in the first innings in less than 110 overs, they are going to at least get enough points today to guarantee promotion back to Division 1. They'll have a little bit more work to do. Probably need to go on and win the game to secure that Division 2 title, but promotion, of course, the first aim. 2 of the 3 wickets that have gone down today to Stuart Broad, including Nick Maddinson. The over just finished saw the end of Maddinson just pushed at Broad, and Joe Clark took the catch at first slip. That was after the Australian had got after Liam Patterson-White, had hit him away for 3 big sixes in his 40. The other wicket today was taken by Dane Patterson. Durham are 135 for 5. Make that now 139 for 5 as Bushnell clips this through the leg side. Liam Patterson-White, perhaps with the departure of Nick Maddinson, given another over. It seemed like he was coming out of the attack at the end of the previous one. 1 or 2 players came up and put an arm round him. It seemed as if Stephen Maladian said, we'll try something different, but the end of Maddinson has given him another over. Bushnell pushes this, trying to find the gap in the offside, but a diving stop from Hamid prevents a run. Wringing his fingers a little bit as Seba Mead. Patterson-White bowls. This one's steered to Luke Fletcher, who makes his way round from backward point to stop the ball. Fires it back in to Liam Patterson-White, now he's left ringing his fingers. It's a game where we've seen a fair amount of damage to the players. 139 for 5. The next one is allowed to pass through into the gloves of Tom Moores. Didn't get a bat yesterday. He must have been with his pads on for several hours whilst that double century partnership between Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James took place. Next ball is eventually pushed for a run through the offside. 140 for 5. 2 balls left in this over. Sussex now 170 for 6 against Glamorgan at Hove, and Middlesex have the lead by 1 run over Worcestershire at New Road. They're 226 for 4. Final ball of this 39th over. Turn onto the leg side and caught by Slater, and that's a good sharp catch, and Chris Benjamin has to go for naught. Terrific catch by Slater, just a yard or so away from the bat. At short leg, Benjamin turned him away, and Slater, maybe with a little bit of a bobble, yeah, it was bobbled initially, and then he grabbed it at the second time of asking, and that is a second bowling bonus point to Notts. They need 3 more wickets to secure promotion, and Liam Patterson-White's got his 2nd wicket of the innings just when it looked like he'd been brought out of the attack. The board says, oh, they're having a shocker up there today, and it's not Matthew Montgomery, I'm sure. It's Ben Slater under the lid with the catch, and it is 140 for 6. Need to just check on that. Thought it was Ben Slater. Might not have been, actually. Slater doesn't seem to have the pads on, so I'll take that back. Apologies if it is Matthew Montgomery, but it's a good sharp catch. I'll clarify it for you in just a second. Ben Rain is the new man on his way to the middle, but Liam Patterson-White has got his 2nd wicket of the innings.
So was it Montgomery then?
Just have a little look there. It is the end of the over.
Montgomery.
Yeah, Matthew Montgomery it was. I beg your pardon. Been singing the praises of Ben Slater, who's normally in there. And it's Matthew Montgomery who has taken the catch. There was just something about the fact that it was a lot closer than I normally associate Ben Slater with. I mentioned in the previous over, very, very close, and that's why it wasn't Ben Slater, it was Matthew Montgomery. What a game he's had. Jonathan Bushnell, I beg your pardon, Chris Benjamin it was, out without scoring. So Bushnell on 19, been joined by Ben Rain, and here's Stuart Broad, and here's Martin.
140 for 6, defended by Bushnell. 522 behind they are now, and they've just continued to crumble today. They need big partnerships. They've had 1 over 50, and that ended with Maddinson went for 40. Partnerships in this innings so far: 11, 24, 39, 7, 55 and 5. In contrast, Nottinghamshire 40, 180, 48, 161 and 224. So the lack of experience in this Durham team, particularly with the ball, has come to show. They've got 3 in catching position, short on the leg side here for Bushnell, and 1 close in on the offside as Broad comes over the stumps and bowls. It's defended on off stump and chased across the field by Slater, who's fielding in short extra cover. Broad in and bowls, edged by Bushnell, didn't quite carry to second slip, it bounced just in front of second slip, and it's Rackton on the hand as well. That's Matthew Montgomery. Just bounced just in front of him and hit the sort of thumb wrist area. Well, at this rate, I would imagine Durham will be following on at some point in the afternoon. Whether it'll be an hour or two or in the near future remains to be seen, but it's looking the more likely outcome at the moment. In comes Broad, defended by Bushnell, goes short on the leg side.
Field becoming more and more intimidating, isn't it? There's 2 slips, but then in front of the bat, 3 on the leg side in catching positions and 1 on the offside.
.140 for 6. Broad in. Bushnell turns that past square leg and it's away down to long leg. Stopped on the boundary for 2. I don't know where the ball had gone there. I saw the fielder, but then Patterson cut it off, but then he seemed to be lying towards the ropes. He stood up. I don't think he knew where it had gone initially.
Yeah, he was laid on top of it. It was a good stop, nice and clean. They got back for 2. Really good challenge this for Jonathan Bushnell. He'll be concentrating and focusing like mad, but if he can come through it, he'll, I'm sure, look back on it a little bit of pride and enjoyment. Facing Broad with his tail up.
Broad in. Well, he tries to leave this one and it comes off the bottom of the bat and bounces across towards Montgomery at second slip.
So Broad 12 overs, 2 for 31. Patterson wide was it for those 3 sixes by Nick Maddinson. He's 7 overs, 2 for 35. Suzanne says that one was a great catch, Dave. Gosh, they're putting the effort in today. Love them to go up as champions.
Got it the second attempt, didn't he?
Yeah, definite bobble. Tony says, I wish I was there for when it happens. Should never have been in Division 2 in the first place.
Well,
for
they
6.
were there by rights because they never won a match for a year, did they? We've got a big black cloud right in front of us now, and then lots of fluffy clouds and blue sky. It's almost the Simpsons opening credits.
Yeah, it'll blow away, I'm sure. LPW into Ben Rain. First ball he's faced is a forward defensive press, and there's no run.
It's not forecast to rain today, is it?
No.
I wonder where these have all drifted down from. They're all got dark bottoms on them.
Next delivery is worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. Should really have looked a little closer at short leg. I did point out that he was exceptionally close, but it is normally Slater in there, and it's not. It's Montgomery. First time we've seen him with the helmet on. 142 for 6. Might get the job for keeps now, having taken that catch. Patterson White has 48 wickets for the season for Notts in the 2 competitions he's played in. 37 in the Championship and 11 got in the Royal London. Missed a few matches when he was away on Lions duty. Ben Rain on strike. Next one's just hit to mid-on, no run. Joe Clark unusually away from the close catches. Lunch in around about 20 minutes time at 12:35, 142 for 6 at the end of the over. It's quite handy for everybody, I think, that likes to have their lunch on time. The fact that we know that Durham will only be 9 wickets down, because normally if you're 9 wickets down at lunch you have to play on for another half an hour. Well, in this circumstance, if Durham are 9 wickets down, they'll go off anyway. It seems, we're told that David Beddingham won't bat. Still going to be Broad to continue. 142 for 6. I think he'll be enjoying his battle with Jonathan Bushnell here.
Oh, it's quite an impressive looking sky, that. I've just taken a picture of it. Broad still has that wall on the leg side of fielders as he comes in and bowls to Bushnell. Bushnell plays this one off into the ground on the offside. It's picked up by Slater, who next week will be in Las Vegas cashing in his chips, no doubt.
He was up here with us yesterday morning, telling us all about it.
Craig Lang says next season is a new start and hopefully a better season for Durham. Got a backward square leg, a forward square leg, 2 catching and short mid-wicket, short cover, 2 slips. And Fletcher is standing at mid-off, so there's a line of fielders angling across the square there. Bushnell leaves that one. It wasn't anywhere near the stumps, I don't think. It angled a long way across afterwards, but the keeper spilled it as well.
Decent effort to get it to move that much. Ben Rain's gone down, had a word with the youngster.
I think from Broad's point of view, he thought it was a lot closer than it looked as I was watching it, but he had that look where his hands were clamped on his chin, a bit like the day when Ben Stokes took that incredible catch. Was that on this ground?
Yeah.
In the slips?
Yeah.
The ball was behind him.
That was part of his 8 for 15.
Comes in and bowls again, played by Bushnell, into the floor, short on the leg side, and it's picked up in there. Whose number was... Did I see a number 43 there or not? Who's to the left of Hamid? Is that Montgomery?
45, Lyndon James.
Ah, Lyndon James, right, 45. I didn't see correctly then. Bushnell waits as Broad comes in. Turned to fine leg. Patterson White's there, close in. Be inside the discs and a one there, and he stops that one. 12:18 at the time. What was lunch? 12:35.
Yeah. Like 10 of the Notts team are not on speaking terms with Dane Patterson. You almost throw a blanket on the 10 of them, and Patterson's down at long leg all on his own.
Broad in again. Bushnell turns it to Hamid at forward square leg. That was just a straightforward defensive shot from... I'm watching this through my binoculars. There's a lot of killology going on here.
He kept a whisker low. That's why they're doing the gardening now. I think he thought it was underneath. Went down on his haunches, almost doing a bit of a John Cleese there, a Basil Fawlty. Thought he'd got him.
Hope he doesn't start hitting him with a tree branch.
Got the beeping. It's one of those machines reversing.
Building site, is it? Broad bowls. Bushnell plays the ball to short extra cover to Slater. Maiden over. I wonder what kind of driving test you have to do to learn how to drive an extendable arm cherry picker. Can you drive it from the controls up there, or does somebody have to drive it on the bottom?
I honestly don't know. It won't be anything that I ever need to know either, really.
Oh, you never know. You maybe just don't know it yet.
I feel uncomfortably close here, and on the other side of the ground, 200 yards away from it, but those cranes hauling giant blocks of metal up in the air as the construction goes on. Nice looking push through the offside by Ben Rain, gets his innings up and running. Stuart Broad running after it with The weary look of, there's a groan down below as he just goes out of sight. Got to the ball as it just touched the rope, and it's 4 runs. The last thing Stuart Broad wanted, having given his all in that last over. Long chase out to the boundary. Ben Rain has 4. Durham 146 for 6. Began the day 53 for 2. They lost Scott Borthwick for 27, George Drissel for 16, Nick Maddinson for 40, and then Chris Benjamin without scoring. There's Liam Patterson-White, who's got 2 of the 6 wickets, bowls to Rain. The left-hander happy to defend. Patterson-White in again. Rain takes a step back towards his stumps and pushes it back to the bowler. So we go for lunch at 12:35. Play will resume at 1:15. 5 minutes later than normal. This one's pushed out to Lyndon James in the covers. And again, just another shout on the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. The first meeting of the winter, Thursday the 20th of October, 7 o'clock. Liam Patterson-White, who's bowling now, will be the guest on 46 for 6. I don't know if he's got a prepared speech to give, or he's just taking questions from the floor. But very engaging, entertaining young man, really is. 146 for 6 as he ends that over. 9 overs, 2 for 39 to LPW. Got rid of Sean Dixon yesterday for 20 after Liam Travaskis had fallen to Broad for 6. This morning, each of them have picked up another wicket. Wickets also for Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Broad lined up for another one. So Bushnell on strike, still this far from conventional field. He's got to be careful. If he hits it in the air, there's about 8 of them waiting for it. He doesn't. He plays this one down into the ground. Not gone round the scoreboards for a while. Somerset now in their second innings at Canterbury. They're 12 for 1, trailing Kent by 278. Kent made 492. Lancashire made 512. Surrey 202 for 9. The champions. They may be asked to follow on there at Old Trafford. At Wantage Road, Northants 107 for 5, replying to Essex's 263. As Broad bowls now, good delivery, which comes back again past the stumps. It deviates a long way. Good take by Tom Moores, moving to his left. At Headingley, Warwickshire, after that 272 for 4 declaration last night, now have Hampshire 92 for 5, so that's an interesting one. The game moving forward, and Yorkshire been asked to score 241 to defeat Gloucestershire. They've lost a wicket already. They're 16 for 1. That at Headingley. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app. 146 for 6 here. Stuart Broad bowls to Jonathan Bushnell on 21. Deflects this down to Dane Patterson to move to 22, and it's 147 for 6. And that'll bring Ben Rain, I think, for the first time down to face Stuart Broad, so he'll be taking guard right now, and does. 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. Stephen Mullaney just checking with his bowler. Exactly what he wants for the left-hander. The 2 slips stay in there, Clark and Montgomery. Still moving fielders around. Dane Patterson's crossed over from long leg to long leg. Again, 2 shortish mid-wickets in a catching position. eventually we're ready. Halfway through the 44th over, Broad to bowl to Ben Rain. Pushes this perfectly correctly and competently up to Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run. 147 for 6. Stuart Broad into his 14th over. Closing in on 900 first-class wickets. Comes again to bowl to Ben Rain and leaves this one alone. That one just died in front of Tom Moore. Was able to stop it and bobbled away to Joe Clark, who throws it straight away to Liam Patterson-White to give it a bit of a polish. At Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket, if you'd like to get in touch. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to say hello and to say how much they've enjoyed the commentaries through the years. I know for some of you aren't able to get to the games, or as many games as you'd wish. The live stream and the commentaries have been hugely beneficial. As Broad bowls to Rain, who had a little bit of a push at that one, I think, and he was slightly off balance because as it went past him, then he immediately put his left leg back inside his crease for fear of being stumped. Of course, it wasn't going to be. Tom Moore's standing well back, but a decent over again from Broad, who's got figures of 2 for 32 from 14 overs, 147 for 6. Probably have 2 overs to go until lunch. 3 if they hurry round. Bushnell 22, Rain 4. This partnership just worth 7. Nottinghamshire requiring 3 more wickets. That will give them the 8 bonus points from this game that they'd need to be out of reach of Glamorgan.
Patterson-White left arm round from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling here to Bushnell. Just played back safely. Comes in again. Bushnell again defends. Bowler back in. Bushnell forward, plays it back to him along the floor. I thought Bushnell hadn't faced many deliveries from Patterson-White, but it's actually 23. He's got 7 runs from him. This is cut out to the cover area for 1.
He's played nicely, hasn't he, Jonathan Bushnell? He had a bit of a life when he drilled one straight back to the spinner. Couldn't hang on. He hadn't got too many then.
Rain facing Patterson-White now, drives the ball back past him. The bowler dives and gets a hand on it, but it races down behind the stumps towards the boundary. It's cut off eventually by Clark, 1 run.
Lancashire have dismissed the champions Surrey, who are more than 300 behind. I'm sure they'll be asked to follow on at Old Trafford.
This is turned by Bushnell out through mid-wicket, and he'll get 2 here.
Are they undefeated, Surrey, or?
I don't know.
I'll have a little look.
2 runs.
Could well be that, yeah.
150 up for Durham, 151 for 6.
Surrey, the champions, have won 8 and drawn 5 of their first 13. They're undefeated, but they're up against it. Almost certainly being asked to follow on at Old Trafford with the title already won. So make it 12:30. Might squeeze 2 overs in. Notts have got 6 of the 9 wickets they require. Durham are a man short after David Beddingham picked up a nasty shoulder injury yesterday, dislocated it, had to be popped back in, but we understand he won't bat, so that aids Notts a little bit. They only need 9 wickets to bowl Durham out, and if Notts do that in this first innings, they will have enough points to be sufficiently far ahead of third place Glamorgan to guarantee promotion, if all that makes sense. Lunch today is at 12:35, so we've probably got time for 2 more overs here. Notts have had a good morning. They've picked up 4 wickets, including second ones for both Liam Patterson-White and Stuart Broad. Durham currently 151 for 6. So Dane Patterson started a new over. We've had perhaps, weather-wise, the best session of the game. We've had periods of blue sky, but this has almost been constant blue sky with a bit of fluffy cloud and a little bit of warmth in it throughout, haven't we?
It's nice. Like a summer's day. Patterson round the wicket, that's driven by Rain, and a diving stop by Broad at wide mid-off. I think had Broad not got a hand on that, that would have been away for 4.
It's close to the spot where Beddingham dived yesterday, wasn't it? I can imagine this is the sort of scrap that Ben Rain would relish.
Patterson in. Tries to York Rain. Rain jabs his bat down on that one and digs it out.
So just Matt Potts and Ollie Gibson to come.
.511 the deficit at the moment. In comes Patterson, that's left by Rain, and then angles across towards the leg side after it's gone past the stumps.
Of course, Stephen Mullaney will know that with so many runs on the board, there would be only one way that Notts would go, and that would be to enforce the follow-on, were they to bowl Durham out today, and that would mean a full day of bowling. So he's got to handle his quicks with that in mind.
Patterson bowls, driven by Rain. It's past point for 4. It was wide of Lyndon James.
That's 100 runs in the session, 100 for 4 Durham this morning. One ball left. I think there's about 90 seconds to go before 12:35. Close enough, isn't it? Take him off umpire.
A few bolts just going in there into the steel work. 155 for 6. Patterson to Rain. Rain taps that through mid-wicket. A diving stop by Slater. 2 men in there. That is the end of the over. I'm presuming the looking at this, there's about 5 stories, is it? 1, 2, about 5 stories, and then there's 2 higher bits on either side. So I'm wondering if they may be the lift shafts. Do you reckon?
Could well be. No idea. Don't know. Don't know. I just know that if we're fortunate enough to be able to come back again next year, it will be a very different view. I'm sure they'll have built it all by then. We're not going to get one more over in. I mean, it's 12:35 now. There's Patterson-White bowling, so we'll probably go off 3 minutes or so after the allotted time. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. 155 for 6. Bushnell's defended the first delivery of the 6. He's on 25. Faced 65 deliveries. Pushes this straight to Ameed at cover, and they're all ready for a bit of lunch because Ameed's lobbed the ball straight back to the bowler. Jonathan Bushnell obviously isn't ready for his lunch yet because he Went walkabout, now he's back there. Blocks this one. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if this was 6 dot balls. And they'll troop off with that lunch score of 155 for 6. Notts have had a habit though of picking up wickets in the final over of sessions this season. It's a nice habit to have. 4th ball is pushed back to the bowler though. Sends you off with a little bit of a spring in your step. Wickets have been shared around this morning as Bushnell defends. Borthwick was dismissed by Luke Fletcher for 27. George Drissel dismissed by Dane Patterson for 16. Nick Maddinson dismissed by Broad for 40. And Chris Benjamin dismissed by Patterson White without scoring. Bushnell defends, so it is a maiden. He's 25 not out. Ben Rain is 9 not out, and Durham will go to lunch on 155 for 6 after 47 overs. That's still a deficit of 507 runs. Thanks for being with us this morning. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back just after 1:15 for the resumption of play. And I hope you'll join Martin and myself then. Durham at lunch, 155 for 6. 6 down at lunch. A man light with David Bedingham unable to bat today after dislocating his shoulder yesterday. And Nottinghamshire very much on top in this particular contest. 662 for 5 declared yesterday. Durham in response 155 for 6. But Jonathan Bushnell's played very nicely this morning. He's had Ben Rain for company the latter part of the session. Bushnell's on 25. Dane Patterson's going to get us underway at the start of this afternoon session, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Rain. And we're underway again with the first ball going through to Tom Moore. So essentially not require 3 wickets to not only bowl Durham out in the first innings, but provided they do it, and you'd say there's probably a good likelihood that they'll do it before the 110th over. We're only in the 48th. Provided they can get these next 3 wickets, they will secure promotion back to Division 1. So potentially a big afternoon ahead for Nottinghamshire. Are they able to enforce the follow-on? They can look towards perhaps going on and winning the match. But those thoughts have got to be put to one side as Rain eases this. I say eases it out on the offside. He didn't. The ball virtually stuck down on the ground by his toe end. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. Mr. Emerson has slid in alongside me for the early part of the session. Well, presumably for all the session.
Part of the session.
Boot you out in a minute. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely day.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Wouldn't mind sitting outside. Heard some people complaining it's a bit too warm outside.
Dane Patterson bowls. Oh, strikes Rain on the pad, and there's one of them. Ben Rain has to go. Might have kept a whisker low, but hit him flush on the pads, and from round the wicket angling in. Ben Rain was not going anywhere, trapped on the crease, and looked fairly adjacent, and Ben Rain has to go in the first over of the restart, and he's out for 9. And Durham are 155 for 7, and Dane Patterson with his second wicket of the innings.
Didn't add to their lunch score there, did they?
No.
So they trail by 507 still. At the end of the 2006 season, which was one of the highest scores Durham conceded at Yorkshire, they were following on, and I think 2 of the players managed to get big hundreds in the second innings. Gary Park was one of them, and maybe Phil Mustard as well, and they managed to avoid an innings defeat at Yorkshire. They held on the final day of the season and managed to stay up by half a point, and it was Notts who went down instead. But from memory, Durham had 11 players on the field then. Matty Potts is the new man. I thought they would have showed more resistance in this, despite the fact David Bedingham can't bat.
I think Notts have bowled well today. They've been able
but
to
Notts scored 660 odd on this ground yesterday.
They've been able to bowl
They're running through Durham for the second time this year, rather cheaply, and it's exceedingly one-sided again.
Been a different in the attacks as well. I think there was not a lot of support for Ben Rain and Matt Potts. Lots have kept the pressure on. They need 2 more wickets. Matty Potts on his way out to the middle. That was just the 3rd ball of the afternoon session. There's only Ollie Gibson to come. 155 for 7. So Potts takes guard, looks round. Field of 2 slips, a deepish gully, 2 close catching mid wickets. Patterson in, bowls to the England man who guides this out, and Mullaney does the fielding. Did he have much of a time with England with the bat? Has he
Potts?
Has he gone around and made a contribution of sorts for England?
I've not really seen any England cricket this year, to tell you the truth.
All have been good experience, whatever he's had. Facing some of the best in the world. certainly faced some South African bowlers, and now he's facing another one as Patterson bowls to him, and he's pushed. He's held his line in truth, and the ball was just not close enough to it to kiss the outside edge as it goes through to Tom Moores. So Notts picked up 5 wickets today. Durham 53 for 2 overnight. They lost Borthwick for 27, Drissell the night watchman for 16, Maddinson for 40. Chris Benjamin didn't get off the mark, and Ben Rain has now gone for 9. Patterson from the pavilion end. Final ball of the over. This one's jagged back. I don't think there's an awful lot riding in favour of Dane Patterson there. Whether it was inside edge or not, I think it was probably going down and going over too high, but it begins with a wicket maiden, and Dane Patterson 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28. Been right back on it today. Dane Patterson, the ideal support for Fletcher and Broad, and the spin of Liam Patterson-White. Applause from the Fox Road side of the ground as Dane Patterson makes his way out there to field. Very much enjoyed his performances over the couple of years he's been with Notts.
I'm just doing an update if you want to.
There's LPW bowling at the start of his afternoon work to Jonathan Bushnell, who gets a single, the first run of the afternoon for Durham, guiding it into the offside. He's on to 26, 156 for 7. That straight away takes Potts down to the business end. Mulaney at slip. Matthew Montgomery at short leg, got a good catch this morning. This goes through to Tom Moores, despite me crediting the catch to Ben Slater. Not seen young Matthew in there before. Took it nicely at the second time of asking. Potts drives elegantly up to Joe Clark at mid-off, and there's no run. 156 for 7. Reminder that England play the 5th T20 International of their Pakistan tour later this afternoon. This one's pushed back by Potts, fielded by Patterson-White. Comes in again off a couple of paces, a little skip, and Matty Potts is away, pushing this out into the deep, and Patterson will field. 157 for 7. This one's short of a length. Bushnell will get the 3rd single of the over, so steady progress for Durham there. Not too threatening. Notts overrate is back to 0, by the way. Did enough during that 2-hour morning session to sort out the over rate, which was -2 at the start of the day. 158 for 7. Durham with 3 runs coming from that over. And just waiting for Dane Patterson to make his way in from the rope and initially hand his cap to the umpire and then his sweater. It's a presentation at lunchtime on the outfield as the players left. Last chance, I guess, of the season for the sponsors to award a September Player of the Month award, and it was Matthew Montgomery, which was really nice after his 178 yesterday, and indeed his catch this morning, but predominantly for his innings yesterday and his contributions so far this month. Patterson into bowl, edged, wouldn't have carried to 3rd slip, but should certainly have been stopped by 3rd slip had there been one there, but it's raced away down to 3rd man for 4, and Bushnell now on to 31. First runs off Patterson since lunch. So Bushnell's 2nd top scorer behind Nick Maddinson's 40, which included some moments of real violence against Liam Patterson-White, hit him for 3 big sixes. There's Patterson winding his way in from that backdrop of the committee room. Bowls this outside the off stump. And Jonathan Bushnell goes down and prods suspiciously at the surface. Came in at 6, Bushnell. Not done an awful lot wrong. He was put down the harshest of chances, a caught and bowled chance early in his innings by Liam Patterson wide. Absolutely drilled it back at the bowler, who in truth did well to save 4, but if it had stuck, would have been unfortunate for Bushnell. Plays this to mid-wicket to Lyndon James, who fields the ball and then waves to the dressing room. I think he asked for a sub. He did that sort of rolling of the hands gesture towards the dressing room, so maybe he needs to nip off for something. 162 for 7 is the score. That's Patterson again from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and this one down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. This is the 50th over of the innings. It's a cruel strap line at the bottom of the Batman board. Durham trail by 500, it says. .162 for 7. That's Dane Patterson. He's in, bowls, hit back towards him by Bushnell. Nicely fielded in his follow through by the bowler. 69 overs remain in the day. At least in theory. Went on a little longer last night. 5:45, 10 to 6, something of that order, I think, when they went off. Patterson to conclude this over, and wide enough for Bushnell to leave it alone, not drawn into pushing at that one. And it's the end of the over. 4 from the first ball, nothing since, and Nottinghamshire have bowled 50 overs in this Durham first innings.
Trail by 500 now. Heady times, eh?
As we all know, the game's pretty cyclical. Is that the word? It goes round. What comes around goes around, as they say, as Patterson White bowls, blocked by Potts. And there's a no run. There's been plenty of matches in the past where Durham had the better of Nottinghamshire, and there's been times when Notts have been to the fore, and this would appear to be one of them. Potts on 1, stands upright and then eases it out into the offside for a single. It's the head-to-head. It's pretty close, isn't it, between the two sides? We'll have a look. Head-to-head. There we are. 12 victories apiece, Martin. So honours shared up to this point in first-class cricket. A little push and run up to Fletcher at mid-on. And there's a single to Bushnell, moves to 32. Been 14 draws. It says there's been 3 matches abandoned. I think 2 of those were in the
They're still
COVID
including
season.
all the games in the
They
2020. They should be taking out the
They
records.
should indeed. I think there's just the one match that was washed away. This one's pushed into the offside. And there's no run. Last 3 meetings here have all been draws. Again, a gentle push onto the leg side. Slater doing the fielding. Durham won in 2013. Notts won in 2015, and there's been 3 drawn contests since then. There's Potts looking very organised. Steers this into the covers. End of the over. 164 for 7. as the original fixture schedule for 2019 seems to have remained in all the official statisticians' calendars. So there's an awful lot of abandonments for that year. That they were abandoned. They were abandoned because we didn't have any cricket up until August, if you may remember, in 2020. And as Martin says, I don't think it's wrong that they are still there, saying match abandoned. Going to be Dane Patterson from the pavilion end. Bushnell has 32. Very organised, like the look of this young man. Faces Patterson now, gets the lower portion of the bat on it to defend it, and again just a little wander out of his crease to prod. I did mean to go back to something which we'll have a little look at in a moment as Patterson comes in and bowls, and it's defended by Bushnell. I mentioned that Mike had sent something through that he'd seen in The Guardian, and I thought, as I said, don't really have time to click on links and what have you when we're doing the commentaries, but I did look into it, Mike, during the luncheon interview, and it isn't. It's by Tanya Aldred and some of her some wacky, some truthful, some reflective awards for the season as Patterson bowls and pushed up to mid-off. For example, a fairly obvious one she gives. She goes the Mickey Stewart Award for Team of the Season. She's giving to Surrey. There's lots of reasons. It's there if you want to look at it for yourself. The she calls it the Quasi-Kwarteng Award for Inept Announcement. The ECB publishing the final results of the High Performance Review at the very time that Surrey were winning the county championship, which she thought was spoilt Surrey's party a little bit. The Joe Root Award for Outstanding Excellence with the bat. Harry Brook, head and shoulders above other contenders, she says, as this one's worked up to mid-on. This is Tanya Aldred in the... is it in The Guardian?
Yeah, she writes for The Guardian. She writes the Night Watchman magazine as well, doesn't she?
And Notts have got another wicket. Remember, if they get to 9, that'll do it with regards to promotion. But they've got Durham now 7 wickets down, 164 for 7. Just the third ball after lunch, and Dane Patterson, the South African international who's had such an excellent year, trapped Ben Rain LBW. So Notts getting closer and closer. They may need to go on either later today or tomorrow and actually win this match to secure the Division 2 title. But promotion very much the first aim, and they're 2 wickets away from it. Durham 164 for 7. There was a big shout there as it went past Bushnell, who was almost doing the limbo to get out of the way of it. I think Patterson thought he might have deflected it. The Are We There Yet award, that goes to the Cricket Disciplinaries Committee investigation into the Azim Rafiq affair. The Canary in the Coal Mine Warning Award, she says, about the UK's hottest day of the year. Earlier in the season, this is played up to Broad at mid-on, there's no run, and that comes with a warning. They say this has been, despite it being so hot, Martin, this will be the coldest summer of the rest of your life. A warning to county cricketers who may have to play in years to come how hot it's going to be. The Steve Waugh Award for Brotherly Love goes to Surrey's Jamie Overton, who flattened his brother Craig, knocking him to the Taunton turf, and he had to retire hurt, didn't he? The Moment of Madness Award for dropping the ball. Hampshire, who let hopes of winning their first championship since 1973 disappear when they were bowled out last week for 57 by Kent. The Hyderabad Award for interesting pitches goes to Chelmsford. No more on that. The Jordan Clark Award for hat-trick of the season.
There was nothing wrong with that pitch. They haven't been docked any points, so it was obviously fine.
George Balderson gets the award for the Jordan Clark Award for hat-trick of the season for his hat-trick last week that pulled the rabbit out of the bag there. The Cricket Diplomacy Award goes to Sussex for getting Mohammad Rizwan and Cheteshwar Pujara batting together so successfully all year. as Patterson White bowls, and this is pushed down the ground. That's after India and Pakistan have played no bilateral cricket since 2012-2013, apart from in an ICC
Rizwan, who is a wicketkeeper, actually bowled against Durham in Hove in April.
Patterson White to bowl. 164 for 7. This is defended. The Ben Stokes Award for making an entrance. Ben Stokes, who you would know all about this, playing at New Road against Worcester, and then describing his events, and then saying that later on that evening he sent a text of sympathy to Josh Baker, which was terrific. A moment of
that's a 6. 6
heaved away.
Pots.
A moment of
Patterson White. He's hammered him through cow corner there.
And there's lots more. I won't.
That Baker over, Ben Stokes hit him for 5 sixes in a row and then just didn't quite connect with the final delivery. It looped towards the boundary but just dipped inside, and Stokes hitting 166, I think was it the fastest first class century or something like that.
Were you going ballistic by then? Because I would have been.
Couldn't keep up what was going on.
You can count 6, 6, 6.
Yeah, but we
6.
didn't. We were trying to find out what the international record was, what the English record was.
Next ball is hit down the ground for 4. Lovely looking shot this from Matty Potts. That's twice in the innings we've seen Liam Patterson might go for 10 in 2 balls. There was another occasion where he went for 12 in 12 balls. You must have heard of Sir Garfield.
Well, we knew that. Yeah, we were aware of how many, 6 sixes there'd been.
I have a funny feeling.
But I knew there'd been somewhere elsewhere, and I knew Jordan Clark had scored 6 sixes for Lancashire seconds against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Yeah. I have a funny feeling Stokes has done it before, hasn't he, down at
Hampshire, yeah.
Very early in his career, Patterson White bowls cut away by Potts, and there's no run. Potts has quickly gone from 2 to 12.
It was the record for the most sixes in an innings as well, which I think was 16 or 17. I looked up in the Durham yearbook to see what the record was, and all it had was sixes in a season, which was 19, and I think he eclipsed that in that one day.
Is it Andrew Simons? Did he match his record?
I think so,
into the offside, fielded by Hamid. End of the over, 174 for 7. Liam Patterson White, 14 overs, 2 for 58. That's the 4th 6 that's been hit off his bowling.
I think the other record that day was he used 5 different bats because they were all lying on the boundary just in front of us, and after every few overs he kept changing them. And I said, what was happening with your bats? Why did you change so many? And he said, they were a new delivery and I wanted to test them all out. And I said, well, have you worked out which one you got the most runs from? And he said, they were all good. We then looked up online how much that particular bat would cost you if you wanted to buy it. It was about 500 quid.
I did a Notts County football match 2 or 3 weeks ago, and their exciting young striker who they got from Gateshead, Macaulay Langstaff, got a hat-trick. Just before the end, the actual match ball was booted way over the stand into the car park and down the road, and he was clutching the ball for all his photographs at the end, sort of spoiled his bubble a little bit. You do know that wasn't the one you scored here. It doesn't matter, David. It doesn't matter.
Patterson from the pavilion end. Bushnell on 32. He plays that back to the bowler. It's over the bat job, that one. The sun's just gone in momentarily.
Yes, it's like...
There was that many records broken that day by Stokes. I just lost count. It wasn't just that, because in both innings, Sean Dixon got centuries. He got 104 and 105, and in his second innings, that would have been the fastest Durham century in first-class cricket had it not been for the fact that Stokes had just done what he did earlier in the match. Patterson to Bushnell. It's a short one. Bushnell rocks back on his heels, goes through to the keeper.
Partnership worth 19 from best part of 6 overs together.
Bernard's been back on. He says, Marty, I have not heard of the man who is chairman of the ECB, Richard Thompson. Well, he was the chief exec at Surrey, wasn't he, for a while? And they did oppose the 100 originally. They said it wasn't needed because they could make enough money out of T20 for a start. Bushnell with a lovely shot off the back foot through the covers. There's lots of area for him to aim for, and he's put that to the boundary for 4. He said, the BBC's been running this. It was on TMS at lunchtime, an interview that Dan Roan's done with Richard Thompson. Thompson's saying there needs to be compromise to resolve the explosion of franchise cricket around the world, as well as the Ridiculous international schedule, says Mervyn, cramming in tests, ODIs and T20s.
Let them have it. Play all your international
let them
cricket.
go and
Play your
play.
100. Play your franchises. Play this, play that. Just let us have a county championship, ideally of 16 games, but if not, then
worthy
14.
of merit.
Yeah, and a one-day competition and a blast competition worthy of merit.
Oh, an edge. It goes down into the floor off the toe of the bat, bounces off the keeper and races down towards third man. They run one. He says county cricket has not caused this mess, but the ECB is unwilling to admit the 100 has created a huge problem in England. Having only one game for the men and women each day is not the way to bring spectators to cricket, in my view, as 8 grounds fit in an extra 4 days cricket, i.e. 32 games scheduled over a month, followed by the last 2 games, an eliminator, and then the final. There have been days when 2 venues have been used, meaning 4 games, but only 3 TV slots are available. I would suggest there has to be more days like that, but I doubt that will be agreed. Patterson bowls to Potts, who looks to clip that one off the back foot and nearly edges it to the keeper. A better choice of dates for the one-day cup could mean the chance to see other cricket in August rather than just the 100. I can't see 3 divisions of 6 working unless teams play each other 3 times, making 15 4-day games, otherwise go back to 2 divisions of 9 with 16 games. To sum up, unless Sky and all the other broadcasters like the BBC are willing to pay more for the 100, the counties, especially the 10 excluded in August by the 100, will reject this latest proposal. This is driven by Potts, nicely out through the covers. It's being chased by Mullaney towards the boundary, but he gives up the ghost, and it goes for 4 eventually, just crossing the rope now. The elephant in the room, as I did a 15-minute piece on Total Sport the other night trying to explain this entire mess that's come about, and the elephant in the room is the 100. There wasn't an issue with too many games of cricket in this country until the 100 came along. And the problem is, a lot of players don't go anywhere near the competition. Durham have only had maybe 1, 2, 3 players, and Derbyshire didn't have anybody playing here this year. I think Madsen went somewhere else, but all the superstar names from abroad haven't materialised. The Indians haven't come.
There was a problem this year as well. There was an awful lot of players that went and joined up with 100 squads and just didn't play any cricket. Stephen Mullaney didn't play a single game of competitive cricket in August. And anyway, edge caught, wicket for Patterson White, and Durham are 8 down and not 1 wicket away now from securing promotion. It's Jonathan Bushnell who has nicked Liam Patterson White to first slip Stephen Mullaney, who gobbles up the chance, and Durham are 183 for 8. Really nice catch. Bushnell's played well for his 37 at the crease for nearly 2 hours, faced 90 balls, hit 4 fours, and then pushed at Patterson White, who now has his 49th wicket for Notts this year. 183 for 8. So it's Ollie Gibson, the last man, making his way out to the middle to join Ben Rain. I beg your pardon, to join Matty Potts. Ben Rain's gone, of course. He made 9, but now the 2nd wicket of this afternoon session. Jonathan Bushnell out for 37. 3rd wicket of the innings to Liam Patterson White as well.
Oh, they're trailing by here, 479, wow. Told you Notts should have declared earlier yesterday.
So Durham 8 down. So the new man is Ollie Gibson, the right-hander on strike. Notts need 1 wicket. Gibson defends this one. comes Patterson White, bowls. Gibson, bat and pad pushed together, eases it into the offside. And there's no run. So halfway through this over, left arm spin of Liam Patterson White into last man Ollie Gibson. Lets this go through to Tom Moores. Notts have got 2 of the 3 points they require. One more will push them safely out of the reach of third place Glamorgan. Here's Liam Patterson White bowling, and it's defended by Ollie Gibson. He's 11 on the card, wasn't he, Martin? But in at 10 because, of course, Beddingham not available to bat. Last ball of this over. Patterson White with figures of 3 for 58. Slip and a short leg, bowls and dug out nicely. It's 183 for 8 at the end of the over.
Mikey Mike says, as I shall be collecting grandchildren from school later, I'd better do this now. Thanks to you and all of your BBC cricket colleagues for another season of brilliant entertaining commentaries. I do hope you all winter well, so do I. I'll try not to smash my head in on the pavement during the winter either.
That wasn't in the winter, was it?
No, well, it wasn't, was it? New deck shoes, my inability to run, cambered pavement.
And a glass of Pimm's.
Yes.
Other drinks are available.
Been a good night as well.
NRS, a quick thank you to Dave and to Trent Bridge for the season's coverage. Thanks to Kirsty, all your studio guests and all your colleagues from the other counties. I'm out all day today, but this is just in case there's no play tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, NRS, and thank you for your contributions throughout the course of the season. I know Martin's had a lot of messages on the same vein. Here's Dane Patterson. Then to bowl to Matty Potts, who's played very nicely indeed for his 16 and goes for a huge mow here. Gets nothing on it. The Larwood and Vose Public House over in the distance would have been in imminent danger of that one dropping through the roof. Really gave that everything.
Of there.
Well,
Gibson, I may as well write him in, but he's I think his highest score's 6.
He fancied hitting that one a long, long way, didn't he? You can see him driving the ball miles down the fairway. Notts have pushed a Seba Mead 3/4 of the way back at third man, as if a top edge might fly towards him. Here comes Patterson. Notts need 1 wicket to seal promotion, and Matty Potts just guides this out to mid-wicket. There's no run. He's not played that many games, has he, Ollie Gibson?
No, is this 6 or 7? I can't remember.
It's a little unlucky
7th
to go wicketless in the Notts innings. Racked up 100. Somebody once told me you've got to be good to go for 100 in county cricket, because otherwise the skipper just wouldn't bowl you. Not necessarily true, I suppose, but get the essence of the meaning. So Potts on strike. Here comes Dane Patterson. 1 wicket needed. He's had a waft at that one, and the ball very wide of the off stump, and Tom Moores has to dive across in front of Joe Clark. He's not going to die wondering here, is he, Matty Potts? Absolutely throwing the bat at everything. Might just fancy having a little bit of fun. Heard you talking about Ben Stokes, he'll be thinking, well, I'm going to show you I can hit it as far as him, if not further. Patterson. 2 wickets already in the innings. Comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls and clipped away. Nice bit of fielding by Ben Slater. It is at mid-wicket. Dropped down to his right and prevented any runs. Lovely work. Duncan says, do you think Durham might be cheekily tempted to declare their first innings closed to prevent Notts getting the bonus point?
Why on earth would they do that?
No. It's not allowed, I don't think, to deliberately deny a side a bonus point, is it?
Not a promoter. Oh, no, they're not.
183 for 8. Here's Patterson bowling, and a really good delivery goes through Potts into the gloves of Moores.
I thought something had happened somewhere else there, misread something, but...
No, Notts will, whatever happens, Notts will need this wicket. Tony, Dave, I recall when we met at Blackpool in the summer, that when Notts sealed promotion, you plan to celebrate by streaking across the pitch. I'm sure I didn't say that, Tony.
That's something none of us will be able to see, despite millions of pounds being spent on counselling.
Kevin Hand's hoping that Durham Don't score 200 now to spoil the party. 183 for 8. There's Patterson. Bowls fended away off his face by Potts. Down to Mead at the third man. And will that be the end of the over? It will. So Matty Potts will keep strike. So whether by accident or by design, he's shielding Ollie Gibson a little bit.
Mikey Mike's tweet, which I read about him collecting the grandkids, has been spotted by one of the people running the live feed today, and they've got it on the BBC live feed. Mikey Mike, you're on the BBC website. And in all your glory.
Is what he's got to fetch the grandkids.
Yeah, he said, because I'll be collecting the grandkids from school later, I'd better do this now, thanks to you and all of your BBC cricket colleagues for another season of brilliant entertaining commentaries.
Thank you, Mikey Mike. 184 for 8. Joe Clark having a look up at us here.
Duncan Cobbett's questions made the live feed as well, with a comment underneath, wow.
Yeah. So Liam Patterson-White is just asking Joe Clark just to pop back a little bit at mid-on. I think he's perhaps fearful that Matty Potts might be looking to hit him out of this parish. Patterson-White bowls and Potts has elegantly cut it through the offside and turns down a run. Durham 478 behind. It's nigh on hopeless, isn't it, to know what to do for the best. But first ball of the over, he says, no, I'm going to turn down a run. 184 for 8. Patterson-White now to Potts. The England man on strike on 17, and he's gone down on his knee and he's paddled that away for 4. It's not reached the rope yet, but it will. Nobody down by the pavilion gate, and it's gone for a boundary. 188 for 8. Yes, I certainly don't remember promising Tony I'd do a streak if not one promotion. I think by that stage, only 2 or 3 weeks ago, wasn't it? I think I was pretty much expecting that would be an outcome. Don't think I'd had a drink that day either, so you're not getting me on that one, Tony. 188 for 8, Potts on to 21. Not so going to try and plug that gap a little bit, just so he doesn't go down and try and sweep him fine again. Ben Slater's gone in at short fine. Patterson-White round the wicket, bowls. Potts has heaved this up towards us. It's not going to quite reach the
Alex
the
Hales,
gantry
eat your
here.
heart out.
And it's gone for 6. I think that's the 5th 6 hit today off the bowling of Liam Patterson-White. 3 by Maddinson and 2 by Potts.
Well, that didn't half sound juicy.
194 for 8. Enjoying himself. He's on to 27. High open skip, he'll be saying. Second time round, assuming there is a second time round. Ball has been shown to the umpire. Says it's okay, not damaged. Get on with it. Patterson-White on 49 wickets for the season. Round the wicket bowls. Potts goes away again for 4 more. Nice connection behind square on the leg side. Lots have got runs to play with, but still not nice to see the ball keep disappearing either over or out to the rope.
Davy's been on. He says, hey Marty, it seems like you missed a canny game at Alfreton last night. A 2-all draw with them getting a last gasp equaliser. Well, I had no intention of going there. I can't even remember who they were playing. It was David suggesting in the first place.
We welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news here that Nottinghamshire need 1 more wicket to seal promotion back to Division 1. Durham are 198 for 8. Liam Patterson-White bowling to Matty Potts, who's on 31. The last 3 balls have gone 6, 4, 6, and now he's had a big swish at that one outside the off stump and misses it. Durham are a man light. David Beddingham fell awkwardly yesterday, diving to stop a shot, dislocated his shoulder and won't take any further part in the game. So they are a man light, but Nottinghamshire knew that with 9 wickets down, 3 bowling points, there's a push and run up to Fletcher at mid. On, he shies at the stumps, and the umpire says he's home. Potts, a little push and run to Fletcher, who has just over the last season or 2 developed a little bit of a knack of running out opponents. It's a really good bit of fielding from Fletcher. Threw down the sticks, but good running by Potts, and he will keep the strike. 199 for 8 is the score. So Notts need 1 more wicket here. And that will be the 3rd bowling bonus point, and it will take them sufficiently out of the reach of 3rd place Glamorgan in the Division 2 title race. They'll perhaps still have to go on and win the game to make sure they finish ahead of Middlesex for the silverware, but promotion would be secured if they can just get this one more wicket. That's always assuming there's no sort of devilment with a loss of points for over 8 or anything like that. They're absolutely fine at the moment. Notts racked up 662 for 5 before declaring. There's Dane Patterson from the pavilion end, bowls to Potts. He's cut this out deep to the backward point boundary where Liam Patterson-White is fielding, and there's no run. They don't take the run.
Yeah, what's the point?
I think the point is that Matty Potts just fancies smashing everything to 6, and if he can't hit it for 6 or 4, he's not going to take the runs. He's shielding the young man Ollie Gibson at the other end.
What's he on? 32.
Young Master Gibson might be thinking, I fancy a bit of this. But he's not getting the chance at the moment as Patterson bowls to Potts. Big blow, big blow over deep mid-wicket. In fact, it's been caught by, I don't know if that's a spectator or a member of the coaching staff. Did it bounce into his hands? I thought he took that rather casually. But 4 to Potts.
No, it was a batting point for Durham. Maybe it was the batting point they were after. Potts' highest score, 81 against Northants last year. Well, he's 9th wicket partnership of 149 with Travaskis, who made 77.
He's got to do some lusty swinging to get up to that. He's on 36. Patterson bowls, and once again the big looking blow over the offside this time. Away for runs.
Like that one.
He's on to 40, so his joint highest score in the innings. Earlier, Nick Maddinson made 40 for Durham. The Australian also came out with the same mindset. Hit Liam Patterson-White for 3 sixes. Potts has hit a couple. And Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson-White are sharing the brunt of the brutality at the moment. Lots of clanging and banging still in the background. If you've only recently joined the commentary, there's an apartment complex going up just outside the ground as we look over the William Clark stand to our right. There's various people saying it's going to be retirement homes, others saying luxury apartments, but the skeleton is going up, and as you can hear from time to time, there's drilling, sawing, banging, cranes reversing and beeping as Patterson comes in to bowl to Potts. He's elevated this out onto the leg side. There's a chance at deep mid-wicket, and it's taken, and Notts are promoted. A catch out there at deep mid-wicket. Dane Patterson, who's had such a terrific season for Nottinghamshire, has taken the wicket with Ben Slater taking the catch in front of the Larwood and Vaux stand. Durham are all out for 207, and many congratulations to Stephen Mullaney and his side, because whatever happens now, here on in, they know they are sufficiently clear of third place Glamorgan and will be playing Division 1 cricket next year. Matty Potts last out for 40 from 39 balls, hit 36 balls. He hit 6 fours and 2 big sixes, gone for 40. Durham all out for 207 because David Benningham won't bat, and Dane Patterson has his 73rd wicket across all formats of the season. And many congratulations to Nottinghamshire. They will be playing Division 1 cricket next year. And first, I think, for the skipper, he's just asked Durham if they would kindly come out and bat again. They'll have him forced to follow on.
Behind.
So Notts are promoted. Seemed very likely from, the very early stages of the campaign. Lost to Glamorgan, second match, but lots of wins in the early phase of this season's competition, and they've been the front runners for the most part. The umpires disappear. We'll see them shortly. So Durham all out for 207. They were 2 down overnight. They lost Scotty Borthwick for 27, the night watchman George Drissel for 16. Nick Maddinson made 40, which, as I say, included 3 sixes. Jonathan Bushnell played nicely for 37. Chris Benjamin didn't get off the mark. Straight after lunch, Ben Rain fell third ball of that session to Dane Patterson. And it was Patterson who got the last wicket as well, that of Matty Potts. He's finished with 3 for 50, 3 for 77 to Liam Patterson-White, 2 to Stuart Broad, and 1 to Luke Fletcher. Matthew Montgomery bowled 1 over last night as they tried to stay out there in the gloom before the umpires took them off. And 207 all out. We're roughly halfway through the day, so there's still the possibility that Nottinghamshire can go on and press the win. If they can dismiss Durham for a second time. The players are off the field. As we do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. We're into the 2 o'clock news already, and then we'll be back when the players are back out there. thing that's surprising me, Martin, the thing that's surprising me is that Durham are out there. I'm not entirely sure about this, but Notts are going to bat again. Well, there's some boos there, or people just... Not sure about that, are you? Well, I can only imagine your reaction, but... they wouldn't have turned them on, but so I'm sure.
They've only bowled 57 overs.
Yeah. And to be fair, there's 6 months without any cricket for the majority of them after this game. Well, Ben Rain is going to bowl the first over from our end of the ground. Tweet from Mr. Emerson: what on earth is this about? I cannot believe this. Tom Laywood says, assuming one of the batsmen is close to a milestone. Well, Stephen Mullaney's close to a milestone. He needs 7 for 1,000 for the season, but I really don't think that would play a part. Slater's on strike, and we're away. And as he did in the first innings, when he hit Ben Rain's first ball of the innings, which was bowled from the pavilion end on that occasion, this time from the Radcliffe Road end, he's hit that away for 4. Mike Brown in Guernsey: what madness. Notts should go for the win to secure the championship. What's the point of batting again? Please explain. I can't, Mike. I can't. I presumably know that the rest of today and tomorrow is expected to be okay weather-wise.
I tell you what, there's a few people out there angry with this. They've been booed, even though they've just been promoted. Booed, and people shouting this rubbish. What are you doing?
There's Rain in again to Ben Slater, forces this into the offside.
There's every reason to believe that Notts could have ran through Durham again this afternoon here and be celebrating promotion this evening, and possibly the title as well, in front of their home fans.
I think that's probably the cause of a bit of angst. That those that have come along today were very much hoping, having seen what they've seen, as you say, to be expecting in the next 58 overs to see Notts go through Durham for a second time and to actually see the title being secured. Rain bowls a good delivery past the outside of Ben Slater's bat.
Well, this might mean we're here tomorrow then. David Fennick says, hi Marty, I can't believe Notts are batting again. There must be some reason for it, but I can't think what. And the only thing is somebody suggesting players near milestones.
But the only one near a milestone is Stephen Mullaney.
It's his decision to bat again.
Rain to Slater. Balls, and this is worked off the hip, and it's his second boundary of the over. Not being overly aggressive, it was just worked away off the hip nicely. Nice bit of timing, and has gone for 4. You wonder, Not trying to wish it on the Nottinghamshire side, but you wonder what the reaction might be if they slumped to 30 for 3 or 4. You also wonder what the reaction might be if there's a handshake on a draw tomorrow tea time. There's Ben Rain. It's bowled to Slater. Pushes this up to the skipper, Scott Borthwick at mid-off, and there's no run. I did notice after he'd taken the catch, Ben Slater, him absolutely sprinting off, but I just wondered if he was in need of a comfort break.
Or other people sort of running loops in the outfield celebrating.
Yeah,
Question from Joe. Now, I thought the ECB did say 2 or 3 weeks ago everything would remain the same next year. But he says, has it definitely been decided yet what the format for the championship will be next season?
I said that to you earlier, didn't I? The next one wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper, end of the first over. Bowled by Ben Rain. It's 8 runs on the board. Tim says, why? Nigel,
Tell me why.
An emoji of a confused face. Another Nigel Onimulaney approaching a milestone, and he bats number 6. John Pearce. There was quite a few boos at that decision to not enforce the follow-on, and I'm sitting downstairs in the Radcliffe Road stand. Yeah, we heard it. Headley says, let's do this in style, still go up as champions. David says, it unbelievable, Dave. One or two more. Still a lot of people saying congratulations on the program, on the promotion, but as you can tell, a few people a little confused as to why they haven't sort of gone for foot on the throat and, let's get this done and dusted. And maybe if Durham had gone 4, 5 or 6 down, they'd have been looking forward perhaps to a night in their own beds this evening as well.
Potts to bowl from the pavilion end. Right arm over, he comes in. This is defended. What if Notts get themselves bowled out ridiculously cheaply here and Durham win?
Well, yeah, that might at least give T the opportunity to see some cricket. Just in from work, I'm pleased. I'm probably the only one that had planned to come down to Trent Bridge tomorrow to see some cricket. Well, you might do yet, T.
Joe said, I thought one of the things the clubs were voting on later this year was the format for next year. If they decide to go back to 3 groups, then there's a good chance Notts won't be promoted. Oh, that was a naughty little delivery. It spat up at Hamid as he went forward to play at it.
Oh, there's inevitably a twist or two there or thereabouts during the winter. Stephen Field, are the bowlers too cold, do you think, Dave? They want an hour or so in the warm pavilion. Does seem an odd decision to me, says Stephen. At Brace Cricket at Marty Cricket. Rob says, if my maths are right, a draw secures the title on 2-3-3 points, beating Middlesex, even if they win with maximum bonus due to more points, etc., etc.
Potts in. Hamid turns this to square leg. 1 run. What sort of lead do they want then? Oh, unbelievable.
Yes, it was highly unlikely that Durham were going to sail past Nottinghamshire's lead of whatever it was,
455.
455, and leave Notts to get a tricky 120 tomorrow, was it?
Potts round the wicket, bowls. It's gone off to the cover area, no run there for Slater. Maybe Ben Slater gets a little bit more bonus money if he gets to a certain level of runs, and then he can spend it all on the slots in Las Vegas next week.
He was with us yesterday and did let on that he was going with his good lady and family out to Vegas for a few days after this match.
Potts bowls. He's defended this one. It runs up to mid-off. Kevin Hand, the Middlesex commentator, trust you not to make it interesting. The dullest final day of the season coming up. If Middlesex get 400 here and Yorkshire knock off the runs in Leeds. Middlesex are playing at Worcester, aren't they?
Yep.
I haven't looked at any scores today.
Middlesex are 307 for 4 at the moment.
So they'll get...
How many overs? They're in the 90th over.
Potts balls edged and taken by Drizel at first slip. And Hamid's gone. Slater's gone for 8. 9 for 1 Notts. Durham have got them just where they want them. They lead them by 464.
Final ball of the second over. Matty Potts won't mind. An opportunity to finish the season with some more wickets. Slater caught Drissell.
It was the end of the over, wasn't it? End of the second over.
Yeah.
So what did Potts start the match with? 51 wickets, was it? 53. 54. So he got 3 in the first, so that's 57, 58 now.
So Notts haven't tinkered with the batting order thus far, because Matthew Montgomery, who on the first day reached his maiden first-class 100, was 101 not out at stumps, resumed yesterday morning, carried it on to a score of 178, now comes out to bat on the third day of this match, joining a Seba Mead 9 for 1, two of the first innings century makers there together. The lead is 464. Lisa says, I'm confused, Dave. Why? I don't know, Lisa. John. Questioning the skipper's decision this time. Let's just see how it pans out. Kevin says might be a chance for Joe Clark to get that elusive first century of the season after all. There's Ben Rain, going to be bowling to Hamid, who's on 1. Rain comes in, bowls to him. Hamid had a little fiddle outside the off stump there, didn't get anything on it.
Rob Gilliam has tweeted, he said, presumably the minimum 8 points still coming for the draw. And then he asks, so is first place assured? It's not yet, is it? Middlesex need all 24 points to catch Notts, still not completed their first innings and need early 90 plus runs from 21 overs.
There's Rain, of the bend sort, not the wet sort, bowling to Hamid.
Oof.
Struck him on the pad, asking the umpire.
Didn't play a shot there.
Didn't indeed, and it's gone very quickly down to
dead
third
ball,
man for 4. Let's have a little look. Yeah, dead ball. Signalled. Nicky says, brilliant. It'd be nice to go up as champions. Loving the commentary as usual, keeping me company while I'm at work. Thank you.
Well, Daniel says the home side could have wrapped up victory tonight, which is what I was thinking, or certainly early tomorrow, and go up as champions anyway. I don't know what this is about.
Graham, the same. Just been for a quick dip in the pool between innings, only to come back to find Notts are batting again. Very strange decision. Colin Harrison, confusion. Now hath made his masterpiece. Not sure what it means, but we'll get the gist of it as Hamid this time does get bat on the ball, does play a shot, does get a single, 10 for 1.
Chris says the decision to bat on suits him. He's a Durham fan. Jonathan Norman, keep the faith. Yorkshire are 95 for 4.
David Simpson's blaming Liz Truss. Says she's obviously made the decision. Adam says, and he will be the one that will have the right thing. It's to give the bowlers a rest. Well, that will be the way it will be described. I'm sure this one goes through to the keeper. 10 for 1.
Need a rest for.
Kev says if Notts draw and Middlesex win and get 24 points, records would be identical, except bowling points, which in Notts' favour and would be the tiebreaker. So a draw is all Notts need. Yeah, I think that's absolutely bang on, Kev.
Who's saying that? Kevin Hand?
No, it is a different Kev, but the fact that Notts did get 7 of the 8 points, it does mean they only need a draw. Now, the way it's panned out as Rain bowls to Montgomery, who leaves his first ball from Ben Rain alone. Second ball. 10 for 1. Still 56 overs to go in the day. can probably book us in for 46 of them. Essentially half a day's cricket left. This one's jagged back and it's knocked Montgomery down to the ground again. How many times was he struck in the first innings, and before he's even scored this time? He's in a lot of discomfort there, Matthew Montgomery. Really good bit of bowling from Ben Rain. Jagged it back and struck him below deck. 10 for 1. John Shaw, that's probably the most bizarre thing I've seen at Trent Bridge, and I've been going since the 80s.
Well, every cloud has a silver lining, so Durham avoid an innings defeat here. This one looked like Notts were going to do it to them twice this year. Potts starts a new over. Hamid is on 2. The 10 for 1. They lead by 4-6-5. That's left alone. Goes wide of off stump, then swings back towards the leg side.
I am surprised, so I'm not going to sort of say I'm anything but I think it's the amount of runs that Notts are in the lead by that is the one that's making it difficult for everybody, including me, to sort of get our heads around. If they're only 220 in front, you'd say, yeah, let the bowlers have a rest. Get a few more runs and let the bowlers have a rest. There's still plenty of time left in the game. You'd say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Potts in again. They've got Durham on the floor. They've only got 9 wickets to play with instead of 10. They're down on the ground. They're beaten. And they're effectively taking the foot off their throat, aren't they, really?
Andrew says, Dave, I think if Middlesex get maximum points and Notts end as a draw, both teams will go on 2-3-3, and we've got the extra batting point. So I think we've won the league, if I'm correct. That is it, Andrew, as I understand it as well.
Potts balls. Hamid tries to drive the ball and comes high off the bat into the ground and back to the bowler. Matthew Mullins has emailed. He said, good afternoon, Marty and Dave. Thank you very much for the commentary for this final game of the season. And thanks, Marty, for the whole season. Very silly not to enforce the follow-on. Hope you both have a fantastic break. Dave's going off on holiday. He's not taking me with him. Potts bowls. Oh, no. A wild drive attempt there from Hamid. He plays it one-handed. He misses it. Hi, Marty and Dave. I thought this might be the final day of the season until Notts came out to bat. Yeah, so did we. Thanks for all the great commentary from you and your colleagues, and let's hope it will continue in the following years, especially in August, says Craig. I have to say, I am looking forward to a few weeks off in October. Feels like this has been a long season, certainly from a Durham point of view. Potts balls, playing a miss there from Hamid, just beaten by pace. Awful T20, their worst. Awful One Day Cup, their worst. County Championships had nothing to shout about. Couldn't bowl teams out, too many draws, not enough wins. Ten for 1. Potts comes in and bowls. That's left alone. Mind you, I can guarantee you the moment I'm back in the office in the middle of the winter, I'll be hankering for the motorway, hotels, sitting in restaurants on my own on a night time in strange towns.
Yeah.
Desperate to see cricket again.
Mike Collison, even if Notts fail to win, Middlesex can only match Notts' points total. According to Mags, on Notts' view, that means Notts win the title by having more bonus points in matches against Middlesex. Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Mike.
Are Glamorgan out of it all now, then, or not?
Well, they can't catch Notts.
But they can catch Middlesex still.
They can catch Middlesex still, yeah. Here's Ben Rain bowling to Montgomery. This one goes through to the keeper.
Be a very Middlesexy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Ellie says, I actually agree with batting again. A draw wins us the title, so why exhaust the bowlers going for a win? The batters can get some extra runs. We'll be champions now, whatever happens. Yeah.
Well, Notts, Middlesex lead Worcestershire by 50 runs, so Worcestershire will have a 225, Middlesex 275 for 4. It's still the first innings there.
How many overs gone now as Rain comes into bowl? This is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run, 10 for 1.
And we had 59 overs left in the day, didn't we, when Durham came out to bat again?
Yeah. will be. Whatever the table is at the end. As Rain bowls a really good line there, and Montgomery can't get anything on it. But all through the season, I've sort of felt it would be Notts and Glamorgan. I'm rather more impressed the two occasions I've seen them than 2 games against Middlesex, to be honest. But that's 2 of the 14 matches.
Simon Casely says this is utter madness. Any rain forecast? There's nothing today. I haven't looked tomorrow, have you?
Fine again tomorrow. It's Friday when we're going to get rain. So rain bowls and lovely delivery.
Friday's the day when the hosepipe ban ends, but your garden washes away.
I think the crowd here are just obviously disappointed. I guess many of them perhaps can't come back tomorrow, and we're looking forward to seeing part of a victory procession, a promotion party later in the day if Notts could run through Durham for a second time. May well be that we go deep towards the end of day 4 before we get any confirmation of who wins the title or not. This one goes through to the keeper. Shall we put a nasty rumour out there? Let's put a nasty rumour out there. They can't get the trophy to Trent Bridge until tomorrow. How's that?
Where is it?
I've no idea.
We've lost it.
It could be in your car boot for all I know.
It's in a big yellow storage facility next to the Olympic Stadium in East Ham.
I'm not entirely
Stratford, and they've lost the key.
Not entirely sure there is a Division 2 trophy. I don't think I've ever
I
seen
think there is. Of course there is. Yeah.
Montgomery still yet to score. Rain bowls again wide of the off stump, and Montgomery has.
What will they have on the flag? We might be going up, we might not.
I don't know. Paul Holland, crazy decision, declare, just wasting time. And if it's rained off tomorrow, we still win promotion. The forecast, which can change, seems to be okay. Andrew says, crikey, 15 minutes after securing promotion, all I'm reading around is a barrow load of whinging. Even if we bowl Durham out as quickly second time, that'd be 30 overs each for Broad and Patterson in a day and a bit. Give them a couple of hours, feet up, and then go again. Happy days. A balanced view from Andrew there. I like that.
Potts bowls. This has gone through to the keeper. If you thought things couldn't get worse from a news point of view after all of today's events and yesterday and the last few days with the markets and everything else, Asian hornets have now been discovered in Essex.
Oh, crikey.
Their Environment Agency has announced. They'll disappear in the rain on Friday. Potts balls. Hamid cuts. He hasn't timed that well. That's come off the bottom of the bat and he's checking it for damage now.
Well, we all have to be vaccinated against Asian hornet flu.
What's bad about an Asian hornet then?
I don't know.
The Environment Agency thinks it's bad.
They don't taste very nice.
No, they're not. Why are Asian hornets bad news for? Well, the bad news for British bees. A sting from an Asian hornet is no worse than other British wasps and bees. Potts comes in.
Yes, that's essentially it, Verity. They knew that they could get, as it turned out, they needed 7 of the 8 possible bonus points to ensure that they would be far enough clear of the third place side, Glamorgan, so they would be guaranteed to be in the top 2 positions. Hence, promotion to Division 1 was guaranteed. But Notts got such a lead in this game, 455 in front of Durham, when they bowled them out around about half an hour or so ago. And under normal circumstances, that sort of lead, the the side on top can very much, it's within their rights, it's within the regulations to ask the other side to bat again. And I think everybody here inside Trent Bridge today was thoroughly expecting Notts to do that again, stick Durham in again, bowl them out for a second time, and then not only would they be promoted, but they could guarantee winning the title today. And I think everybody's come along expecting to see the title lifted, the trophy lifted later on, and blah-de-blah-de-blah. But what has actually happened is Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, has said, no, I'm going to give the bowlers a little bit of a rest. There's still a full day left tomorrow if we need it, so we're going to have a bat first and just build on this lead. So Notts have gone in for a second time with that lead of 455. It's now 465 because they've scored 10 more runs, but they have lost a wicket already. Ben Slater's gone. So we're a little bit confused, and those here are a little bit disappointed that they're probably not going to see the title won today. They might have to wait until tomorrow. But anyway, Notts are still on top, although they are 10 for 1 in their second innings. It's the end of the over here. 10 for 1.
Do you want to know?
Yes, please.
Can I show you this picture, by the way? Because this thing looks absolutely
Oh,
evil.
are we back to Asian Hornets?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, crikey.
Oh, he's got a Mohican running down his chin.
I hope that's not life size.
It's a nasty looking thing, that one. Apparently Asian hornets eat honeybees, so if you've got a beehive, they'll come for your hive and wipe it out.
It's not good radio, but look it up for yourself, the Asian Hornet. Here's Ben Rain bowling to Montgomery, who's still not got a run. This has gone through to the keeper. He's faced 10 balls now, 10 for 1.
Are they giving Hamid the chance to be the leading run scorer in the country, asks Dan Sanderson.
Say again?
Are they giving Hamid the chance to be the leading run scorer in the country, asks Dan.
No, I don't think it's that at all.
I'll have a look at the stats and see where they are with that.
Rain to bowl to Hamid, drops this down onto the leg side, fielded by Graham Clark, who's on as the sub fielder. 10 for 1 is the score.
Well, Hamid's got 1,188. Was that at the start of this match or not? Have they added those runs in yet? No, they've added them on, right. So he's got 1,188 in this division. Sam North East 1,189 and Wayne Madsen 1,273.
You know, it is purely going to be about, and will be justified, and you know, they will say it's perfectly justifiable with so much time left in the game to let the bowlers stick their feet up for 2 or 3 hours. 10 for 1 as Rain comes into Montgomery and past the bat and through to the keeper. Let's just see how it all plays out. As I say, I think the disappointment is principally for people that felt, as we did actually, that Durham was sort of there for the taking, but had they hung around, had the openers still been there and put 50 on and blunted that new ball, it could have been hard work, or a lot more hard work for.
But it wasn't.
For Nottinghamshire. Well, we don't know what it might be second time round. We still don't know what it might be second time round, and that's missed by Chris Benjamin, the wicket keeper, and that's gone through for 4 byes straight through him. It died in front of him. He dived across it and underneath it and over it and all the other bits and pieces, and he's not been able to prevent it from going through his grasp and away for 4.
Sussex bowled out for 258, Glamorgan made 533, and they've enforced the follow-on. Alex on the BBC feed says now this Nottinghamshire is called enforcing the follow-on.
We've got 148 overs scheduled to be left in the game right now as Ben Rain comes in, and Montgomery can't get anything on it. He's faced 14 balls now. Very different, I guess, from the last 14 balls of his first innings when he was whacking it here, there and everywhere. Playing beautifully to go through to that 178.
How long have the floodlights been on for, Dave?
Change of innings, certainly. There's Rain bowls. And again, Montgomery leaves it alone, sufficient width. Dropped on a nice line here, Ben Rain. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9 to him. Matty Potts, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1.
There's less than a 5% chance of rain up until 7 tonight. It's going to hoy it down tonight, by the way. We're going to get drenched coming out the gig, I reckon. Tomorrow, 10% chance of rain in the morning, overcast, and the sun comes out and it's down to less than 5%. Possibility of rain 40% around 4 o'clock.
John says the Hornet news is actually very serious. Steve says, what price an Asian Hornet is appointed as Watford manager before the end of the footy season? Everybody else has had a go.
William, the Durham scorer, has got this suggestion as to batting again.
Has he not got any scoring to do, the lad?
But he said it guarantees promotion and they have no chance of losing over 8 points. Potts bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. So I suppose that's a good one, because they're not bowling again. They can't then lapse into a slow over rate and get docked points.
No.
Boring, but that's life. Well, interesting. Interesting, very interesting.
I just think they'll have a couple of hours and then they'll pull the plug, and Durham will be 3 or 4 down tonight, perhaps. Maybe get the rest tomorrow.
Potts in. Driven back past him for 4. Nice shot, that one from Hamid. It was over pitched. It's gone up to the pavilion end. We'll be watching a singer tonight who had a famous song called Silly Games. There's an irony.
That's very true. Yeah. Rob Crocker, haven't you realised it's time to... they've done this to give Samet time to pop back to the old Corton Bowl to get another barrel on for the celebration party. He's in Guyana at the moment, Rob, playing in the Caribbean Premier League, Samet. He's playing for Trinidad or Trinibago or whatever it is they're called. But he's over there, he's nowhere near the Corton Bowl.
Potts bowls, turned down towards fine leg. Gibson comes up from the boundary to collect. 1 run to Hamid. Davy Fennick says, hi Marty and Brace, could not be doing a good public relations stunt by letting everybody in for free tomorrow. They get a half decent crowd to celebrate promotion.
Well, there we are. That's nice.
Durham did that when they beat Notts to win the title in 2009. They let everybody in on the final day. Free. Had a big crowd in there.
Trevor says, congrats to Notts on their promotion, well deserved. Thanks to you and Martin, all the fellow commentators and everyone behind the scenes who provide such a valuable service during the summer. Much appreciated when I'm working across Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex. Winter well, everybody. Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate that.
I wonder if he listens to North Norfolk Digital in Adam Partridge. Defended by Montgomery. We went on holiday to Suffolk last year. It was beautiful. Really impressed. We were only a few miles from Ipswich, maybe 7 miles from Ipswich. Beautiful little village with thatched cottages and a stream running through the centre of the village. Potts in. It's gone towards backward point and there's a slip from Travaskis. Chases after it, but nobody's running anyway. Went to Sutton Hoo.
Who?
Where the burial mound was found. What a village called... was it Kersey? What was that? Was it Paul Shane played that character who was an antiques dealer and an investigative person as well. Potts bowls, defended bat and pad. Lovejoy, that was filmed all around that area.
That wasn't. That was Ian McShane.
Ian McShane,
Ian
yeah.
McShane, yeah. Paul Shane. He was Idea High, wasn't he?
Yeah, was he not Paul McShane? No, Paul McShane played for Sunderland, didn't he?
David Perry says, why do bowlers need a rest the last game of the season?
Exactly. Only bowled 57 overs.
Well, that's not...
And half of that, some of that was last night. They've had a night in bed.
That's like Mo Farah running a marathon, and then you saying, well, why don't you run another one? Because you've got 6 months
give
off
over,
now.
Dave. There's no comparison at all. Absolutely none. But I can tell you a story along those lines.
No, you're all right. Absolutely. We're sure. Rain bowls and sit back to him.
Well,
go on if you must.
Right, this weekend, Radio Newcastle are up at the Kielder Marathon. So I did it the year when the guy infamously got on the bus and cheated. Can you remember that one?
No.
That was my story. It went all around the world. He'd won the 10-kilometre race the day before, was taking part in the marathon, got tired, thought he would get the bus back, and then before it got back to Kielder, he jumped off and ran off through the forest. Waited for a while, thinking, right, I'll just wander back in now and no one will notice.
There's rain. Bowls hit him on the pad. Hamid, he'll scamper through for a run. He's got to put the afterburners on to get there. If the throw had been just a little more accurate, it might have been interesting. It's a leg by, 20 for 1.
Anyway, I was standing on the finish line and he came running up the finish straight, and Alison Kerber, she was commentating, and she said, oh, he's had a great weekend. He's third in the marathon and he won the 10k yesterday. And then he crossed the line and then disappeared, and then the man who came in behind him, who was in fourth, said, hang on a minute, no, I was third. There was nobody else in front of me other than the other two. Where's he come from? Said third person, then vanished, and then it transpired witnesses had seen him on the bus. Where's that gone?
It's gone for 4.
Yeah. Down towards long leg for 4. But that weekend, I interviewed the winner of the marathon, and he was a fireman from Cumbria. And I said, so what will you do now that you've won this marathon? Will you go home and have a few days off? And you know what he said? He said, no, when I get home tonight, I'll go out for another run. So there you are. There's evidence of marathon runners going out and having other runs after winning marathons.
Cyclists do, don't they? When the Tour de France, you talk about the
warm
day off,
downs,
the rest,
the
rest day and whatever, and they go, oh, I only did 70 miles yesterday because it was a rest day.
Well, because the lactic acid builds up in their legs otherwise. With lactic acid building up in the legs of the Notts bowlers now, they'll all come out stiff later.
Nice looking shot for Montgomery to get off the mark with. Been bogged down since arriving in the middle. Got his 19th ball away for a boundary. Lets his 20th go through to the keeper. And it's 24 for 1.
It's a funny old game, Saint. Anyway, the suggestions of why they're batting again have now dried up.
Oh, it may well be revisited over the next 24 hours and longer. This one goes through to the keeper.
Maybe everybody's just been hit by a state of perplexity. Where's your mates on the building site? Have they knocked off early again, Dave, have they? Yeah, there's one of them there.
Isn't it? So Ben Rain to conclude his 5th over, the 9th of the innings, bowls and driven away by Matthew Montgomery. Not totally, or didn't appear to be totally in control of that shot. He may well have been, but it didn't appear to be totally in control, but gets a single down to third man. He's on to 5 and it's 25 for 1. Montgomery has 5. Hamid has 7. Andrew says the forecast is fine for tomorrow. They're already 1 down with no Beddingham. Maybe a bowler's got a niggle. Durham 100% don't want to be fielding again. There's arguments for enforcing and not, but it doesn't warrant all the moaning I've seen and heard.
There's your magpie again. Potts in, turned by Montgomery out towards long leg for 4. According to the computer here, tomorrow in West Bridgford, 13 will be a record low recorded in West Bridgford tomorrow, or it will tie the previous record low for that day, the 29th of September here. So there you go. Potts bowls, tries the Yorker length ball. It's dug out and off stump by Montgomery.
Trevor, who he made the Suffolk reference to, says, I'm very much a Suffolk lad, chaps. I do love the North Norfolk coast, though, as well.
I like it round Aldborough and that the house in the clouds, which I think used to be a water tower. You can hire it. There's about 14 bedrooms in it. It's lovely round there. Orford Ness is a bit eerie, that former listening station from the Second World War. In comes Potts and bowls. This has gone off towards mid-off, no run there.
Stuart Dick, it's obviously the Asian Hornet news regarding the follow-on.
Yeah.
That's why they're staying indoors. And Colin, many thanks to Brace and all his colleagues for another season of expert and entertaining commentary. Also to the tech teams who got a live feed to us come rain, shine, wind, dodgy electricity supplies and Asian Hornets. Yeah. And Welbeck and Grantham. You can throw in there, Colin.
Where was the dodgy electricity supply? Potts bowls. It's gone down off the bat thigh pad area down towards fine leg. 4-1. Leg by signalled.
Oh, I'm sure there's been times where we've been cut out and thrust off air, and people have had to just be a little patient while we've got on air. I'm sure you've experienced it as well. We're not on air. You're not on air.
Yeah, well, it's happened a few times. I mean, as I've said before, your perfect anxiety dream, everything came together in a perfect storm at Beckenham last year. Couldn't get any power, the ISDN wouldn't work, the internet wouldn't work, and the scoreboard was broken on the hottest day of the year. That was fun. That's the noise of a magpie, Dave. That's what they sound like. Put in. Hamid defends. Ball runs out in the offside. Gideon Coe, former man of Cricket Call, who is now a DJ on an evening on Six Music, he's just tweeted that the theme for next week on October the 6th, which is Thursday next week, he does these monthly themes, will be, he's looking for lyrical flourishes, and the theme is words don't come easy. Impressive rhymes, vocal dexterity, unusual words. And I said words don't come easy when a team with a 455 run first innings lead doesn't enforce the follow on. This is defended by Hamid, dumbfounded of Durham, and he says, yes, very strange, that, curious. Indeed. They're not all out at some do tonight, are they? There's some sort of joint do for all the players, so Durham was staying down anyway. Whatever happened today, whether it was over today or not, well, if it finished today, I wasn't planning to go back until tomorrow. Dave's taking me out on a date tonight.
We might be well into the extra half an hour by then. 30 for 1.
Well, the light isn't going to hold for that, is it?
Tea is scheduled to be when? 3:25, I think. Another half an hour or so. 35 minutes.
Can't remember what I wrote down this morning.
I think it's 3:25.
Yeah, it's all right.
Something of that order. Still going to be Ben Rain. No bowling changes as yet.
3:25 to 3:45. Yeah, close at 5:55.
By Scott Borthwick. You wonder what Durham made of it, don't you, when they got the news. There's Ben Rain. Montgomery's on 9 and edged, and he's gone, caught at slip, and Ben Rain's got a wicket, and Matthew Montgomery made 178 in the first innings. He found it more of a struggle this time round, has been caught at second slip for 9, 30 for 2.
Dixon.
Ben Rain and Matty Potts sharing the first 2 wickets, and as they were in the first innings, definitely the 2 outstanding bowlers that we've seen for Durham in this match. Sean Dixon pouching the catch nicely at second slip, went to him quickly. Knots a 30 for 2, leading by 485. Comes Joe Clark. Somebody pointed out perhaps a very, very late opportunity for Joe Clark to get his first 100 of 2022. That might well, be interesting further down the line if he does score runs quickly. Get to a point where Stephen Mullaney does perhaps want to have another bowl at Durham either later this evening or tomorrow morning, and Joe Clark's 75, 80, 85 not out. 30 for 2. Team comes first as always, they say. One thing we will know, Martin, is if and when Durham do get to bat for a second time, they'll know what they need to win.
Maybe it's all part of a cunning plan. Durham have got knots where they need them here. 480 ahead.
It's a nice bit of bowling from Ben Rain. For 2. 3 slips in there. Bowls now to Joe Clark. Hit on the pad. First ball. They're asking. Fingers not gone up.
They're not getting.
May have been a little high. Was the first impression. Confident shout. Well worth a shout, but may have been going over the top. Anxious first delivery out of the way for Joe Clark. Normally likes to get forward as well, didn't really leave his crease, didn't get a stride in at all. Ben Rain bowls. This is running down to long leg. May have been bat and pad. Yep, some batting involved, so he has got a single. 31 for 2. Ben Slater out for 8. Matthew Montgomery out for 9. 10 wickets go down today.
Derbyshire 568 for 9 declared, according to David Griffin, is their highest score against Leicestershire.
I beg your pardon, we've only had 9 wickets go down today because Durham were a man light, of course. Rain bowls, Mead fences this off his body, forces it into the offside for a single. 32 for 2.
Ellie Mackin's been on. She says there's no reason why Notts shouldn't bat. The risk of injury to bowlers, fielders, the possibility of losing points for a slow over rate, and general fatigue are all risks of bowling, and every cricketer I know prefers batting to fielding. Notts don't need to win the game to win the division, so I hope we bat until 5 o'clock tomorrow. I hope they don't. Thank you to you and all of your colleagues for another wonderful season of commentary.
Thanks, Ellie.
Oh, that would be dull.
Rain bowling, and Joe Clark gets his second run. Matthew's not happy. Why we sat here in the cold watching this? Well, I wouldn't have thought you're strapped to your seat, Matthew.
I've checked with the ECB today. The Cricket Disciplinary Commission has still not yet made a decision on Nick Maddenson's bat. They've only had it 3 weeks.
Graham Rowley, according to the BBC averages, Mead is now second only to Keaton Jennings as leading run scorer across the entire county championship. Got some big runs yesterday, didn't he? Jennings 199. What a fine player he is.
Well, that's not a live table, I don't think.
Rain bowls past the outside, left alone outside his off stump by Mead, through to Benjamin. 33 for 2.
The Cricket Info stats are adding the runs in as they happen, and they have asterisks next players' names. So I think the BBC feed probably doesn't update until the end of the day or whatever.
Well, what have you got?
Well, I've just gone through the list live on Cricket Info and told you what all the relevant scores were, and he was third in this division.
Right.
Never mind second in the country. That noise sounded like a dog clawing at a carpet there. Potts from the pavilion end to Clark. It's played to backward point to Travaskis. It's a dot ball. Comes in again and bowls. Clark plays and misses. That was a sharp delivery. Potts can't believe he hasn't got him there.
He said played and misses. I'm not entirely sure whether he played. He just missed it.
It's gone straight between bat and pad and over the stumps.
Yeah.
Absolutely done for pace.
He's looked the business, hasn't he, Matty Potts?
Eh?
He's looked the business.
Yeah.
Once again throughout the match. Got a lot of overs in the first innings. You back with us?
Yeah, my ear got sore, so switched headphones. Potts again. Bowls. This is defended by Clark. Bernard says there might be a sensible reason for Nottinghamshire to bat on today, but I can't see it. It grinds Durham players further into the dust, giving them a hard time chasing a victory target of over 470. Well, it's 488 now, so be another 600.
I mean, that is going to be. It's just the size of the lead they've got that obviously will make this look more unusual than a normal non-follow-on.
Left alone. That swings low past the stumps and off towards the leg side, taken by the keeper. Two balls of the over left. There's the first of them, that's defended. It's 3 o'clock. I'll have to go next door in a minute and do an update and explain to people that I was wrong. That I said Durham were heading for an innings defeat probably today, and they were following on, and then basically I lied to them. Not so much a lie, because a lie is when you know you're not telling the truth, but misspoke is the phrase they use these days, isn't it, in politics. Last ball. Potts in, driven out through the covers. Nice shot, that one from Clark. It was a half volley and he's steered it out to the Cooper stand for 4.
You were bamboozled by the Nottinghamshire skipper and his decision.
I might actually get flabbergasted into a cricket report, do you think? Dumbfounded.
37 for 2. The lead is 4-9-2. Just to reiterate, lots and lots and lots of people asking, and no mag from the Harry Butler daft website laid it all out yesterday. I read it and had gone through all the relevant tie breaks. A lot of people working out that if Notts drew and Middlesex won, they'd be neck and neck, and what would happen then for the title? Well, Notts are ahead on the count back. They'd have the same number of wins, they'd have the same number of points obviously, and the same number of bonus points I think in the Lord's game, but Notts had more bonus points here or whatever it was. So Notts on the relevant different tie breaks in the regulations, Notts had it over Middlesex 37 for 2 is the score. Remember, when Notts won the county championship title in 2010, they were level with Somerset, something that still rankles. They won that head-to-head to take the title on more wins over Somerset. But again, let's just see where we are. Close of play today, and as we go through, almost certainly now, through tomorrow, and see whether Notts end up drawing this game or winning this game. Lovely looking shot from Hamid here. He's got a boundary through the covers, similar to the one that Joe Clark played off Matty Potts in the previous over. Hamid has done the same here to Ben Rain. And Hamid is on to 12, and it's 41 for 2. Into the 3 o'clock news. Still Rain to bowl to the opener, Hamid. Lets it go through to the keeper. See that Middlesex are now 363 for 5 after 100 overs, so they need 37 runs from 10 overs. Here is that radio update. Yes, Notts have done enough with regards to the amount of bonus points they've got in this contest to secure promotion. A lot of people a little mystified, perhaps myself included, as to why they've not enforced the follow-on. Asked Durham to bat for a second time, but Notts haven't. They have gone in, and they are 41 for 2 in their second innings. That means Notts have an overall lead of 496. Still a lot of time left in this match, all day tomorrow, and prospective 46 overs to be bowled today. So presumably just looking to give the bowlers a little bit of a rest before they bowl at Durham again. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 41 for 2, but promotion has been secured. There's Rain. Bowls to Hamid, reaches forward and then deflects it behind square on the leg side for a single. Down to Sean Dixon down there. Hamid on to 13. 43 for 2. It's not, I beg his pardon. It's Graham Clark who's popped a cap on now. He didn't have one on earlier. Subfielder for David Benningham. So Middlesex with a little bit of work to do still to get maximum batting points. They now need 36 runs from 9.4 overs. They're 364 for 5. They've got Stevie Eskenazi going well on 84, but they've just lost John Simpson out for 92. So we'll just follow that over the next 20 minutes or so. As Rain bowls, hits Hamid above the right pad. End of the over, 42 for 2. Elsewhere, Leicestershire batting for a second time at Derby. They're 18 without loss. Still trailing Derbyshire by 301. And Sussex have been asked to follow on at Hove, as we've been hearing. They're 41 without loss in their second innings, trailing Glamorgan by 234. In Division 1, Yorkshire in a run chase. Been asked to score 241, and they're 119 for 5. They're playing Gloucestershire at Headingley. If they get the 241, that sends down Warwickshire with Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have already gone. If they don't get the 241, Yorkshire would go if Warwickshire won. And Warwickshire made 272 before declaring. Hampshire at 216 for 6. So might need to be some aggressive captaincy later on today or tomorrow from Warwickshire if they still feel they've got a chance to win. We're going to get some spin with Liam Travaskis replacing Matty Potts from the pavilion end. Travaskis round the wicket and bowls, and that one just bit and turned, taken by Benjamin. Other scores at Canterbury, Kent, Somerset 93 for 7 in their second innings. They trailed Kent by 197, so Kent on the way to winning that one. But both those sides are safe as Hamid plays us into the offside no run. At Old Trafford, Surrey are following on against Lancashire, 99 for 1, second time round trailing by a 204. Essex 9 without loss in their second innings at Wantage Road, lead Northants by 109. Hamid has played a bit of an aggressive looking swish down the leg side for him. Got a couple of runs, got something on it. Ugly looking shot, George Drissel doing the fielding. Hamid on to 15, 44 for 2. And that's it. The only other two I've just told you were at Edgbaston and Headingley, where Yorkshire have lost another wicket. So they're 119 for 6. Need 122 more. If they do lose that one, Warwickshire could send Yorkshire down if they won their game, as Mead lets this one go through to the keeper.
I got them both in, Dave.
Bamboozled?
No, I went for flabbergasted and dumbfounded.
Oh.
Yeah.
44 for 2. Hamid is on 15. Liam Travaskis bowls to him. I think that was a low full toss that Hamid tried to drag onto the leg side. Scruffy looking shot, but we'll get a run one way or another. Yeah, off the bat. Hamid on to 16. 45 for 2. Mandy says what a great breakthrough season Matthew Montgomery has had. Well done to a hard-working, deserving star. Obviously a fan of Matt Montgomery's work. He was dismissed in the second innings for 9, but earlier, at lunchtime, he was announced as September's Player of the Month for Nottinghamshire. 45 for 2. As Clark runs this to backward point, no run.
Dr. Kevin Tennant says maybe they're playing it out for the full aesthetic. Maybe. End of the over.
Sense of theatre. Come along tomorrow. Come along tomorrow. Somerset are now 8 wickets down, 94 for 8. Every possibility that one will be the first match in this round to be concluded. Somerset 94 for 8 in their second innings, still quite a way away from making Kent bat again. Got Ollie Gibson into the attack, so it's a dual change. Rain and Potts have been replaced by Liam Travaskis and now Ollie Gibson.
Gibson then, right arm over from the Ratcliffe Road end, defended by Hamid, who's on 16, goes out into the offside. Just quickly looking through the cricket forum, everybody's stunned by the fact Notts are batting again. Shocking. Don't understand it. In comes Gibson, defended, runs off towards backward point.
Is that a Durham forum?
Well, it's a cricket forum on it's bizarre because it's on a football website, but it's they've got forums for all kinds on there. But there's a lot of cricket fans who are on this site, so they can't lose. So they should have made Durham follow on. Not that I'm complaining, says Aidan. Gibson in, right arm over, angles it in towards leg stump. It's played out to deep mid wicket for 1. Suggestions, is it giving Hamid the chance to be the leading run scorer in the country?
Don't think that's going to happen, is it?
No. Somebody suggesting don't Notts need to win to be champions. I don't think they do they?
No.
Because they had a 9-point lead going into this. They've taken 7 bonus points, is it? 4 batting, 3 bowling. Gibson fended away by Clark, one-handed out through deep mid-wicket for 1. Pushing hard at the ball. Somebody else has bowled them out tomorrow and have a rest. Bowl them out tomorrow after a rest.
Well, that's clearly the plan, isn't it?
Clearly, Dave. Clearly the plan. Gibson in. Driven. That's a nice shot. That's right out the meat of the bat, and it's gone off wide of Borthwick. Mid off for 4. Race to the boundary, that one. Sounded nice as well.
Lead is over 500, 50 up as well, 51 for 2.
So for only the second time in this match, Nottinghamshire have been 500 plus ahead. Ball fended away. 2 point, no run there. From a bowling point of view, Durham have been without Chris Rushworth for 3 weeks. Bryden Carse has been out for some time injured. They've never seen Mark Wood at all this year. And you've got Stanley McAlinden with a stress fracture, having gone into the team during the one-day cup and just before the county championship.
Andy says, congratulations, Dave. I'm glad the farce only divisions only cost you the 1 year. That's Andy, is a Lancashire fan. Thank you, Andy.
What was that? The what?
I'm glad the farce over the divisions only cost you the 1 year in Division 2. Going to be Liam Travaskis. Slow left armour. Is that 1 or 2 that have gripped on this surface? Turned a little bit. 2 slips in there. Dixon and Drissell. Joe Clark drives in the offside and all the way through the offside. Graham Clark can't cut it off. Nice looking shot from Joe Clark. Played one out into that side in Matty Potts' final over. He's now got one away from Travaskis, who's into his second over. Clark on 11. Mead has 21. 55 for 2. Liam Travaskis bowls. Mead, I beg your pardon, Clark punches it to mid-off. Craig Overton is out at Canterbury. Somerset 113 for 9. That's going to be the first match to finish, Marty, in this round of matches. Kent are going to beat Somerset. Both counties will be safe, though, in the top flight as Clark forces this through the offside, despite a parry from Jonathan Bushnell. And it's 56 for 2. Bushnell made 37. Maddinson and Potts joint top scorers with 40 in that Durham score of 207. 56 for 2 as the Bolton-born Asiba Mead pushes this back to Liam Travaskis. Where's he from, Travaskis? That's a nice Cornish name.
He's Carlisle and Penrith.
As far from Cornwall as you can physically get as Mead defends. Tea in 10 minutes time or thereabouts at 25 past 3. Travaskis bowls and Mead again just content just to push it to point. Maddinson doing the fielding. Ball just 1 over in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Nick Maddinson, the 79th over of the innings. 156 for 2. Was it the 79th over or the 159th? I know he bowled 1 over before either the second or the third ball was taken. 56 for 2. I think it was before I think it must have been the 159th over, was it, before they took the third ball? It was very late getting involved in the piece. Nick Maddinson bowled 1 over that went for 13. There's Ollie Gibson, still looking for his first wicket in the match.
Comes in and bowls. It's gone for a thigh pad, drop short on the leg side. A leg bye will be signalled.
Nottinghamshire have tweeted confirmation that a draw would be enough to secure the title.
Gibson in, nips back in and hits the batsman on the pad.
Just retweeted it from the official Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. In the event of either a draw or a victory, the Division 2 title will be secure. Should our game end in a draw and Middlesex take their full allocation of points and win, Notts would still be champions by virtue of more head-to-head points.
Gibson bowls. That's played away for 4, over-pitched. Slammed away for 4.
Middlesex all still on course for maximum batting points. They are 371 for 5, so they need 29 from 6.4 overs. Eskenazi 90 not out. And Somerset are still 9 wickets down, trailing Kent by 177, so 1 more Kent wicket and that will be the first match done in this round of matches. That's in Division 1.
.61 for 2, leads 516. This is defended. Angles in low to the bottom of off stump. Played away in the offside.
Odd sort of week beginning on a Monday. They always seem to do these September games, don't they, as midweek rather than starting on the Sunday. Nobody seems to know why.
Gibson in. This has gone off down to long leg 4. 1 run for Hamid. Moves him on to 26.
It's a good throw from Graham Clark, wasn't it? Fizzed it in from deep backward square.
Ball goes in again. It's a full toss. It's hammered out through deep mid-wicket for 4. Not the best of deliveries, and Clark just leant into it and helped it on its way.
Very interested to hear anybody's season highlights if you've got one. And for me, it was I guess the joy of seeing how the youngsters have come on and come through and had success. Joey Everson, a century in the first match of the season, his maiden century, a maiden century for Lyndon James up at Chesterley Street, and how he's built on that. Matthew Montgomery being introduced into the side and here getting his maiden century. Liam Patterson-White has just gone on and on and on from the talent that we've seen over the last year or two. Going to be a terrific player. He's played for the Lions, and I think everybody expected him to really go to the very top of the game. Very, very pleased to see Brett Hotton's performance at Leicester in the Royal London to get a 7 for that. It was just so dramatic, record-breaking performance there for Brett Hotton. But if you've got a particular memory that you'd like to share, I'll read them out after tea as Travaskis bowls to Asiba Mead. Well, that's Marty for his highlights.
Middlesex 25 runs away from their final batting point. They're 375 for 5 in the 105th over. Well, the obvious one's the way Potts has come on leaps and bounds this year.
Mead is on 26 as Travaskis bowls to him, and he's punched this through the leg side for 4. As I look at the toe of his bat, it was whipped away. Got plenty of bat on it. Looked a little bit unorthodox, a little bit agricultural, but clattered into the brickwork at the base of the Fox Road stand to Mead onto 70 for 2. The lead is 5-2-5.
Stokes at Worcester was obviously something special, wasn't it?
My word. 70 for 2, Travaskis bowls, and Mead punches into the offside, will get a single, 71 for 2.
Other than that, really, Ben Raines had a good year. You know, Chris Rushworth again, ever dependable with the ball. Dixon and Benningham's form with the bat earlier in the year. They were both doing well, and they both got injured about May and just drifted away from it. Michael Jones has come on leaps and bounds with the bat. He's had some good runs.
Clark's on strike on 16, leaves his crease and then pushes it back to Travaskis. You had one or two youngsters come in, haven't you? McAlinden and...
McAlinden, Bushnell, McIntosh, the keeper.
Gibson here.
Yeah.
Clark has 16. Now has 17 as he again cuts it out onto the offside, out to Graham Clark. 72 for 2.
I think overall, though, in the 3 formats, it's been disappointing, and it didn't deliver. And, with a month of the season to go, the coach leaves the club. They're now looking for another coach. Big appointment, that.
Mead lets this one pass through into the gloves of Chris Benjamin. And it's the end of the over, 72 for 2. Mead 31, Clark 17. There'll be just time for one more over before tea.
Well, they got relegated in 2016. I mean, that was a bleak period, and then a number of key players left at the end of that year. They lost 3,500 runs at the top of the order. And I remember talking to a Durham member early in the 2017 season, and it took them quite a few matches before they won that year. I think it was about 7. And the fear was, and I remember talking to Paul Collingwood about this as well, the general consensus was that it was going to be a 5-year job at least before Durham were back and able to compete in Division 1. So you've had 17, 18, 19, 20 doesn't count. 21 was obviously a different system as George Drizel's coming in. So this year's now the fourth season in Division 2, really.
Steve Crawley's prompted my memory for one of the season highlights. He says, going up to Chesterley Street for the first time, he says, Dave, seeing Slats get a double 100 there and Lyndon James getting his first 100, but also the dog in the pushchair. Thanks very much, Steve. Yeah, I remember the dog in the pushchair. I've got a photo somewhere.
Drizel bowling here. First ball is played away by Clark to Maddinson at the long on.
Does he still go?
Well,
the dog in the pushchair.
Yeah, until recently he was there. Yeah.
That well-known Agatha Christie novel.
There's quite a lot of people have dogs in pushchairs. In fact, you can get you can buy dog chairs now. My neighbour pushes a twin buggy around with the dog in one of them.
I've never seen
one of the kids in the other.
It's the first time
Somebody else I've seen has 4 dogs in a pushchair.
Brilliant.
Drizel bowls, defended. Here's one for you today on our news this morning. A farmer who runs an animal rescue centre up in Northumberland on the border with Cumbria is looking for a prosthetic limb for a duck. This is defended. He said a number of people have offered to help with making a sort of 3D print out of one, but so far nobody's actually come up with one. The duck got injured when it got tangled in a fence, apparently. Drizel bowls pulled out through Mead wicket for 4 by Hamid. It was a half tracker and he saw it early.
Nice bit of orange sauce as accompaniment.
That was a big thing in the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Duck a l'orange. Yeah. Chicken in a basket,
yeah.
duck a l'orange,
Yeah.
prawn cocktail.
It was boiled in a bag, duck a l'orange, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. Get a portion of that duck a l'orange.
Somebody stole 3 rabbits from a residential home in Durham the other day. This is thumped. It was a full toss and it's away for 4 past mid-on. These last 2 deliveries have looked a bit like declaration bowling.
A 50 partnership between Hamid and Clark from 52 balls. Seba Mead 32 of them. An update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. 1 or 2 of you have sent through your season highlights. Maybe that we're going to troop off in a second. Got this update to do for Radio Nottingham. As Drizzle bowls what will be the final ball of the session, 81 for 2. And that's going to be yes. 81 for 2 after 19 overs. Seba Mead is 39 not out and Joe Clark is 18 not out. Nott's lead is 5-3-6. And If you'll just bear with me for a second, folks, because I'm just going to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge, with the players returning to the field after tea, with Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 81 for 2. They've got this colossal lead, well in excess of 500. 40 overs remain in the day, so we'll see how long they opt to stay out there batting. I think the general feeling around Trent Bridge is one very much of, many cases, surprise and a lot of cases disappointment. Surprise that with such a huge lead Notts didn't enforce the follow-on, and disappointment for those that are here today and can't come back tomorrow, hoping to see the Division 2 title secured today. Notts saw it differently. He elected to give the bowlers a bit of a rest and decided to bat again. They've lost Ben Slater for 8, Matthew Montgomery for 9, batting for a second time. They've got a lead over 500, and well, pretty much they can dictate their own terms as to how much of this session they want to spend batting. 81 for 2. Durham are going to start this final session of day 3 with Ollie Gibson from the pavilion end. Bowls to Joe Clark, drives the first ball up to the offside, or to mid-off, and there's no run. Somebody suggested and urged earlier on, Gibson bowls, Clark plays this to mid-on. Notts have announced that, assuming that's played tomorrow, the 4th day, it will be free entry, but you've got to, I think, download your complimentary ticket or claim your complimentary ticket. I've just retweeted the link from the club, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. It's on there, and I've just retweeted it, how to get your complimentary tickets for tomorrow. Free entry for tomorrow, assuming play does go into a 4th day, which seems inevitable now, as Gibson bowls. Nice looking bit of timing there from Joe Clark, just caressing the ball to the mid-wicket boards, and there's 4 more onto the total. Joe Clark onto 22. The lead is 540. Just before tea, asked you to, if you've got any memories of the season. Nigel says, my view of this season is that it's been an all-round excellent team and squad performance. They've all contributed in batting, bowling and fielding over the season. Colin Harrison, my high point was the great Dane Patterson, 100 first-class wickets for Notts in his 2 years here, the quickest to do it since Franklin Stevenson in 1988. As Gibson bowls, this one's pushed up to mid-off, no run. Paul Harrison, who's a bit of a wag. Hi Dave, the high spot of my season was the day my freezer broke and I had to smash through 5 white chocolate magnums in less than 30 minutes. Absolutely tremendous. Thanks Paul, who's over there looking after the players' welfare in the pavilion. Smashed through 5 chocolate magnums.
That's a good one.
Tony says the highlight of my season has been the opportunity that the 50 over comp has given some of the younger players to showcase their skills due to the others away with the 100. I'm sure they all appreciate the chance at top level cricket, as Gibson into Clark, and there's no run. Dan says, are you listening, Mr. Emerson?
Mm-hmm.
The highlight for me, Liam's 5 foot at Grantham on my birthday and meeting Marty at the pizza van. Also Lyndon's ton up at Durham. You know Dan is Liam's dad.
Yeah, the pizza was a corker. That was the highlight of the day for me.
Ollie Gibson to Joe Clark, 85 for 2 the score. Clark has hit this very, very hard indeed for 4 down the ground, beating the dive of mid-on. Gets a second boundary in the over. Clark on to 26, Notts 89 for 2, leading by 544. Gibson 3-0, 23-0. And we've had 1 over in the afternoon session. 39 overs remain in the day. We obviously won't get them all in.
Dan Norcross suggests batting again to avoid losing points for a slow over. It was a good idea, but isn't it measured over two innings, and they've got to still bowl again? And there was no suggestion.
They don't have to bowl again.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, true. They could just battle. Yeah, that would be dull. Now then, Sunner, says John Hutchison. I haven't tuned in today due to work commitments, but as the sun sets on yet another season, I want to thank you and your fellow co-commentators for a great summer of cricket commentary. Hopefully, with a change of coaching staff, 2023 could be the year Durham actually get out of Division 2, if there's a Division 1 to go into. Have a great hibernation, and if you ever get over in the northwest, give me a shout. Thank you, John, who is from the northeast, used to play for Gateshead Fell back in the day, but now lives in Bolton.
Just getting the floodlights coming on again, which is perhaps an indication of what's behind us, because it's okay at the moment.
Well, there's a big black cloud just drifting across towards us now, which you can see to the left. So that's to the north, isn't it? No, east. Rain from the Radcliffe Road end, and there's a big band of cloud across to the west as well. Comes in and bowls. Ball's gone off towards long leg for 1 run by Hamid.
Mike says, my county cricket experience this season has been through your radio commentaries, Dave. There are 2 highlights for me, and they bookend the season. The first was right at the start at Hove, when the discussion with the Sussex chairman was so thought-provoking. He laid out clear messages about sustaining and developing county, regional and local cricket in its own right, and not just as a nursery and set of venues for the very few players who make it to the highest levels of the game. The second season memory is your commentary this afternoon has not sealed promotion. A moment of pure delight. All the best, Mike. Thank you very much, Mike. Very, very kind. Yeah, crikey, April Hove seems such a long time ago. And John
was that
Philby,
the first match?
Yeah, John Philby's made such an impression, hasn't he, in his first year as the Sussex chairman.
Rain in. This is defended. He was sitting next to us last week, saying that this high performance review was unworkable, and so was the current schedule. Derek Allen says the highlights. Merv. So obviously Mervyn Hardy's email at Leicester. Potts, Stokes and Nuts batting again, so we still have more cricket.
There's a bonus.
In comes Rain. Bowls, defended. Sean says Notts need about 700 on the board to make the game safe and deal with our brilliant batting order. Bob says baffling decision. You would think they would want to finish today so they could celebrate getting promotion and have the extra day off. Dave Griffin, the statistician at Derbyshire and the photographer, says, is this for Hamid to try and overtake Madsen as leading run scorer in the championship season? And I said, well, what would the point of that? And he said, no idea. Well worth following, Griff, if you don't. This is defended. His daily videos and thoughts on life in general, and indeed the state of county cricket, they're well worth watching.
Is this at mid-on? Is this Donithi again?
Donithi, yeah.
The subfielder.
Luke Donithi.
Nick says Notts clearly batting again, so I can watch the last day working from home tomorrow and enjoying you and the Grumpy Mac.
Grumpy Mac, isn't he? Who said
Thanks,
that?
Nick. That's Nick.
Where do they live? 90 for 2. Rain in, balls. This has gone off down towards third man. Oh, we'll have lots of stories for you tomorrow, won't we?
He's got you weighed up.
Yeah, we'll have loads of stories for you tomorrow after tonight.
We will.
You're not going in that tracksuit, Dave, are you?
We're hitting the town tonight.
Are you going to get changed before you go
Yeah.
You've got your spandex on and
put another tracksuit on. A shell suit.
Yeah.
I'm going in a shell suit.
What do they call this? Your sequined 70s dance top and flares. Platform shoes. 91 for 2. Hamid on strike on 40. Rain comes in and bowls. That's left alone.
We're going to a musical extravaganza this evening. The Royal Concert Hall in Nottingham. We're popping along myself.
Where is it? Where's that?
You know the Market Square. You've been on about the 3 Lions.
There's 2 lines, isn't there?
The 2 Lions, yeah.
So I mean, you
just off that is the Theatre Royal.
Yeah.
And it's behind the Theatre Royal. It's adjoined to the Theatre Royal.
Yeah. So well, that was the same street as the rescue rooms then, more or less.
Yeah. 91 for 2 is the score.
Right on the doorstep then.
I was going to say something of national importance. No, I wasn't. Middlesex not quite got the 400 yet. There's 393 for 6, but they've got 16 balls left to get 7 runs for maximum bonus points in their game. I think that will then take them out of reach of Glamorgan, or provided they don't lose. But they've got a lead of 170 over Worcestershire on first innings anyway.
Sam Northeast's been the big deal at Glamorgan this year. Said when the first match he was a good signing. And it was nice to actually catch up with him. I saw his debut for Kent in 2007 against Durham.
It's Gibson bowling to Clark. Deflected down to long leg. Come back for 2. Duneathi with the throw into the gloves of Benjamin. And they are safely back, 93 for 2.
Hogan's retiring as well, isn't he, the bowler at the end of this year?
He is indeed, yeah, Michael.
How old is he now, 41 or so?
Not sure, but he's...
I said to him, what are you going to do? And he said, I'm going to be a dad.
He's going back to Australia, yeah.
And I'm going to do the school run and do all the things that dad should do.
Somerset were bowled out as we went off for tea for 139, so Kent have won by an innings and 151, the first result from this round of matches. Kent defeating Somerset, but they're both safe from the drop, and Clark punches this to mid-off, and there's no run.
Back on whether this is all about Hamid becoming the leading run maker in the country.
It's not.
Well, Chris says, I made this suggestion earlier. I suppose the tail sign would be if they declare immediately if he's out, and he's out for less than the runs he needs.
The only Notts player with a milestone, an imminent milestone, is Stephen Mullaney, who's doing to come in at 6. He needs 7 for 1,000 for the season. As Clark pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
But he's not going to know, because I mean Derbyshire could win their match by an innings.
Yeah.
So Madsen.
No, it's nothing to do with.
Is Madsen actually playing in that game? Presume he is.
It's nothing to do with the Seba Mead.
He was still quite a few runs away when I looked at the list. Wayne Madsen, 92 he made in that innings.
Gibson bowls, Clark whips it again out towards mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there this time. Only a single. 94 for 2. The lead 5-4-9. Playing again after tea at Middlesex. They were a little after us in going for tea. 396 for 6, so they need 4 runs from 12 balls for maximum batting points, Middlesex. Eskenazi's 101 not out, so I'm sure he's seen it fairly well. Gibson to Hamid, who's beaten and jerks his head round quite extravagantly to look back at the keeper, Benjamin. Sometimes that's a telltale sign that the batter had nicked it, but he hadn't on that occasion. Clark 30, Hamid 40, partnership of 64 for this third wicket. As Notts opting to not enforce the follow-on. I've reached 94 for 2. Gibson bowls, Hamid plunders this to mid-on, and there's no run. Gibson 4 overs, none for 26 right now. It'll be Ben Rain to continue. He took one of the wickets, that of Montgomery, who earlier today was given the September Nottinghamshire Player of the Month award, and Ben Slater was dismissed by Matty Potts. Between them, they've taken all the wickets in this game, haven't they? 4 now to Potts and 3 to Rain of the 7 wickets taken throughout the match.
Mark Wood, the Durham fast bowler, makes his 200th appearance in his career today in all formats. This is for England in a T20 against Pakistan. 67 first-class matches, 91 one-days and 42 T20s.
Durham have got their 400 and maximum points, so we'll stop looking at that.
Who?
Beg your pardon, Middlesex.
Rain bowls. I think you might have suddenly excited a few listeners there, needlessly.
Yeah, sorry.
That's
That match
played
has started as well, Martin, hasn't it? Because Pakistan are batting. They're 33 for 1, and Mark Wood's got a wicket. Well, hang on, we just better check, because it just says Wood. Yes, it is Mark Wood, because of course Luke Wood is in the squad. Babar Azam has been caught by Nottinghamshire's Ben Duckett from the bowling of Durham's Mark Wood for 9.
Oh no, does that mean we're 3 listeners down today then?
Hales is playing and Duckett's playing. Luke Wood isn't, so he might be with us.
Raining turned off to, where's that gone? Down towards deep backward square leg for 1 run. Off Clark. He moves on to 31.
They've upped sticks from Karachi, where they played the first 4 games, and they're now in Lahore for matches 5, 6 and 7. It's 2-2, and Pakistan have been put in. England won the toss. England, Salt, Hales, Malan, Duckett, Brooke, Moeen Ali skipper, Sam Curran, Wokes, Willie, Rashid and Mark Wood.
It's 4 o'clock, rain in, balls, defended. It's gone off to the covers, no run.
95 for 2. Interesting to see if Notts do pull the curtains down on this innings this evening, or think they can bowl Durham out in a full day tomorrow. Certainly got enough runs. I think everybody's agreed on that. 550 the lead as Rain bowls. Off the pad, I'm sure this will be a leg by as it balloons away towards the square leg umpire. And wrong again, Bracegirdle, as the umpire doesn't touch his knee, doesn't make any indication of any sort towards the scorers. 96 for 2, so Mead on to 41. Well, Nottinghamshire 96 for 2 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 551. It was a strange old afternoon because Nottinghamshire bowled Durham out for the first time for 207. That meant they'd got enough points to ensure promotion back to Division 1. Everybody expecting Notts then to enforce the follow-on and try and bowl them out for a second time today, but they didn't. They have elected to bat for a second time. Asiba Mead is on 41, Joe Clark 31. The lead 551. Nottinghamshire 96 for 2. Next ball's played to point, fielded by Maddinson. There's no run. Sometimes I wonder with these BBC Radio Nottingham updates, I know there's people on and off all day long, getting in the car, switching the radio on, or getting home, switching the radio on, but there will be others that listen to the radio all day and will say the same things over and over and over again. But you do have to sort of explain the situation, really, each time. 96 for 2. Clark has 31. Ben Rain has gone tumbling down, slipping over in his follow through. Thankfully he's bobbed back up, he's okay. Suspicious look at the surface. He's alright, everybody just checking on his welfare. It's up on the big screens here at Trent Bridge now. Day 4, free entry tomorrow. Claim your free tickets by going to the official club website, trentbridge.co.uk. All the information there if you want to come along tomorrow. It's free. Every potential that there will be, well, there'll be something to celebrate anyway for Notts, because they have secured promotion. Ollie Gibson bowls to number 99, Asiba Mead. Plays it to George Drissell, backward point. There's no run. Gibson in once more. This one's eased to Drissell at point. Thanks very much for all the nice messages, the kind messages that we've received today. Gibson bowls, this one played to mid-on. Single taken by Hamid on to 42. He's maintained his appetite for run scoring. 4 centuries and 7 50s as well. Not that far away now from another 50s, on to 42. Clark has 31. And this partnership has added 67. Gibson in once more. Clark mistimes it. And there's no run. Yorkshire are 7 down at Headingley. 155 for 7. Still requiring 86 there to beat Gloucestershire. It would be Gloucestershire's first win of the season if they were to get over the line against Yorkshire, and it would give Yorkshire supporters a fairly anxious 24 hours or so, because they could still be relegated, but that's if Warwickshire then go on to beat Hampshire. Gibson bowls again and Clark keeps it out. .97 for 2. Gibson had figures of none for 100 in the first innings. Still looking for his first wicket. Final ball of the over, bowls to Joe Clark. No run there, remains 97 for 2. Gibson 5 overs, none for 27 second time around.
Pakistan have lost a second wicket now. Willie has struck. Shan Masood going. 43 for 2 after 6 overs.
Definitely packed up for the day on the building site. Next to the ground, all gone quiet over there.
Rain in. Short ball left alone by the batsman, Masood Hamid. So I'm looking at the scorecard of the England game. Kent beat Somerset by an innings and 151 runs at Canterbury. Was that today or yesterday?
Just happened. They've just got over the line.
That's played down towards third man for 1 run. Were Kent safe anyway because of things happened with their win last week, was it?
No, yesterday, as soon as Warwickshire declared yesterday to try and enhance their own chances, that ensured that Kent was safe, but they've sorted it out for themselves anyway by defeating Somerset. Had a good couple of weeks, of course. Won the Royal London One Day Cup final here.
Ball goes out into the offside, no run there.
End of the season already confirmed for Kent and Somerset. The other 16 counties, just a little bit of cricket left in the campaign. Surrey champions, Gloucestershire relegated with either Warwickshire or Yorkshire. Notts promoted with either Middlesex or Glamorgan.
In comes rain. That's defended.
Must admit Glamorgan's hopes are very, very slender now. They almost need snookers.
And I was waiting for Middlesex to do very Middlesexy things
Yes.
today and mess it up.
Yeah. Yes, I know we both were. Not with any animosity towards Middlesex, but just Kevin Hand is fairly easy to to take the bait. BBC London commentator who covers Middlesex. No real reason for Durham to rattle along at anything other than the pace they are doing. They're +3, but...
Where were Notts? Did you notice? I never looked.
What do you mean, where were Notts?
Over 8 wise.
0. It's up there, 0.
Oh, right, yeah.
Bottom right of the board.
Yeah. Rain to Clark, who's on 31. Brought 2 fielders in close, so we've got Bushnell, short extra cover. Dressel is at silly mid-on. Just in the eye line of Clark, trying to put him off. Rain in. Oh, a thick edge down into the floor and away up to third man for 4. Third man's empty. It is vacant. What's that? And 100 up for Notts. 102 for 2. They lead by 557.
Clark on to 35. Did mention when he came out to bat that still without a century in 2022. There's the announcement about free admission tomorrow.
Free beer tomorrow.
But you must... you go saying things like that. But you must go to the website. Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk. Follow the links to claim your free tickets to come along and be here tomorrow. Last day of the season. As Seabermead plays this away square out to deep point to Liam Travaskis. Takes a single. 103 for 2. The lead 558. Just one slip in there. Sean Dixon playing his final match for Durham. Made 20 in Durham's first innings. Was dismissed almost 24 hours ago now, just before they went off last night. Dismissed by Liam Patterson-White. There's Gibson. Bowls to Clark. Digs it out. It rolls all the way up to the skipper at mid-on.
Did you manage to get to Wembley for the playoff final or not?
No.
No.
No, neither Mansfield nor Forest. They were back-to-back days. Didn't go. Next one's driven crisply to mid-off, and Ben Rain with a slight misfield, but they don't seize on the opportunity to pinch a single. 103 for 2.
I'm just saying that because I'm just looking at this picture on my phone here, which is the screensaver of our family were there for the Sunderland game, and just by sheer chance Durham were playing Middlesex at Lord's, so I was able to sneak off for the afternoon and get there.
Another little bit of a pause here once they have a chat.
You don't want to get... they're not happy with the ball.
No, Scott Borthwick.
Oh, that was so April and May, that. Bad balls.
Showing the ball to the umpire at the far end. They're going to get together and just discuss this.
Will this be the first time it goes through the ring? Here we go. It's passing through.
That's umpire Newell.
I remember interviewing Scott Borthwick earlier in the year. I think the Glamorgan match, there were 11 ball changes on top of the scheduled ones, and he just said they were awful. They just turn into like going soft, expanding, swelling, going out of shape.
So come on, Scott, get on with it. Nothing wrong with that. It's umpire Pratt at the far end. So we're ready to go again with Ollie Gibson. Bowls now to Joe Clark. Helps this into the offside, and there's no run.
I reckon We're getting into bad light territory again. It's gone gloomy, the floodlights are on. There's quite a big bank of cloud to the west of us, where the cloud's drifting in from the west.
Yeah, it's not filled in, there's lots of gaps everywhere. I wouldn't have thought we'd be going off any time soon as Clark drives this down the ground for 4. Fabulous shot. Ben Rain's got to go and fetch it. Nice looking shot from Joe Clark. Takes him to 39, 107 for 2. And the lead is 5-6-2.
Well, I was right last night and the night before. So
Not at 4:15. Don't think we're going off any time soon. Ball has been fetched.
we're
by
nearly on
Ben
the
Rain.
cusp again, light meter wise.
Encouragement for Ollie Gibson from one or two of his teammates. Urging the youngster on. That was a lovely shot from Joe Clark though, driving it down the ground. Here it comes again, fair head. Quick bowler, bowls to Clark. Gets on the front foot, helps it to mid-on. End of the over, 107 for 2, Nottinghamshire after 26 overs. Going along at just about 4 and over.
The Met Office, we will have our first spell of wet and windy weather this autumn on Friday because of Hurricane Fiona and then Hurricane Ian. So Hurricane Ian's across Florida now, I think, and it's a megastorm. And Hurricane Fiona was the one that came up across the eastern seaboard of Canada last weekend and is gradually making its way here. Has Wood got another wicket? Why don't I just look at the scorecard on 52 for 3, Pakistan. Let's have a look. Last man, yeah, he's got a second. Hyder Ali caught and bowled by Wood for 4. He's taken 2 for 5 in 2 overs in his 200th career appearance. Not bad going. Rain here, by the way. Ball in hand. Ready to come in from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Hamid. The partnership 77 from 95 balls. This is defended and it runs up to Drizzell, who's fielding it silly mid-on. Almost standing on the cut strip, but of course not allowed to. Where we've got Bushnell, he's round on the offside, close in, short extra cover. Then there is Maddinson behind him on the edge of the square, on that cover side as well. Travaskis looks a lonely figure way out at long leg. Now he's being joined on the boundary by Clark, who's been put out to deep mid-wicket. Got a mid-on and a mid-off. One slip in place. Rain in. Hamid plays this down into the ground and it trickles to Drizzell once again.
T says, hi Dave, I've just bought my free ticket for tomorrow. I'm very happy. I'll be on the 08:42 train in the morning. Hope you have a nice day, T.
In comes the bowler. This has gone to Bushnell this time, close in on the offside. It's a dot ball. Rain, short one, goes through to the keeper. The batsman leaves it alone. $107 for 2. Rain. It's defended. Stop balls now.
Yeah.
What have we got now? 1 ball left for the maiden over here.
It's just dropped into a very sedate passage of play.
I feel he might fall asleep on air at this rate. I'm going to stand up for a minute.
Trouble now is with the light. If knots were to declare, you can get broad, send down a bouncer early on, and that's it, off you go.
Pulled by Hamid out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. It's not a maiden. That is the end of the over. 108 for 2. So the last ball, a single.
Yeah, Hamid will keep strike then. He's on 45. Terrific innings. A terrific season he's had for Nottinghamshire at the top of the order. Being restored to the ranks, so to speak, after missing the second half of last summer away with England.
Building site's all quiet now. They've all gone home for the day. They must start at 8, do you reckon?
Yeah. Well, if not earlier. It was only just past 8 when I got here. Was it yesterday morning or the first morning, and they were working.
Were they? On holiday years ago in Egypt, and hadn't been told before we got there that there was building work at the hotel.
There's Gibson. Balls from the pavilion end. Little crikey, there was a slight shall we, shan't we? In fact, more than a slight shall we, shan't we, as it was pushed to Borthwick mid-on. Hamid went halfway down. Joe Clark went halfway down from the other end, and then they had a little bit of a debate about it, and both returned to the respective ends, and they're discussing the calling right now. Would have given, I think, had I been backing up, I think Hamid would have given me the impression there that he was coming, because he was such a long way down. 108 for 2. There's Gibson. Desperate for his first wicket of the match. Bowls to Hamid, and he won't get it here, but Hamid doesn't know where it's gone. Says, can I pick it up? Of course you can.
Anyway, on this hotel in Luxor on the banks of the Nile, these builders were there every morning at 7. They were digging a big trench to put the foundations in to finish off one end of the hotel, but they're using picks and shovels and hammers, and they kept hitting the reinforcement beams in the hotel foundations. And then the clocks went back an hour.
There's Gibson. Easy single this time. Wide open spaces on that leg side. The ball had practically stopped by the square leg umpire as Maddinson comes in to lob it back into play. 109 for 2.
So because the clocks went back an hour, it meant it was still just as hot, so they started at 6 in the morning instead of 7. It was a nightmare. I never got any sleep for a fortnight, and then flew all the way back to Manchester Airport, stayed in a hotel there, woke up the next morning with building work. I can't believe this.
Gibson to ball to Joe Clark. He just went forward, then went back into his crease, and then opens the face and runs it down to Graham Clark at third man. 110 for 2. And the pedestrian pace continues.
I woke up, I thought, no, we're still in, how come we're still in Egypt? I thought we flew back last night, and then realised I was in a totally different hotel, and when I opened the door, they were rebuilding one of the lift shafts. Fun times.
Gibson. Boyles Hamid not happy with himself there. Let it go at the last second. It was harmlessly outside off stump. Durham were 53 for 2 overnight. Quite early in the piece this morning, they lost their skipper Scott Borthwick, caught by Hamid from the bowling of Luke Fletcher, slashed a backward point. That was 74 for 3, 80 for 4 when the night watchman George Drissel edged to Stephen Mullaney. Oh, he clipped Patterson to Stephen Mullaney at mid-wicket as Hamid again chops it down to Clark at third man. We're on Nelson. Nick Maddinson had a little bit of fun. Made 40, which included 3 big sixes off Liam Patterson-White. Before he did edge to Joe Clark at slip. 135 for 5. Chris Benjamin was then snaffled up at short leg by Matt Montgomery from Patterson White's bowling. 140 for 6, 155 for 6 at lunch. And then afterwards Durham were knocked over. 155 for 7 when Ben Rain was trapped LBW by Patterson. Bushnell caught Mulaney, bowled Patterson White 37, and Potts caught Slater, bowled Patterson 40. He was the last out, caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 207 all out, and that secured Nottinghamshire enough points to go back to Division 1.
Rain comes in and bowls. And blocked on a length, no run there. I thought, really? ESPN Cricket Info, runs are flowing freely in Lahore. Pakistan 66 for 3 after 10. I'm thinking they're not flowing freely. Then I realised that actually written runs aren't flowing freely in Lahore. So good time of things at the moment with a ball for England. Rain to Hamid. Looking to try and york him there. Hamid keeps it away though. No run. There's a fire going on over there in West Bridgford. Smoke rising. Where's that coming from? It's quite a big looking fire, that one. Lots of smoke coming up. Wind's blowing away from us though, as it's pulled by Hamid out towards deep square leg to Clark for 1. The sun's not poking through any time soon, is it? It's still gloomy here. You might be in your spandex bell bottoms sooner than you think, Dave. Rain in. This is played off towards mid-wicket. No run.
Just realised on all the promotion things I put not secure maximum bonus points. They didn't. Of course, they only got 7 bonus points. Missed out on getting 400 batting points. Oh, 400 runs in 110 overs. They were just shy of that, so just 4 batting points. Still got David Beddingham on the boundary edge there. He's done a few laps of the ground today with his.
He's still got his arm in a sling.
In a sling.
In comes Rain, bounces that through to the keeper.
Durham's over 8 has dropped from +3 to +2. It makes a huge amount of difference right now.
Bowler comes in, and this is pushed away. Out towards the backward point for 1.
Umpire's taking a reading.
There you go.
Pratt.
Thank you very much.
Pavilion end. Just going to tell umpire Neil what he's seen. Lots of breaks in it. There are some filthy dark clouds, but see blue sky as well. Intermittent overhead conditions. They're happy to crack on for now. And Liam Travaskis is going to have a bowl anyway. A slow left arm spinner, replacing Ollie Gibson then, who's still wicketless for the match. Clark on strike on 41. We're just about ready. 4:30. We'll be doing the Radio Nottingham update in a moment or two as Clark leaves his crease to Liam Travaskis. Just bats the ball towards mid-on. And there's no run. 1-1-3 for 2. Next ball is punched to mid-off. And they do take a single this time with Borthwick doing the fielding. We're in the 30th over. Clark on 42, Hamid on 48. This might be an opportunity for Asib Hamid to rack up another 50. This one's pushed into the offside. They'll take a single. 114 for 2. Slightly skewed off the outside edge by Clark. Goes to backward point. Yeah, we're just a little fearful that we might not get too much more cricket. The umpires have taken a couple of metre readings with regards to the light, and the floodlights are on. Nottinghamshire batting for a second time. They're 115 for 2. In fact, this one's just been pulled away by Joe Clark for 6 to take him to 48 and the score to 121 for 2. The big news from Nottinghamshire today from here at Trent Bridge is that Notts earlier in bowling Durham out for 207 secured enough points to guarantee promotion to Division 1 next year. They could have enforced the follow-on. They've opted to bat again, and they have a current lead of 576 over Durham at 121 for 2. That was banged in short. And was pulled away. 121 for 2. Clark on 48. Travaskis to bowl. This is defended by Joe Clark. Made 28 in the first innings, was dismissed by Matty Potts. Caught in the slip cordon by Sean Dixon. 121 for 2 after 30 overs. So still got 29 overs to go. What's it going to be at this end? Still going to be Ben Rain, who's bowled 12 of the 15 overs from this end, giving it his absolute all.
First ball from Rain through to the keeper.
Pakistan 80 for 3 after 11 overs now. Yorkshire 7 down at Headingley, 171 for 7, needing 70 more to defeat Gloucestershire.
Rain in to leave by Hamid. Umpires are coming to have a chat. Time did I first mention the light? About 4:15. Here we go.
And they're going to troop off with 28.4 overs outstanding. I think we could have a period where we're going to be hanging around for a while to see if there will be any more cricket. Lots of breaks in the dark clouds. Joe Clark and George Drissel having a bit of a chat about something. But off they go in the 31st over, 121 for 2, lead of 576. Joe Clark is 48 not out, as Seabermead is one shy of his half century. And they've added 91 so far for the third wicket here at Trent Bridge. This second innings, Nottinghamshire electing not to enforce the follow-on. Ben Slater caught Drissel, bowled Potts for 8. That was in the second over. That was 9 for 1. And Matthew Montgomery caught Dixon, bowled Rain for 9. That was 30 for 2 in the 11th. Actually, all the players have left the field. Ben Rain is over by the Fox Road stand. He's just gone to pick his sweater up. He's having a bit of a natter there to one of the Durham squad players or backup players or coaching staff. I don't know who it is. Well, he's got whites on, so must be one of the squad players. But Bad Light has stopped play. 121 for 2 when the players return. So will we. caught the news that Nottinghamshire have declared. Stephen Mullaney's pulled the plug on that Nottinghamshire second innings. 121 for 2 was the score. They went off for around about 3/4 or 40 minutes or something of that order for bad light. Stephen Mullaney's declared, and there will be a little more cricket this evening. Potential of 14 overs. Very much doubt we'll get anywhere near all of that in. But the light is good at the moment, good enough for the umpires to wave them back on. And Durham, the board says they require 577 to win, but good luck with that. Sean Dixon and Liam Travaskis on their way out to the middle. Luke Fletcher's got the ball in hand, so him and Dane Patterson turning their arm over. Just wondered where Stuart Broad was, but he's now on his way out to the middle to join the rest of them. So Durham with a little bit of batting work to do this evening that they perhaps hoped they wouldn't have to undertake. A really frustrating time over the last 3/4 of an hour or so. There's certainly been periods where the light has appeared very good, and once or twice the umpires have actually been out there checking the light but shielding their eyes from the sun. It's a little bit nonsensical to say that the light's too bad when you've got that much sunshine. So it's going to be Fletcher going to bowl. Unfortunately, a lot of people have disappeared over the course of the last hour. Still a handful left inside Trent Bridge, and if you're just joining us, there will be cricket tomorrow. Weather permitting, of course. It does seem as if it's going to be a dry day, and there is free admission here, but you've got to book your tickets in advance via the Notts website, trentbridge.co.uk. So here we go, first ball of the over. Luke Fletcher in to bowl to Liam Travaskis. Terrific first delivery. He's dropped that right on the spot, just outside off stump, and goes through to the keeper. So perhaps a little belatedly, we've made it through to the 4th innings of the match. A lot of people are expecting Notts to enforce the follow-on, but they saw it differently, enabled the bowlers just to have a couple of hours with their feet up. Might have been a little longer had the light not improved. There's Fletcher. Past umpire Newell, bowls to Liam Travaskis. Lets it go, the ball dies in front of Tom Moores. Does well to stop it. That Nottinghamshire second innings, Ben Slater was dismissed for 8, Matthew Montgomery for 9, and that left Joe Clark and Asiba Mead. Asiba Mead. Are you trying to get hold of me? We've just started once again here at Trent Bridge. There should be 14 overs to be bowled. I think we'll be extremely lucky if we get all of that in. But Notts have declared their second innings closed, setting Durham the very unlikely target of 577 to win this match. More realistically, Nottinghamshire have these 14 overs this evening and all day tomorrow to try and bowl Durham out for the win, which would guarantee that Division 2 title. We think pretty much a draw would already do it, looking very much like that, with second place Middlesex unable perhaps to overhaul them. So Notts on course for the title. They've certainly guaranteed promotion earlier today, and now they've been just looking to winkle out a wicket or two in these closing overs of the 3rd day. Durham 0 for 0 in the first over. So a little update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Still 0 for 0. Travaskis and Dixon at the crease. Scott Borthwick came in at 3 in the first innings, but last night George Drissell came in as the night watchman at number 4. Here's Fletcher in again. Another really good area found by Fletcher outside the off stump. Challenging deliveries here. Stuart Broad's getting himself ready to bowl the next over. There are long shadows out there from the sun. rather than the floodlights, which are on. Here comes Luke Fletcher. End of the first over of Durham's second innings. This one's pushed back to Fletcher. Feels low down by his ankles, and that is a maiden. Got the second result of the day in Division 1 earlier. Kent defeated Somerset by an innings at Canterbury. At Headingley, Yorkshire have been defeated by Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire's first win of the season does put Yorkshire in a little bit of peril. They're safe unless Warwickshire beat Hampshire at Edgbaston. So either Warwickshire or Yorkshire will go down with Gloucestershire. Warwickshire have to overcome Hampshire at Edgbaston, and Hampshire with the better of things at the moment, so Warwickshire have got to turn that around tomorrow. But Yorkshire's race is run. They'll stay up unless Warwickshire defeat Hampshire. There's going to be Stuart Broad to bowl the second over. He'll bowl to Sean Dixon, who battled away against the Quicks last night and then just couldn't resist having a little go at Liam Patterson-White and skied one, in fact two Broad, who was at mid-on. 4 slips: Clark, Montgomery, James and Mullaney, waiting for an edge as Broad comes in, bowls to Sean Dixon. That was popped up on the offside and doesn't quite reach Asiba Mead. Nasty delivery, and Sean Dixon just fenced it away, almost chin height. The ball ballooned away and Mead couldn't quite get there, rushing in from backward point. There it goes, look, ballooned up in the air, and those of you watching the live stream will see Asiba Mead giving it everything. Couldn't quite get there. Had it been another pace or two closer, and Durham would have been 1 down. But that's a delivery that won't necessarily inspire confidence in the Durham dressing room. Should lift Stuart Broad as he runs in once more and bowls, and this one is edged and is caught, and Dixon goes second ball, his final appearance as a Durham player before moving to Somerset. First ball he could have gone, second ball he has gone, and he's fenced off to Lyndon James at third slip. Good catch low down by Lyndon, and Stuart Broad has got another wicket in this match, and Durham a 0 for 1. It's a second ball duck for Dixon at the start of the second over here. And well, those that have hung around inside Trent Bridge have seen Stuart Broad go to his 897th first class wicket very late in the day. Trying to peer down towards the far end. I think it's the night watchman again, George Drissell. Yeah, it's confirmed on the scoreboard. Paul Taylor says you won't see 2 better balls to start a spell than that. Absolutely right on the money, Paul. Night watchman Drissell did pretty well, I thought, last night. This morning got to 16 and then clipped Dane Patterson straight to Stephen Mullaney at mid-wicket. Went quickly, good catch by the skipper. Out for 16. What will he do this time? Durham a man light, remember. David Beddingham will play no further part in the game. Didn't bat in the first innings, won't bat in the second innings. Dislocated a shoulder diving to stop a ball at mid-wicket yesterday. It was a very sad sight as he was led off. The other players dashed away. The umpires called for a slightly early tea while he got treatment on the field. We send him our best, but he's been seen today walking around the boundary edge with his arm in a sling. Hamid has gone in at gully or maybe even a 6th slip. This one is driven away into the offside, but good stop by Liam Patterson wide, and there's no run. So we've got the 4 slips as we did have for Sean Dixon, and Hamid was a fairly deepish backward point, has come in more of a gully, you'd say, than 6 slip. But if you just follow the progression of the line of the slips, 1, 2, 3, 4, then a gap, and then Asib Hamid. It's a very attacking field, as you can imagine. This Broad halfway through the 2nd over. Bowls to Drissel, a bouncer. Goes comfortably over his head and through to Tom Moores. 1 for the over, says umpire Pratt. So Sean Dixon's race his run as a Durham player. Don't think he'll remember this match too fondly, apart from the fact it was his last game with Durham. Off to Somerset, who were beaten today by his old county Kent. He's Broad, the headband warrior, bowls, pulled away for 4 by Drissel. In fact, it's not, I beg your pardon, because Dane Patterson's out there. Didn't get hold of it as crisply as I thought he had, and Patterson was able to run round and keep them to 1. So Drissel's off the mark, Durham are off the mark, 1 for 1, and the left-handed Travaskis will have 1 ball left to face in this over from Stuart Broad.
We'll be going off in a minute because it's too bright and they can't see the ball, and then any minute now it'll cloud over and they'll be going off because it's too dark. A day of fast, Dave, a day of fast.
Makes you wonder what the score would have been had Notts enforced the follow on. Liam Patterson White has gone in as an extra man on the edge of the 4 slips again. 4 slips gap, and then Patterson White rather than Hamid, and Travaskis just blocks this one. So Stuart Broad starts with a wicket, 1 for 1 from his first over. 2 terrific deliveries to begin with, as Paul Taylor said on Twitter at Praise Cricket. First one, an absolute snorter which Dixon fenced off his chin, very nearly carried to Asib Hamid, and the second one did carry low down to Lyndon James. Good catch. Durham 1 for 1 after 2 overs.
His final appearance for Durham ends in a 2-ball duck as well. I tweeted at T that I was perplexed about why Notts had come back out to bat, and Ben Stokes retweeted and he said maybe they were worried about the last day run chase, but they do know that A, Johnny Bairstow plays for Yorkshire, and B, he's injured. So that retweet and comment from the England captain's got a bit of traction on Twitter. We've got the pizza slice again now, haven't we? About not quite half the field in shade, but it looks like a big piece of chunk has been taken out. Fletcher in the sunshine at his end of the ground. This is played back to him by Drizel. The slip cord, and they're all in the shade.
I know he's not the Durham skipper, but if Ben Stokes was here and leading this side, would he be encouraging his team to go for it?
Still hypothetical. 577. Chris Pinkney says, let Bazball commence.
Yeah,
whatever.
That's the way.
Fletcher in again past the umpire. And it's really difficult to pick the ball up in this light now. That's a play onto the pad, I think, by Drizel. Just drop towards point. All you can actually really see of the ball is the bits of the golden lettering that are catching the sunlight. Other than that, you can't really see the shape or where it's going or anything. It's
too bright.
It's too bright and it's too dark. Fletcher in again. I mean, the batsman's nearly in the shade here, isn't he, as well? He bowls, and that's defended. As the ball bounces up at the batsman's end, you lose it against the dark background. There's also a short leg in there who's casting a shadow onto the wicket, onto the track. The floodlight in the middle of the ground on our right has cast a shadow right across the edge of the square. That's going in line with roughly the crease. Look how long the shadow is off short leg.
Yeah, looking at it. Yeah, good pictures on the live stream there if you're following, folks.
Yeah, it's got about 7 wickets across that shadow off short leg. In comes Fletcher. It's a no ball. Sounds like a Harley Davidson heading down the Loughborough Road. little bit of autumnal colour in some of the trees beyond the ground. A little bit of orange and brown starting to show there. Breeze is obvious in the trees as well. Fletcher in again. That's played up to mid on, no run.
Well, that wicket will be seen very much as a bonus because, of course, the light not improved, then the declaration would have been held over until presumably tomorrow morning, with players not getting on the field. So it's perhaps a little bit of a surprise to Stephen Mullane and his side when the umpire said, right, we can crack on now. And he obviously said, right, we'll declare then. Another bowl.
Fletcher comes in and bowls. Oh, an inside edge, and it's gone off down towards long leg for one from Drizel's bat. Steve Harmison's done a piece on Twitter today on his radio show saying, I don't get why we have to play less cricket. We've got 400 professional cricketers in this country. Only 25 of them play for England. We're stopping people earning a living, he says. And I retweeted that earlier, and Ken Richardson says, "Gan on, Harmy." This misnomer, and it's quite insulting to the counties, I think, the suggestion that they only exist to provide players to England. It's a joke. Fletcher round the wicket. This has gone to short leg, and it's pinged back at the stumps, but it's missed, and that's the end of the over.
I presume it's Montgomery again under the lid. Well, a little check on that this time. Might not be though, because he has been in the slip cordon, Matthew Montgomery. So might be Ben Slater. It is Ben Slater. That's a good bit of work. Four for one.
Did the Yorkies lose?
Yorkshire lost, yep.
So all eyes now on Edgbaston then. Best left on 79, not out.
So it's going to be Stuart Broad. Julie James pointing out that that wicket was an Oakham duo. As Broad comes in, bowls, goes past the outside edge through to Tom Moores, the two former Oakham school, what's the word, alumni? Lyndon James and Stuart Broad combining for that wicket.
We've got this interesting thing going on now up on the third floor where half the time I think I'm following the shadow of the ball and not actually the ball. It's creating quite a lot of optical illusions.
4 for 1. So Mead, who's again dropped in there as the extra catcher. Not required to catch, but has to run after it and prevent a single.
I'm not sure what the make of bat is that Drizel's holding, but it looks like a bit of a Harlequin sort of pattern on the badge.
Doesn't sound very good, actually.
Reminds me of a bit of a canal boat sort of look to it.
Here comes Stuart Broad to bowl to Drissel, too wide to cause him any real discomfort.
Davey says it's hammering down on the Whitburn Riviera. The DFDS ship is hardly visible as it's making its way to Amsterdam. So that rain is going to head down the country this evening, and around about 10 o'clock here it should be lashing down as well, and then it will pass us. We should have a clear day tomorrow, but down south the weather could well be having a say at other games tomorrow. If there are any left down there, I can't remember.
Stuart Broad bowls to Drissel. That's fairly wide from the England quick. Again, the old fallback, let's blame the footwear. Stomps down on the ground.
They've finished at Canterbury anyway. Kent won by an innings and 151 against Somerset. Gloucestershire have beaten Yorkshire in Leeds. The rain will probably have passed Birmingham. Lancashire are playing in Manchester. Essex are at Northampton. Glamorgan are in Hove. That could be affected.
Don't think it really matters, and can't see Worcestershire defeating Middlesex. That's the only way that Glamorgan are going to be involved as the next one goes through to Tom Moores.
Just down the road, they're off a bad light at Leicester. Leicestershire against Derbyshire. We were watching the sun setting during play there 2 weeks ago.
Interesting to see how long we go on for this evening. It's Okay, right now, but still 10 overs and 1 ball left. That will get them all in. Here's Broad in to Drissel. Drives down the ground past Stuart Broad, and that may well go all the way to the fence. Liam Patterson-White's after it. I think the ball's going to win that race, and does. Boundary to Drissel. He moves on to 6, and like he did last night, he's come in, he's coped and looked pretty much at ease. Might just be a case of the old swan pedalling very hard under the water, but he's looking nice and composed. He's on to 6. It's 8 for 1. The other 2 runs made up of that Luke Fletcher no ball.
I mentioned this morning hearing Richard Clayderman in a restaurant last night. Derek's just sent a picture to show he's now listening to Richard Clayderman on Spotify following that mention this morning. He might be number 1 come Christmas, Dave, if we get him trending.
Bublé does all that, doesn't he? Isn't he the Christmas number 1?
Here's Fletcher then to Travaskis. Don't have a new over from the Radcliffe Road end. Travaskis plays this out towards mid-off, no run there. Picked up by Dane Patterson. Lancashire beat Surrey in 3 days by an innings, Bernard says. I mentioned that they had been playing in Manchester, but I disregarded them as being in the south because it was the game in the north. So Fletcher round the wicket, he bowls, and Travaskis leaves this alone. Still 9.4 overs to go. I can't imagine we'll get all of those in. Because the next band of cloud, from when I was looking right at the end of the stand a little bit earlier on, looked like it wasn't too far away. In comes the bowler, defended, pat and pad. We're actually now, isn't 5 to 6 the time they were meant to finish today? Was that right?
Yeah.
So once you get to 5 to 6, if they go off for bad light after that, that's the end of the day's play anyway, because they're already at the point of no return. My maths, I think we've lost 19 overs in this game, given the ones that went. So it was 28.4 overs when they went off, so you lose the over you're in plus 2 for the change of innings. Pulled by Travaskis down into the ground, and it bounces over and away from Ben Slater at short leg. 1 run. I think England bowled Pakistan out for about 145, but they're already 2 down inside the opening 4 overs.
Who's gone as Hale's gone?
Let's have a look. Fletcher coming over the wicket now to Drizzell, the right-hander. Fended away one-handed, and he's pulled his bottom hand off the bat rather quickly there. Darwood Milan has 14, Ben Duckett has 10. Last bat, Phil Salt out for 3. Who else is missing there then?
Alex Hales.
Hales went for 1. In the 5th ball of the match.
Lancashire have won their match. They've defeated champion Surrey by an innings and 130 runs. So Surrey's first defeat of the season. Gloucestershire earlier their first win of the season.
In comes Fletcher. That's chopped the backward point now around there. Yeah, Bernard's just tweeted that, which I read out a minute ago. So, and I was flying through the fixtures looking for games that could be affected by the weather tomorrow in the south, and the only one I can see is Hove, where Sussex are playing Glamorgan.
So we're through 5 of the 14 overs, 9 still showing up on the board. Stuart Broad to bowl the first of them. We're going round the wicket to Liam Travaskis, who he managed to get round about, I was going to say this time, a little more than 24 hours ago. LBW pinned him in the crease looking to do the same again as he bowls, but Travaskis strokes this elegantly through the offside for 4. Nice looking shot. 15 love at the start of the over. 13 for 1 Durham. Knots declaring in both innings. Might be a while since they've done that, actually. 2 declarations in a match. They've only lost 7 wickets in the entire match, and only Matty Potts with 4 and Ben Rain with 3 managed to get wickets for Durham in this game. Broad bowls, lovely delivery. Just nipped away as Travaskis pushed towards it. For 1. $897 first class wickets now for Broad. It's his dad's birthday tomorrow, Chris. As Stuart bowls and William Travaskis defends.
How can you remember that?
29th of September.
Is it your birthday as well or something?
No,
huh?
no. What will he be? What will he be? 1957 he was born, 29th of September. Next ball.
There's a 5 in it.
Defended. 65 then, yeah, 65 tomorrow. I think he's still very much a ICC match referee, isn't he? Nice old gig that. Although of course he has had some troubled times. He was one of those caught up in
the Sri Lanka team bus, wasn't he?
Yeah. 13 for 1 Durham. That's Broad. Comes into the left-handed Travaskis, lets it go through to Moores. Sussex's openers both scored a century. They are 276 without loss, Tom Haines and Ali Orr. That's at least 2 counties in this round of games where they've had both openers. Derbyshire's Lewis Rees and Billy Godleman yesterday both scored centuries from the top of the order. So they're holding Glamorgan up as Broad into Travaskis, making sure he's got that bat in front of the front pad. 13 for 1 at the end of that over from Broad. He's had 3 overs, 1 for 9. Fletcher 3 overs, none for 4. And we should have 8 more overs left if light permits. Still going to be Fletcher.
Oh, Duckett's gone for 10. Pakistan have got 3 wickets in the power play.
Not exactly racing round knots, are they? It's not as if they're starting to look worried about losing some overs this evening. So I think these are just bonus overs, and that was a bonus wicket that they got.
Fletcher in from the Radcliffe Road end. Drizzle plays this out into the covers.
He's looked as orderly pretty much as anybody in the...
We presume he came in as a night watchman yesterday, because he's coming in at number 3 today as well.
Been promoted off the back of that.
What did he come in at last night?
4. Came in at 4 yesterday. He's coming ahead of Borthwick.
Heading up the order. Fletcher bowls. Oh, they're peeling and he's out. Drizzle plays and misses. The ball clips his pad and he departs 4-6. Durham 13 for 2.
It was always thus, wasn't it? You sing a batsman's praises and lo and behold, he'll be on his way in a mere twink of an eye. George Drizzle, LBW, Luke Fletcher for 6. Batted for 20 minutes, faced 19 balls, 1-4, 13 for 2. Luke Fletcher with the wicket.
Durham only 564 behind.
So if you send out 1 night watchman, do you send out 2 night watchmen? will it be Scott Borthwick, or as his finger deteriorated, the pain has got a little too intense. I'll have to see. Somebody, whoever it is, coming out of the pavilion in the shade at the far end right now. We'll find out in a second, but George Drissell is on his way back. LBW Luke Fletcher for 6. It is Scotty Borthwick. So Durham 2 down and no Beddingham. Notts.
Borthwick batting with a broken finger as well.
Notts requires 7 wickets. Fletcher getting a decent hand from his followers here on the middle tier of the Radcliffe Road end. Those that remain. 4 balls left in this over. This really would be a coup in the Nottinghamshire cap if they could get another one, get one of these left-handers. There is Fletcher, then round the wicket to Borthwick, bowls, gets behind the first one. This morning Borthwick was dismissed by Fletcher for 27, just cut one to backward point to Asiba Mead, who's standing in that very position right now. Made 27 in the first innings. Perhaps heard the skipper there, Stephen Mullane, in the effects microphone. Come on, one more. Fletcher bowls wide of the pegs. 1 was a bonus this evening, 2 absolutely fill your boots, but if they can get a third, you always get greedy, don't you, in these situations? If you're the bowling side, there's never enough. Middlesex have been dismissed for 509 at New Road, so they're not going to lose, are they? It's a lead of the best part of 280 over Worcestershire. Fletcher into Borthwick, guides it to backward point to Hamid.
A suggestion: if you're in the car and you're heading across the Pennines tonight, try and avoid the A66. National Highways are saying there are traffic lights in operation at Bowes in both directions, currently taking 40 minutes to get through there if you're heading westbound. Either go down to the M62 or go up the A69 if you can, or cut around the back through somewhere else.
Fletcher to Borthwick. Final ball of the 7th over. Lets it go through to the keeper end of the over. Paul Taylor says 1's a bonus, 2's a Brucey bonus. What's a 3? It's a Bracey bonus, that one, Paul. 13 for 2 after 7. We're halfway through the 14 over allocation they gave us when they returned around about half an hour ago. 7 gone, 7 to go. We'll play until the light deteriorates. It won't be too long, you'd imagine. 13 for 2, Durham.
I'm amazed they've been out there this long.
Yep.
The shadows are starting to come down our end of the ground now as well, though. I think once the sun's behind our stand, that'll be that. Which can't be far away. This is through to the keeper. Broad bowling. Have we managed to switch ends?
Another update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. 13 for 2. Broad with the headband on round the wicket. Bowls worked away past the diving Slater. It's short leg by Travaskis. Gets his 6th run, 14 for 2. Impressive figures for Luke Fletcher so far this evening. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. Borthwick down to face Broad for the first time in this innings. Faced him this morning at the start of the day. There is Stuart Broad, still 4 slips, a short leg. This one's through to the keeper. Yes, we're still playing. It's the first time this week they've gone on after 6 o'clock. We did lose 40 minutes or so earlier on. There should still be 6 more overs to be bowled if the light holds. And Durham in their second innings, 14 for 2. You may remember they've been set to score, a nominal figure of 577 knots earlier in the day. Made sure they got enough bonus points. They'll guarantee First Division cricket next year. It is all about now, today and for tomorrow, to see if they can bowl Durham out for a second time to win that Division 2 title. Durham 14 for 2 in their second innings. Latest delivery was dug out by the Durham skipper.
Dr. Kevin Tennant says never give in until the last wicket is down. Well, the problem for Durham is they've got 1 less wicket to defend now, with injury to David Bedingham, so...
But he's right, you've got to go out there with the mindset you're going to bat all through the day tomorrow, haven't you?
Broad in, that's left alone by Borthwick. There is the story, which I've told numerous times before, twice in matches, Keaton Jennings got a century, and then I interviewed him at the end of the day, and Durham needed 1 wicket to win the next day. And twice he recalled how his father Ray was playing in a first-class match, turned up on the final day needing 1 wicket, and they never got it.
South African wicket-keeper, wasn't he, Ray Jennings?
The hairdryer. That's gone down the leg side. Good stop, one-handed by Moores. They said when he got into a rage, it was like a jet engine raging at you, so that... Hence, Keaton Jennings' Twitter name was Jet Jennings, in honour of his dad.
Richardson, his dad was a South African
wicketkeeper,
he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Keaton's mum's from Sunderland originally. She was either a fitness instructor or a gymnast, and she met the dad.
Here we go.
On tour abroad somewhere. Is this a discussion about the light or the ball? They're now saying, look, most of the ground's covered in shadow now, and I think they're taking them off here. Luke Fletcher's just kicked the stumps and volleyed the pails off. Right, well, they managed to get 8 of the 14 overs in, and when this innings started and there was 14 overs on the board, I said no chance. They'll be lucky if they get half of that. So they've got fractionally more than half, but we're past the scheduled close of play, so to my understanding that is the end of the day's play now. So close of play.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right there. The board showing that Durham need a nominal 563 more, but we'll be all about coming back tomorrow. A little bit of pride, a little bit of an opportunity to frustrate Notts, see what they can do on the final day. 14 for 2. A long time ago, Durham began this third day, 53 for 2 in their first innings. They were bowled out for 207. Notts confounded, I think, the expectations of everybody inside Trent Bridge by not enforcing the follow-on. They batted for a second time, made 121 for 2. Off we went for bad light, and during it Stephen Mullaney declared, and out they went for what turned out to be just 8 overs at the back end of the day, and wickets for Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher left Durham 14 for 2. Thanks to everybody that's got in touch through the course of the day. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow morning. It is free admission if you're in the area, remember, but you need to go on the Notts website and book your ticket, trentbridge.co.uk. Thanks to Martin, thanks to everybody.
See you all
Anything
tomorrow.
to add? Yeah, see you all tomorrow. And those of you following on the live stream, remember, if you just stay looking at the pictures, which at the moment just show one of the ground, you'll see over to the left there's Aaron, who's now got Stephen Mullaney with him. From us all here in the commentary box, a very good night from Trent Bridge.
Okay, so that is the end of play on day 3, and it is a day that Nottinghamshire have got promoted back into Division 1. As you can see, the captain, Stephen Mullaney, joins me straight off the bat. I've got to ask you this, first of all, because we've had a lot of people ask Dave, ask me, ask everybody in the ground, your reasons behind not following on, enforcing the follow-on.
Well, I think there's good arguments for both, really. We decided to go down the route of giving the bowlers a bit more of a rest. Stewart had bowled 13 or 14 overs, Dane had bowled 15, Fletch 11. We thought it was actually a decent pitch if 2 batters got in, and we didn't want to bowl 56 overs with the ball and say they were 2 down, which might not have happened. Come back tomorrow, we've still got 20 odd overs to the new ball, and it'd be harder that way. And look, I fully get people. We had a long discussion in the changing rooms. Fully get people thinking we should have made them follow on, but at the end of the day, we've got 600 runs to play with, and we've got them 2 down. So I think we're in a healthy position.
That you are. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nottinghamshire back into Division 1. You are captain of this club. You've captained the club to that promotion. How's it feel? Or we've seen the moment. How does it feel now, though, that you've had an hour or so after?
Yeah, obviously a lot of relief after all the hard work that's been put in after the struggles of a few years ago. But also we've still got to get through tomorrow without losing any over rate. So I'll just keep my one eye on that. And as soon as we go to -1, Patterson White will be bowling the whole day. So obviously very proud and of everybody in the dressing room, not just the players but the backroom staff. And we've worked our socks off for 2 or 3 years. And you know, it was a bit hard done by last year not being in Division 1, but everything happens for a reason, and we'll give it a crack next year.
It kind of feels that obviously over the last few years with COVID and the Bob Willis Trophy, then obviously what happened last year, like you've just said, it's been a journey since 2019, you could say. So you must be you said relief, but for you personally to be the captain of the club, and I know how much you take things personally and the pride that you have in the badge, but for you personally, how does it feel for Stephen Mullaney?
I just feel very proud to lead a group of people who want to work hard every day. That includes the coaches, the backroom staff, everybody. It's a real privilege to walk on the field just in the shirt, let alone to captain the club after the names who have gone before. And it's a bit of a cliche, but if when I finish, I leave it in better than when I found it, then I'll be a happy man.
Indeed. Now tomorrow, obviously, like you say, they are 2 down, 7 wickets really to get, obviously, with the injury to Bellingham. But what's the approach tomorrow? Is it, obviously the club have said free entry, which is very
very kind of them, isn't it?
It is. It's very nice, isn't it? Hopefully there'll be a few people in as well.
hope
But
so.
what's kind of the game plan tomorrow? Obviously you said there's relief, but what will you be saying to the boys in that final team talk of 2022?
Well, I want to finish on a win at our home ground. I think I said to you that on day 1, and pretty much exactly the same as yesterday when we finished that we need 7 wickets to win the game. So, look, we'll not be playing for a draw, or we'll be going out hunting these 7 wickets with the intensity that we've shown in the last sort of 70 overs we've bowled in this game so far. I think we've been magnificent, and that'll be the message. There's no heavy rollers left in the game. It looks like it's the odd balls in there. So I think if we bowl like we have done for the first. For yesterday and then the rest of today, I think we'll have a good chance of winning the game.
And maybe just one drink tonight just to celebrate the promotion, or is it?
No, none tonight for me. I'll wait till tomorrow.
Right.
Is that all right with you or not?
That's fine. Hey, I don't tell you.
You can have mine.
I don't tell you what to do, mate. I don't tell you.
The fans are saying I should have one, so I may have one.
Oh well, if the fans say that, then fair enough. But just finally, obviously tomorrow is the last day of the season. Hopefully we will finish it on a high, but how important is it to end with a win as well and take that into next year in the winter?
Yeah, well, I think if we win tomorrow, we'll have just behind Surrey in the whole country with 8 wins. So I want to win it. Not following on when you went back to that question, that wasn't a case of trying to draw the game. It was giving ourselves another chance of another way of winning the game, which I thought and we thought was the better way. Yeah, and hopefully we can, as you said, free entry. I hope that a lot of people come down and see us lift that trophy tomorrow, because they deserve it as much as we do.
Well, fingers crossed that tomorrow ends in the way that we all want it to, but congratulations, buddy. Promotion back to Division 1, and go and say that to the rest of the lads in there, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
All right. Okay. The captain, Stephen Mullaney, there, joining us straight after day 3, and day 3 is a day. Could have won it today. There you go. Fans talking to Mull. Anyway, just remember the date. The 28th of September 2022 is the date that Nottinghamshire sealed promotion back into Division 1. Tomorrow they will be looking to get those 7 wickets and to get that victory, which will just be the icing on the cake. And hopefully we will see a trophy being lifted here down at Trent Bridge. As I said to the captain there, it is free entry tomorrow, so do go onto the website if you can join us here down at Trent Bridge. But if you can't, then do not worry. We will be back here for the final day of Trent Bridge Live. We'll have every ball covered, and hopefully we will have those celebrations as well. But from everybody here, enjoy the rest of your evening.